This is how you folks are. I've just gotten over it. I just do what's true and what's right and help people because I see the value in it. I don't do it because I expect them to be good people back. Because if I did, I wouldn't do nothing for anyone or with anyone. Because most people, no good deed goes unpunished.
Narcissists do keep a scorecard, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, that's Slackcott, that's this guy, that's Slow State, that's all of them. And the funniest part is once they start going to the scorecard, they force me to go to the scorecard. And guess who has more X's on the scorecard? Every time.
You're so delusional, it's not even worth it.
One of my biggest pet peeves of human beings is people without self-awareness. Like, you ever met someone that has like zero self-awareness? Yeah. They have no, like, they don't know what the fuck's going on. They just, they never see themselves
just
as
flowing through life.
Welcome back. I just want to. Have you seen that before?
I've seen parts of things, but holy cows, man!
That's a short off of Flow State. I pulled it down real quick. I figured it.
Praise God.
Do you think that you can help him?
Which one? Who?
Any of us? All, Paul?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I know it.
What's up, Carney Ride? What's up, Kev? Kev's already hitting the pauses on people. Sherelle Snow, Lindsay Smith. Does it matter? Of course it does. Daniel Barry, Voy, Hurricane Perro, Lou, the Steel Man. Did I say? I already said Hurricane Perro, but you get two for Caucasian Sasquatch. I gotta get to AJ because he said way too many comments early on for me to just not. There he is. There's AJ.
He was blowing it up, man.
All right. Welcome to another cringe fest from Jack's bed.
Live from Kansas City.
Most of you. Oh, and by the way, you all know that I love peach knee high.
My first one today.
How good is it?
It's pretty amazing. I stepped out of my comfort zone.
It's so good. He's glitching. He actually lost language function for a minute. All right. So tonight, Jack, who's not just a guru but a life coach as well, is going to life coach me. And so I don't know what my problems are. I'm pretty sure I don't have any. But Jack, you started last night. You started saying something that you were going to call me out on something. And I figured that we could just take that idea and run with it. If you look at the ticker there, you can tell Jack what the issue is, what my character flaw is that he should address for what I say, $20. And for $30, you can reverse the Uno card and I coach him for 10 minutes. Super chats will be read during the thing. And you can do this on either end. He's restreaming, I'm primary stream, so it doesn't matter where the dono goes. It's good. Marathon Kev already dropped 5. He says, twinning with the room aesthetics is cozy tay, bruh. Kev, you missed last night. Last night, the very first thing I did was slap a hand on his knee. And he didn't skip a beat. Like, I asked him how good the pop was, and he lost his words. When I put my hand on his leg on the bed, nothing at all. So then I was trying to be creepy, but he creeped me out. So thank you, Marathon Kev, for kicking off tonight.
Got fancy cars, everybody know you. It's like you a trap star. You breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. Breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. You got big money. You drive fancy cars, everybody know you. It's like you a trap star. You breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. Breaking down bricks, chopping up O's. You go to the club, you never wait in line. Roll Michael Vicks like every first time. If you crap out, you got balls, cause you keep a big sack. Every service, you wanna see you dead. Hit a price up on their head. On cold slay, on the phone like ET.
All right.
What can you say?
You You want to get straight into it, or should we? Anything we got to address first?
I'm excited.
Do you think that Illumitami is bad aim?
I'm not sure what you mean by that question, but
He keeps threatening my kneecaps, and I think that he's probably a bad aim and also a coward. If we ever met, so Illumitami. For those who don't know Illumitami, he's threatened me more times than anybody ever. But he, again, he was reiterating that if we ever see each other in person, he's gonna pop my kneecaps out.
he's made that claim many times.
I'm gonna say that if we ever run into each other, he's gonna shit because he'll get called on his bluff.
That is what it is. Yeah. But I'm glad you brought him up, because when you were playing your clips, I was admiring. Flo's got Powder Dusty. This channel has got some great clips and lots of fun stuff. And it reminded me of Illumitami, Station 33.
He does have decent clips.
He's got a talent, and he shines, but in his creativity. But it's his downfall as well.
Oh yeah, how's that?
It's within us all, our creativity. We start imagining all these enemies and all these reasons to hate people, and it's just thoughts in our head.
Well, I personally hope I get the chance to meet Tommy sometime.
I do too.
When the Vegas thing was going on, and I thought I was going. The night before I was supposed to leave, I jumped onto a screen and I said, because he was in Vegas at the same time too, which probably wasn't a coincidence.
Right. Well, right.
I mean, I've known him for 2 years, and he's been in Vegas exactly 1 week when he thought that we were going to be there. Right. But I jumped in the stream. I said, "Hey, are we going to meet up? Or are you still mad at me?" And I did it because I was watching for the deer in the headlights look, because he is bluffing, and yeah, he was bluffing. Anyways,
I'd like to meet him too.
All right, so go ahead. You're the live coach. I'm just the subject. It is really hot in this room. Jack likes to keep things hot because he doesn't eat enough meat and he's dying.
My body did shift, man. The cold started affecting me more the more fat I lost. So yeah, I keep the thermostat up. But all right, so I'm actually let's start with where we're at.
Okay.
I'm very grateful. I think we're going to have a fun conversation, and I think it's going to be hopefully enlightening. Although the truth is ugly, and that's what I've learned from you. You've got a coldness to your heart. It's a strength within you, right? Because you are good at being stoic and grounded and having difficult conversations, and that's been a challenge for me. So it's been a learning experience. And after meeting last night and the conversations, I had all these thoughts in my head, of course, and I was going to send you a text today.
A long one?
A long one. So I didn't have to. Everything is coming together, right?
Okay. So
some feedback. Where's your blind spots? I think you're lying to yourself somewhere. And it's tied to some of the conversations we were having last night. Mm-hmm. For those who tuned in now and you missed it, tune in last night, right? Check out the stream. The idea of what came to my mind when thinking of you was that we waste a lot of our time in the pursuit of money, telling us it's the right thing to do. I think that's what you're doing.
Pursuing money.
You're using it as an excuse to do what is not in your best interest. How about that?
Okay. How do you measure? Alex, how do you measure best interest?
Your health and productivity.
Okay.
Your fulfillment. Those are the measures that I'm considering.
So what's it distracting me from, or what do you think what is it that I should be doing instead that's less money focused?
It's not should be doing, it's could be doing.
Okay.
That's the key. Okay. The key to the mind that I found. I'll be honest, what I see, there's signs of self-worth issues.
Okay.
Holding yourself back from greater things, allowing yourself to be comfortable with things that aren't, uplifting. You've learned how to tolerate, which is a strength. But the key to life is to be free.
Right.
And you're carrying obligations, and
I do have a family.
yeah, well, yes, you have responsibilities.
Mm-hmm.
Those can become burdens.
Mm-hmm.
We start to resent our burdens,
Mm-hmm.
and you don't want that,
No.
right?
Right.
So you want to love your responsibility. So love the opportunity, okay? And so your family, they want the healthiest you.
Mm-hmm.
They want the most joyful you.
Mm-hmm.
They want the most, the greatest version of you.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm with you. It's just vague.
Yes. So here's what I see you doing. You found a way in this world of today, and I want to honor everything that I'm seeing, right? Because it's all good. It's all perfect. You found a way to literally spend time hosting people, entertaining themselves,
Mm-hmm.
so you can make money.
Right.
There's better ways to spend your time.
What are you talking about?
Okay, what have you been educating yourself with?
I assume that you're referring to the psychology stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. You don't think I utilize my psychology knowledge here?
You do. Of course you do.
Mm-hmm.
That's clear to me. And you probably do things that I don't even see.
Probably.
That's the key. I don't want to underestimate you or what you know.
I want you to.
That's brave. And that's something I want to honor too.
Mm-hmm.
Your willingness just to go through with this. Giving Jack the chance to try and do what he says.
Shout out to the Rumble viewers, by the way.
Oh, praise God. Man.
Even if he is saying we're gay lovers.
See, you know how to market. You know how to entertain. And you know how to bring people in to draw support. That's leadership. Okay, so then, how big are you willing to serve?
I don't know that I've put a thought to that.
I bet you hadn't.
Right.
Most of us hadn't,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because we've been raised in this survival mindset.
Mm-hmm.
When to survive, you got to do what you have to do. But what determines?
Okay, so if you were to sum up the last 10 minutes in a bullet point, what would it be?
You need to learn how to relax.
Okay.
To train your inner being, right? Your nervous system to relax. And then I'd encourage you to reevaluate the choice of how you spend time.
Away from YouTube? You want me on YouTube less?
Well, I encourage you focus on the value that people can receive. Entertainment is great. There is a place for entertainment. But the world of today, man, it's crying out. It's crying out for change and for healing. And this is where your gifts of psychology and, Here's something I've learned about people who look into psychology. It's because they've experienced some craziness.
You know that psychiatrists have the same suicide rate as schizophrenics?
That wouldn't surprise me at all.
Massive, isn't it?
Dude, I've met some depressed fucking psychiatrists. There was one counselor I was seeing. I paused the session. I asked him, "Are you okay, man? Should we talk about you for a minute?" I mean, you're showing signs.
Marathon Kev with $5 says morality is different when you remove people from survival mode. Jack Bullseye. Morality is a luxury, right? Not stealing is a luxury that assumes you're not starving.
Conversely, I heard this recently over the last morals and ethics.
Mm-hmm.
Those are rules for the unsaintly.
Morals and ethics are rules for the unsaintly. Mm-hmm. And so the saintly wouldn't need it written down. Is that what you're saying?
The saintly know. They know to trust their heart, and the heart knows. And
you realize that statement is just like, it's like a blank check for any douchebag. I mean, I guess Jesus wrote the first blank check for douchebaggery.
Right? It's written. It's there, man. We do. That's the key to realizing. We do have the freedom to do what we want. You want to be evil, you can be fucking evil. You want to be good, you can be good. There's consequences to both, right? There's consequences, and cause and effect creates our life moment by moment. So what we do with our time is going to affect our tomorrow. So here's what I've learned about myself. This money system, it keeps us kind of focused in the past, obligations and debts and memories of all these concerns, and it keeps us distracted from what really brings you life. I'm guessing that's probably your family.
So I don't view money that way. I understand what you're talking about. It keeps us focused in the past because we're stressed and da. That is true if you're working a job you hate to pay bills that you have to.
And you're not.
I'm not doing that, no.
Right.
I actually enjoy the pursuit of money part. It's not a stress thing for me. It's fun, and it's like a scoring board.
Okay. It's a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
And we love challenges.
And it's some way it's a metric or a marker, right?
Yeah. Are you willing to allow yourself to win?
Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate. Maybe you need to donate some freaking money. Donate some freaking money.
Did I do it? Am I doing it right?
This is what I admire. We live in a time and an age of money. It helps you grow. It helps you have comfort. There's no denying that aspect. Some of the things to give you credit for is you are stepping out on your own. You're choosing the jobs that you work. You're choosing what you do. You're paying attention and creating opportunities for the blessings for the rewards to show. How about that?
Mm-hmm. I sent two people the link in case they want to come and criticize and help point out problems. They seem like two people who would be pretty good at pointing out some things I could fix. And here's another one backstage. Sasquatch, let yourself up if you want. If you've got a problem with me that you think that Jack could maybe help coach me through.
I want to point this out. I kind of tried to bring it up last night. One of the benefits I do see happening, even though it appears chaotic and dysfunctional online, people are being honest, I believe, for the most part, about their emotion. Their emotions are showing, and they're showing their trueness. It's healthy when people are honest. You know, at least when we're communicating. Anger is it's actually a good sign. It's a sign that there's something inside that needs to be healed. So I welcome the idea. If you more community, the more people who come together in a present time from a place of love. Hey, praise me, man. So cool. How perfect.
No, right? This is like God shit. I'm with you, Jack. I feel it too. His flow is beautiful as he is in person. Aren't you attracted like I was?
I figured Joe would be a good addition. He's not gonna. He'll keep us on track, and he won't let me push you off into the side
into the weeds. It's all about Flow's looks. Now we gotta refocus. Oh fuck. Good to see you guys, sir.
Yep, you too.
You as well. And you know, let's give him some credit. This guy right here, putting this together and having the idea, having the courage even to do this shit publicly.
Very good. I was wait. Do what publicly? I thought Cass was just rapping and something I'm missing.
Oh yeah. So Jack Talcott is coaching. He's life coaching me.
Yeah.
I thought it was just the way you talk. Okay. All right.
And so I asked him, I said, you know, what are some things? So anyways, this is your chance to tell Jack what's wrong with me that needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
Because Jack says I need to focus less on money, and I'm not sure, like, but then I think that he was thinking I was looking at money a different way than I actually am. And so what I'm hearing now is that I'm perfect.
There is a level of perfection. That I
no, you'd be out of work if you can't find something to critique him about, right?
Well, that's just it, Joe. This is what I give Flo credit for here is inviting. As I understand, Joe, you're invited to help. Call him out on his blind spots with me. Help the man improve. This is true brotherly love, and I believe. Go ahead.
I was gonna say if I had to help Flo improve, I don't fucking know. I'd love to jump motherfuckers and all of that shit. Nothing springs to mind where he would improve. And I wouldn't have came up with money. Then everybody need to hustle. He can hustle twice as hard. Trust, he said, is Flo's issue.
Joe, I just turned your mic up all the way, but it's not moving. Can you get louder?
Hold on, let me unplug and plug back up. Hold on, let's see if that helps.
Trust.
Trust.
Sasquatch, you can stay up if you want.
Trust is a great one, I think, not just for you, but you in particular. Each of us. Look at our reasons for distrust. Some are still valid. Many cause us worry and concern for no reason.
Is that any better?
Oh, much better, Joe. Thank you.
All right, cool.
So my super chats are not auto starring. Here we go. That is angry Flo plus money equals happy Flo. Agree. Thank you to Freak. And turn up Joe Cool's mic. Yeah, I think we're better. And Peace Dynamo says blessing up or whatever is trendy to say. What is trendy to say? Blessings up. Or
I don't know, dude.
Rock on.
Peace.
We're old people here.
Peace. Yeah.
Fucking Flo is hard to criticize.
When we learn to relax.
Maybe.
I like that.
Come on, Joe.
Maybe one where you could get Flo is, and I don't even know about this one, but he is fucking dogged. Right, just when you think he forgot about you, he's gonna drop a short with you in a dress or something. He is dogged and he doesn't forget. But I don't know if that's a good criticism or not.
I feel like that was a good compliment.
Yeah, no,
your mic just went down again.
The trust issue. I think it's fairly obvious in the way you interact with people on YouTube, and I'm only going to use things that you've done in public. as part of this to make it fair, I guess. You will take someone at face value for the first 70 seconds. After that, you get enough information to determine whether or not you believe what they are saying, or whether you believe they believe what they are saying, or just running a line. If they don't pass the sniff test right there, you either become immediately savage, like really savage, or you'll just let them talk until they make a moron of themselves. And it's a 50-50 shot on how they pop off on you, you know?
Mm-hmm. And am I normally right or wrong in that?
I mean, I don't think that's actually the debate here. It's the trust issue.
Because I'm always right.
I would say that you are right more often than not, just on your gut instinct of that. Whereas I actually read them and make determinations based on activities and actions they've made. You just gut instinct that trash, and I don't know if it has as much validity. If you get what I mean, because I'm better than you. Damn it!
we glitched out. He's still got that budget internet.
Oh, what the fuck?
We missed just some of what you said.
Oh,
All
right, hold on. Hank O'Flamio has given $5. He says, Jack Talcott is wrong about money. He is so wrong. I'll start a business to prove it as soon as I have a business model that works for me. And one more, we got Targeted Patent has sent $10. Said, be good or be good at it. I agree. That makes me want a shot.
I like that one. And so does, there goes Tatalia.
Oh yeah, all men and women have the right.
Oh my God, is that
it? And Chuck from Tennessee. I thought Vegas was for bumping uglies. Is what that man says for $2.
that was a snipe.
I want to turn the camera back on to prove you're not
Yeah. No, we're not doing that.
I love in that room. There is a lot of love.
There's a good reason why I brought my knife.
Right. I was wondering if people heard that last night, the flipping of the knife.
Yeah, my bad. I caught it too.
It was clearly a subconscious thing that was brought forth.
I do it all the time. It's not just because I'm sitting by on a bed.
It's a sign of, it's a sign of whatever it is.
Wait, you guys were together yesterday too?
Yeah.
It's not a sign of anything.
What have you been doing, man? What have you guys been doing?
Hey, for details, I encourage everybody to tune in to last night's stream. And
I don't want to see no gay stuff. I'm just curious about the other things. Have you seen? Are you in what Flo's at? Have you seen as the dress code?
I've only been out here at night. I came out to his hotel room last night. We did a stream. I interviewed him. Then we had an open panel.
Great.
And then I you know how my sleep schedule is, right? So I slept all day. Now I'm back up out here.
Yeah, it was. I didn't adjust. I was up till 3 a.m. thanks to you.
Don't say it like that.
Right. Well, it was public. It's time stamped and everything.
Literally, I've had weed in my ass and had my ass sniffed by a dog. No alerts. So I know that shit worked. It's deep storage. Yeah.
Damn.
Do you ever sit there and just like reminisce of all the dick you've taken?
I've been out with that guy, Direct D, a couple of times at least. He has a good video together.
Yeah, he's. I know you're friends with him, but I like to. I think he's a weasel, and so I like to
he's worthy of every bit of
I like
it.
that clip.
You know, I give him shit too. He knows it.
Yeah. I wasn't going to speak out till someone else did. He's done enough stuff on live streams to know what type of person he is.
Yeah,
It's not a mystery.
This is pretty crazy, though, that nobody has any problems with me. For as many people are as angry at me, all I've heard is Sasquatch thinks I should trust people more. But should I, though?
Yes. You know, I'm not going to co-sign that one, right? You know.
I mean, what would the benefit be?
All right, so, all right, if you don't, all right. So yes, your knee-jerk reaction to people is probably usually correct. But let's say 20% of people that you knee-jerk react that they are full of trash are actually really good, wholesome people that just had a bad night or were drinking a little too heavy or whatever. Your initial impression taints the rest of your interactions with them, because every time you enter into a conversation, it's with the color of, I remember this guy, he was full of trash, right? Which isn't necessarily an error. It's just,
is Flo really guilty of that, judging people too quickly? Because it be people, I think this nigga's a piece of shit. How did Flo ain't figured it out yet? To me, he gives motherfucker plenty of rope to hang himself before he jumps on him. He doesn't seem knee-jerk to me at all.
I think both are true to varying degrees.
Oh, mean Flo would jump on a motherfucker. Anybody who comes to his room when he's crabby, yes. If that's what you're talking about, 100%. I've seen him jump on people for no reason. But normally, you know, the guy will let a motherfucker sit up there and make a clown of himself for a very long time, even though he knows he's an asswipe.
Oh, Jack, have you fed Flo tonight? If you don't feed him, he gets fussy.
He gets angry. He gets fussy. That's a better word.
Maybe Murphy had him on his back.
He ate.
There's a Waffle House across the street.
Yeah.
Get some video.
Yeah. I said hi.
That's if it's black folk, get video. You never know what gonna jump up.
Here, I want to come back to this. Though.
Did you see what Hank said though? It's not 20%, it's 2%.
And what is that?
Sure, I was being facetious with the 20%.
Basically,
Hank
wrong. Doesn't think I'm wrong at all, except for the only time Hank thinks I'm wrong is when I go at him.
That's a common. And here, what Sasquatch was describing, it's not just you. It's the way we're designed. It's a survival technique. The reptilian part of our brain. It's for survival, and then it goes to the mammalian, the emotional part. We jump to these conclusions, and then if we have habits of carrying around these conclusions of people are wrong, we'll listen to them as though they're wrong. We'll listen as though they make no sense. That's what people have been doing with me. It's fucking hilarious.
All right, I'm glad you brought it there because I wanted to come to you.
This is the fastest. I'm going home to polish my halo. I'm out of here.
I was trying to be faithful to it, but you know he went there. And God knows, I wanted to know if on your journey, if your goals have changed since you're in a new part of your life. That was for Jack.
Say it again, because you got kind of quiet again. I don't. If you keep muting, you should stop muting.
I'm not. I don't know what's up with this mic. It's weird. I got a couple more I can try. I got like 3 of them around here. We'll see. But has your goal changed, Jack, now that your journey has changed?
My goal...
To talk to somebody, whisper in the ear at the UN. Same goal?
The commitment to my goal has deepened because of the change in conditions. I'm more committed than ever to making a difference.
I'm going to switch to the next mic. Y'all tell me that one's
Are we good on that? Yeah, I'm just jumping back over because for whatever reason my StreamYard is not starring him, so I've got the fan funding tab pulled up. And
I noticed that.
Yeah.
See, and this is behind the scenes stuff that I get to see from Flo as a co-streamer. I get to see and observe from the talent.
So are y'all partners now? Is there going to be vows? hey, I get to marry Flow State today. Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today.
The only person qualified to marry me is Uncle Fatty.
All right, y'all heard him, folks. Get Uncle Fatty on the line. Get his ass down here. We're going to have a ring delivered in the next 5 minutes. Watch this.
Holy cows.
All right. Well, that was easy.
Well,
so has your goals changed? Did you answer that?
I did.
I wasn't paying attention.
You're good at the deflection part too. You're very skilled at what you do, at being you, but you've developed some like techniques of being you that keep people away.
The trust thing?
The trust thing, exactly.
But I don't trust you guys.
Why?
That's my point. It's all of the actions of trust, all of the things involved in trust, all of the appearance of trust, and yet I know for a fact that deep inside your walnut brain up there, there is not a speck of trust associated with YouTube. And it's fine.
Right. Hold on. How do you know that? I need to know this so that I can mask it better.
See, that's a protection technique, right? That's the instinct to protect, to do better, to hide it better. Look within. There's no real logical reason to distrust those people.
There is a beating heart.
There's lots of logical reasons to distrust people. What are you talking about?
What's the benefit to trusting people, especially motherfuckers you ain't met, don't know anybody? Well, you know, I don't trust what even my best friends tell me. I'm Googling it as soon as I turn my back from you.
Okay. Well, what I see a lot of people doing is tying some of these conversations back to the similarities. I think Sasquatch, I think what you were describing, I don't know. Again, I see that. Does anyone else see the similarities between what Flow State does and Illumitami does? I mean, that's part
similarities.
All right. Okay, so that's like the difference between a lemon and a grapefruit.
Please do expand on that.
There you go, Sasquatch. That's a good comparison. Yeah.
I mean, Tommy is hard, bro.
It's like comparing a lemon to a grapefruit. There is similarities, but it is still lemon to a grapefruit. It's a huge difference still.
Well, okay. The point I see is patterns of distrust. It's the way we're designed, right? We use the excuse of distrust to create defenses. And then our defenses are worthless if we're not engaged in a battle. So we create all these enemies and we play all these games.
Again, you got him wrong. I'm sorry to cut you off, but he will engage any fucking body. He doesn't run.
I know.
He engages, to no end. He'll go seek you out to engage. That's not a thing he does.
But to what purpose? To what is the game? Is it not just entertainment?
Oh, now you're getting heavy, Jack.
All right. Curiosity.
Probably curiosity moves me more than anything.
I could believe that. I can trust that in you because you do pay attention. And this is where what Sasquatch was saying about jumping to assumptions about people. I don't know. You do pay attention. But you miss the obvious sometimes too.
Like what?
This is where we go on. Let's just get it over with. Say it, Jack.
Well, to be honest, you're missing the obvious of me. You're missing the obvious of God.
No, it was about you, motherfucker. It was about you.
No. Holy cows. What if that's it? What if it is? The absence of God is keeping you blind.
It is not God. All right. I'll be patient. Let's go with God. I'll be patient because we're going to get there. I don't have to worry. We'll talk about God.
What if What if I'm more Christ-like than any of you because
Ooh.
I reject the money changers that you guys think are good people?
Ooh, fabulous.
Because you are the
You
money
do
changer.
You are the greatest grifter.
That's
Fuck
no
you talking
defense,
about?
bro. You're that guy. You don't get.
You play the role.
I'm flipping over those money changers' tables and taking their bag.
But you don't have the oxtail to whip them with, and that's not going to work. In this case, you're just a strong arm pulling over the freaking locals.
The
Man.
new mafia.
USB cord over there.
You got to have that oxtail and kick them out and let them keep their money too. That's the impressive part.
No, they can't keep their money.
See, that's exactly my point. That big seeks you.
Jack, if he had more God in him, what changes would he make? Please, besides trust, that's probably the obvious.
Holy cows! You can't make this story up. The story that we're living. What's so obvious to me? I tried to communicate it with Illumitami earlier. Even if the ideas of success, even if they are so limited, what I've been doing for all of this time is talking about trying to end wars, trying to end this wage slavery money system.
Someone buy me a reverse.
Okay, so that's what I was just going to offer, right? This might be a perfect opportunity.
I'm trying to change money here. Somebody buy me a reverse so I can shoot shots at Jack.
Yes, I think it would be fair, and that's a good incentive. It won't let me do it. What?
There's lots of ways to get her done.
That's another perfect example. There's always a way. There's always another way. There's always a solution. It comes down to, do we want it or do we want an excuse?
You ain't sold him on nothing. What yet? I think we were selling him a God right now. You were saying the advantages of God being in his.
I'm actually not sold on any of my criticisms. I mean, okay, I'm sold on the trust thing. I'm not sold that that's a flaw.
Right.
I mean, didn't you have a homeless guy like live in your house for a while and that turned out poorly?
Yeah.
Let me pitch one for you, brother.
Hold on. Go ahead.
This extra 10%, 2%, 20% of people that you distrust that you could trust are people you could exploit more efficiently.
Damn. Turn them into an asset. He said.
There's what you might be missing. Holy shit. And in the bigger picture, I do believe this is true. That's why we find enemies. Enemies are a distortion of love, but they carry us lessons. They bring us lessons that we could never learn without them. And the enemy might be someone you love who betrays you.
Yeah.
I found those.
Yes. So that takes us to forgiving. That's where that conversation goes. Do you think Flo needs to be more forgiving?
That is a great question, Joe.
The answer is yes. I finally found a flaw in that nigga.
I think I'm very forgiving.
Are you though?
Yeah.
All right, no.
No, Jack, hear me out. He'll forgive anyone for around $50.
Okay.
Unless you're Imperious or EB3.
Then there's a price. It's just negotiable.
Are you finding value
in what?
Self-worth outside
of what?
Outside of you.
In what? In money?
In money and other people. In opinions. You don't know. You're not big by opinions, but you are big by
value watching us, right? He gets to do his psychology thing, watching us be knuckleheads.
Well, you could be doing more with that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Jack wants me to do more with my psychology knowledge. What he doesn't realize is I'm doing lots with it.
I don't know. I think, okay, Jack, you're saying he needs to be more professional. You want to see that motherfucker maybe with a 9 to 5 where, you know, he's among his psychology peers. Well, all right, I'm wrong.
not wrong. But I
What
want
do you
him
want
to
him to
use.
do with those skills? Then what do you see him doing? I thought you wanted him to be I don't know, whatever psychologists do.
I want him to think bigger.
Be
Start
specific.
thinking.
Don't make me
Start
flow
thinking
over that next
more.
to you. He can smack you if I ask him to. Don't think bigger. Be specific.
Well, generically, more specific is thinking more about what value, what are others receiving from me, right? Because the
use
greater
his gifts to what? Be specific, please.
To run a YouTube channel?
Let me connect the dots.
Okay.
I think the signs of the times, the day we live in, the world is literally fucking nuts. Okay? People are insane. They're crying out, seeking true answers, but the answers are given to them and they push them away.
Okay, let me ask. Are you saying that Flo on his panels should give better advice, or should he be using his gifts outside of YouTube as well? Are you saying one of those two things?
Here's my idea.
Don't dodge. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I truly believe in the laws of exchange, right? We put out good into the universe, and it may not be a direct result, but the rewards do happen.
I believe that too.
Following just logic, it makes sense. You treat others good, good things are going to happen to you. Other people will want to treat you good.
Somehow this is going to go back to Flo's psychology being used in a better way.
Thank you, Joe. See, this is why this was so perfect.
What?
It was just inviting these other minds here because just what you said, Joe Cool, he keeps us on track.
No, Jack, I wasn't invited. I just have the keys.
Keep it focused.
Uncle Fatty sent in a Kofi. He says, money is not the root of all evil. The love of money is. And he sent in enough to bomb Talcadia.
Oh yeah, all men and women have the right.
Oh my God, is that
You finding 4 pictures of them, like that 4 picture of Paul in the beginning and half a picture of Steve, that made the difference. Him waddling around, I'm gonna say it, those 2 or 3 steps before Paul got blew up, that just it made it different from Jack's getting blown up and Stevens. But Jack, you were saying something, and I probably can't remember because I'm smoking right now as we talk. But you were saying that he should use his psychology abilities, and I was asking you to be specific. My question was, do you mean he could do a better job using it on YouTube, or do you mean that he needs to do it on YouTube as well as in real life more?
Potentially both. I think there's a lot of opportunity. Conservation of energy, conservation of our time. You know, we want to be wise with how we're spending our time. And I think you find a way to bring more value. You find a way to actually interact with people, which you do well, right? You're very good at getting people's attention and their trust and respect. That's something I've struggled with.
It's gonna go to Jack. I'm being patient, but it's gonna go there.
Somebody needs to buy a reverse so that.
Let me land it real quick. So the point is, I could envision you having a great level of success through donations, views, the monetary system, the system that's there. I could see you having great success, less time, less effort, just more efficiently pointed. And then
you
understand that?
Yeah, I did. You know what? I don't know if I aligned it with a different conversation I had earlier today with somebody else.
All right.
So I think I understood it, but I maybe didn't understand it.
Yeah.
Your level of awareness is pretty.
You're telling me that I could be more efficient at this stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so to land it, I want you to consider, when I'm not doing this, what else could I be doing? And I want you to think about fucking connecting with nature, connecting with the family, doing things that bring you life and joy and
I like
really
it, Jack.
help you.
How do you know he ain't doing that shit? First of all, I like it. That is great advice. But you'd be assuming a bit of his off time, like you know what he does with his off time. Man, what you're saying?
I fucking love you, Joe. Call me out. Why are you making that assumption? Well, one of our earlier conversations, I think you identified yourself as gaining the YouTube type body here, buddy.
Good observation, Sherlock. Very good.
So, is this one of those things, Sasquatch, where I should yell at Mr. Pie, or one of those things where I should like not jump to conclusion? Because I don't know how in the fuck somebody doesn't figure out how to donate when I drop.
I tell you to go with your gut.
All right, my gut says Mr. Pie. I'm dropping the link in the chat. This is for Mr. Pie only. Everybody else will be removed, not let up. And Mr. Pie, I hope that you have something good to say up here. Because if you come up here and you make that squealing noise, I'm going to flip the fuck out on you.
We're brought together to trigger each other. I'm confident of that. Okay.
Oh, we agree
And
on this. Jack, you are absolutely right. My whole purpose here is to trigger people who are easily triggered.
In some capacity, I like people to reveal themselves, especially if they're confident and think they're the shit. I'll intentionally trip you up. But generally speaking, I hop around to learn something new, to use you niggas to help me figure out problems I'm trying to figure out in my head myself. Try and Bogart the panel and ask you, what do you think about man's inhumanity to man? So I could use people.
Yeah, I think I do a similar thing. I try to triangulate my perspective off people.
Yeah.
Not as much as Joe does, but I do do that.
I'll be like, I'm short
Joe's
on
like
time. I gotta hurry up. I'm short on time. I gotta take over and ask you about this and that.
Here's something I had to face. Maybe I did that. Maybe I did. I know I did in the past. I relied on opinions. People's opinions, they moved my emotions, and I allowed opinions to control me.
Okay.
I spent so much time on my own, though. I had to learn how to trust my own opinion without confirmation from others. There's a lot of...
Your opinion sucks, Jack. Here, I'll say why. At least I think this is your opinion. In just this one fashion. First of all, you haven't shown any sign of your opinion sucking tonight. You've been on point. So I can't say it just all across the board. But your opinion also leads you to, when someone tries to give you advice, in your opinion, you're attacking me. Your opinion leads you there. So I would say lean away from that part of your I almost said understanding from the Bible, from that part of your opinion. Not many, certainly not us. If we're doing it, we may troll you a little bit, but if Flo or somebody, I'm doing it, it's probably to grow you. And there's something in there. Even if we're giving you shit, we're probably still trying to grow you. Your opinion, I don't know. You seem to think many people are attacking you when you're not. And that was a bad time to criticize you, man. I picked a bad time to criticize you right there.
No, it's perfect, because we'll take the spotlight off him for.
I mean, people were supposed to pay the reverse.
I
also didn't think that I'd be so free of problems.
Oh, you're not
right. That this would take days.
You're clinging to denial.
Okay, trust is one. I'm still not convinced that's a problem. Okay, but I mean, maybe
money
it's okay.
was the first one. You need to work hard at money. Don't forget that.
That was.
I mean, I think he needs to work more at money.
Right. Most people do. I think that this is what the blind spot I see is common. I think we need to work together to overcome the reliance of money.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have been brought here this afternoon to join these two men on the matrimony that has been set upon them. Listen, we're going to invent a brand new religion and have a brand new union. It's going to involve 8 arms and a bottle of Thunderbird wine.
I'm down. I don't even drink, but that sounds fucking fun.
Hey, are we having problems with the mic? Oh, we might be coming when the signal drops. We may be having problems with the mic.
I had some of
I
those.
just noticed
My signal is fucked up. Just been dropping for a while.
Well, it was mentioned previously, but you know, the budget hotel has budget Wi-Fi.
I am
particularly
surprised. Who brought the
like me.
equipment? That was Flo who brought the equipment and the mic. That was Flo. You was
This is his budget internet.
Yeah.
No.
It's
Who
my
brought the mic and who idea was we going to go live from the hotel?
This is my camera and laptop. His mic. He's got his whole setup here. And I didn't bring my mic and mixer.
I forgot Jack has a setup. I'm stupid. I forgot. Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, we took it off, and we were where were we?
Yeah.
Criticism of me, perhaps, but.
Yeah, I was saying I picked a bad time to choose, but I didn't want you to lean with your own understanding when you think people are attacking you. I think that comes from you as opposed to other people influencing you to believe that. And that
right,
leads, that would lead to our ability, when I'm guilty of it, our ability to grow and all of that shit. In fact, you know, I taught that shit. I don't trust motherfuckers, but I'll tell you, I don't know. I trust some people more. If some people give me criticisms more, it rings harder, right? Some motherfuckers, and I think I could call that trust.
Right. It does. There's a weight to the words based on who's delivering it. The relationship. That's what it is. The relationship carries more weight.
And what does mine hit?
Absolutely. If you said some shit, I'd have to, think about it. But I got a bunch of motherfuckers like that. I'm very blessed and very lucky.
You seek out people like that.
Yes, I think it's an attribute. Yes, I love.
Hey, and that brings us actually back to what I wanted to point out, Joe. What you were talking about, the way you'll kind of confront, you'll press and inquire.
Yeah.
I think that's naturally within you. It's part of your path, and I think that's to a degree, it's a natural part of all of us. That rebellious spirit, right? The rebellious tendency. That's what's common with us.
Is Mr. Pie still in your chat? Sorry. Just drop the link in your chat for a second.
All right. Yes.
No, I mean, Mr. Pie's been bitching and moaning down there and saying he wants to donate, but being like, see, this is what I'm saying. Curiosity drives me more than anything. I'm just curious what he could possibly be flipping out about.
Zach, you just said something about asking questions. Oh, you were talking about the way I ask questions. And then you said it was part of that rebellious spirit. I was trying to say, are they one and the same? I know that asking questions shit can be irritating as fuck, but does it mean you're rebellious?
Potentially. It's natural for our curiosity, but there's a time and a place. And if we don't have clear mind and clear purpose, we cause confusion. And you called me out accurately on I have still shown triggers, right? Getting angry.
Yeah.
That means I'm being moved by the words of someone else.
Oh, that's how I would look at it, baby. Yeah.
That's what it is.
And I'm angry about that. If I let you influence me, I kick myself. I look for the next opportunity. I can't believe I fell for that shit.
I do the same thing, Joe. I get so pissed off at myself when I get pissed off at others.
But then I look for the very next opportunity to not let it happen again. You don't catch me slipping twice on the same shit. You fall for the slain banana peel every fucking day. Maybe not now. I'm not now. I haven't been watching. I'm going back to when Paul would trick you with the same shit every day. I'm going back to that time.
That's not what was happening. And yes, it's the non-sexual orgasm guy.
I've had non-sexual orgasms within my body, pleasures that I didn't know were possible.
And Jack, can I throw that out there that all of this is judged you on months ago. So keep that in mind because I've been busy. You've been busy.
And Joe, I don't think that you were right about that. I don't think Jack was falling for shit. I think it was an intentional fall, right? In reality, I don't know.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm not sure to what end, but for whatever reason, Jack would keep reconnecting there because there's something he was getting.
All right, Jack, let me make sure that, okay, you're nodding, so I know you understand what Flo is saying. At least I think you have the same understanding that I do. I said that you slip up and fall for the same trick. Here's saying that you're not so silly that you're just falling for the same trick. There's something for you to be gained. You're getting something out of it, and you're going willingly. I'll dig it.
Yeah.
Okay.
In some degree, I was pressing into what was uncomfortable. Kind of what you were saying,
That's
Joe.
a good thing. Sometimes I don't have a problem with pressing into the uncomfortable. But go ahead.
Well, I've been repeatedly failing to communicate. This is what I've been studying, communication. How do you communicate with people who don't want to hear what you want to say?
No. Who disagree with you? That's your issue. It's not that people don't want to hear it. People put it in their head and throw it around in their head. And when they throw it back as something different, it's not that they don't want to communicate. They just disagree, at least in some cases.
Jack and Paul were never really properly talking to each other.
No.
Of course.
Jack was talking to his son, and Paul was talking to his dad.
He's right. Flo's 100% right. You can't
I never use my psychology knowledge.
No. Yes, you say.
You do. This is what I mean. And this is what is happening here.
She's adorable there.
Hey, this is what's happening here is in good nature with good intentions, people calling each other out on bullshit.
That's what men do, in my opinion.
Well,
that's what friends do. I don't let niggas double talk me and say shit. You know what I mean? It was like this and that. No, we're men. Be specific. If you stand behind your ideals, be specific. Get them across. Let them be judged, tossed around, and thrown back to you. That's how men grow. You don't grow up, you're not pushed, in my opinion. I'm too old to sit around a bunch of agreeable fucks.
All right, but here's the downside, right?
Jack, you're disagreeable shit. That's a good sign for you.
We can get comfortable with habit of everything. People have become comfortable being disagreeable, just fucking disagreeing just to disagree.
I saw you saying
right
that earlier. I caught that, and you're right. And a lot of people.
You're right too, Joe.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That makes three of us.
You're both right.
And Sasquatch too.
Right.
Sasquatch is right. Yeah.
That is right.
Hold on, I'm gonna have to call this one out. I have it on good authority from literally everyone in my comment section that there's no way I could possibly be right.
I mean, they must be right. I don't know.
Chat must be right.
But you're also right.
Fuck. Give it up for the chat over there in Sasquatch. Right?
When I was in jail and I wanted to be custodian, and I wrote the jail administrator like letter day after. Every day I write him a fucking letter to say, can I be a trustee, and which for those who don't know, in jail trustees get to go help cook, prep meals and shit. And you get like an extra hall pass from yourself.
Right.
And finally the jail administrator came back and he said, they called me by my last name. He goes, "You're never going to be a trustee in my jail." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because you're too disagreeable." And I said, "I agree." I still think that was the cleverest response that he probably missed entirely.
Absolutely.
Right. Life is not easy, you said. It is not. We need to stop acting like people are supposed to have it right by now. In my opinion, life is not easy, man.
But it can be. And here's the way that it can be easy. Let others be right. Let yourself be right.
Eh.
I'm going to smoke a cigarette.
Yeah. In that situation, assuming that someone is blatantly wrong, do I not want to, just for the sake of getting along, do I not want to say, you sound insane that Biden is going to cure the world? I'm supposed to tell him that. You sound crazy.
This is where I think humanity, all of us, this online experience has been an incredible one for me. And there's documents and, evidence, that's the word. There's evidence of this crazy adventure. I mean,
yes. I get it.
You guys are amazing.
Same with you. You're a god, fucking Talcott. You got niggas calling you by your name, Talcott. You have a name, right? You are somebody. Shit.
What were you gonna say, Sasquatch, man?
Oh, I'm just making a reference to a Robert Heinlein novel where homie gets crucified by bullets, but thou art God.
You got the reference? I didn't get the reference.
Oh. We are far more than what we've been led to believe. And what I learned from myself, and I hope he's listening, that distrust, we get comfortable with distrust, and then we make excuses. And go ahead, Joe.
Excuses not to trust people.
That's what I had been doing.
Yeah.
I was using the gift of my logical mind to find all these reasons to be resentful, to be bitter, to be worried, to be angry. Yeah. I never spent my time using my mind to help me figure out how to be happy.
That's when you come into the God shit, though. That would be my advice to people. And I hate to do that because everybody, it shuts their mind when you say anything about God and stuff. So you got to be all crafty and shit. But you're like me, and what works for me, and I hope it works for you. If it doesn't, it will. You put God drive the ship. I say yes to everything. Every time motherfucker asks, want to do this, want to do that, want to do this, I try to do every fucking thing. And God seems to control the ship. My life is much better. But it ain't me. It's God presenting me with shit and me taking advantage of it. And I'm so much happier, like stupid. When I had the control of the ship, I was out here selling drugs and shit. I put it in God's hand. And, I'm out. I met you, Catch, you wonderful Catch.
You were doing it yourself? Sorry, our internet lagged, so I don't want to.
It's probably mine. I don't know. My shit's shitty, but I don't matter. My shit's all shitty.
Can I ask a question about that? Some housekeeping real quick.
Yeah.
Are we too deep into a subject? Okay.
No.
The setup that we're working with here, I see you backstage on a device, right?
Who is you? Me or Jack?
Jack.
Okay.
Right. All right. Correct me if I'm wrong. If you drop that out of StreamYard, wouldn't that reduce the bandwidth that'd be necessary from that room?
Yes.
Okay. That might stop at least some of the frame rate drop.
Good call, brother. Thank you. Right. We're on different connections, different devices, but it's still, same source. Thank you. Good call. See, there's a lot of this technical stuff that I'm figuring out. I'm clumsy and I'm slow, but I'm learning. I'm paying attention.
Yeah.
And Joe, coming back to what you were talking, man, this giving it up to God. Yeah. Holy cows. I've been learning that. And this idea just came to me, brother. It's been a while. When we talked long ago, you have standards before you're willing to make introductions. That was something you're very clear about, and I respect that. I want you to give me a chance, see if I've made the standards yet. Time for introductions.
Very good, because I don't remember telling you that, but that is something I do.
Yeah.
So I'd have to know the instance when I said and who I said I wouldn't have introduced you to, because I've sold so many people that.
Well, there weren't specifics addressed, but the generic thing was what you brought up earlier. You know, you're gonna look for the weakness in another, and you're gonna test them. And you weren't gonna make introductions with someone who's gonna get all emotional and moved by words. And I got
it. Yeah, but I bet you, Jack, I meant something. If I didn't say it out loud, I meant something in particular, because there are many places that you would be met introductions. I must have had something in my mind particular. Well, I wouldn't put you in that room or with those people, because I know. I'm sure I've at least mentioned you or put a clip, of you on my channel, I think, and I would have put your name and your channel on there. Right. Some people, if I don't want, if I think, the people, would not benefit, I don't put their name on there, even if they're in the vid. Other people are put on there. So I saw you fit for, for that. As I had a couple of people, like recently I put a guy on there and he's like really racist. His channel is 24/7. He's a white dude and he talks about how shitty black people are. But I talk to everybody, and got a clip out of that shit, and I did not put his channel on there. But
no, I respect you, man, and I don't know what specifically might have been in mind or what was even going on, what I'm even remembering.
Right. It might have been in a certain room, like certain rooms. I have certain like if you go in any room where Guru is, in order for that room to work, and I love Guru's conversation, certain rules must apply, or with other people too. Feelings are just not allowed. Now, even with the women, you are not allowed to give me your emotional shit, just the logic behind it. Go ahead. Maybe I was giving them shit about an instance like that.
No worries.
Hey, did you hear that steel door? I told you they was in the trap, yo. Did you hear that steel door close?
I'm gonna need an alignment after driving down this road. But you know what? If you get on Priceline and you find the cheapest hotel in all of the Kansas City metro area,
you talking to a pro, for real. I find the greatest lot lizard hotels around, man. 3 o'clock in the morning, they be outside your door. I be finding cheap shit in the hood.
This is an industrial area, so really it's catering to. They set it in their trucks. It's not like this place doesn't rent by. Does it rent by the hour? It probably doesn't.
Yeah, that's caters to murderers out there. If you run to somebody, they gonna get rid of you.
I was staying in a hotel room in Savannah. We had a very nice stay. It was excellent for the first 2 days. On the third night, it was Saturday night. The first time a random person knocked on the door, they literally tried to sell us crack. They just knocked on the door, and when my wife opened it, he was like, "Hey, do y'all want to buy some crack?" And we were like, "No." He's goes down to the next door. 45 minutes, maybe an hour later, somebody's banging on the door like the police. My wife gets up to answer it, and I said, "Hold on a second." Peeked out the window, and there was this redheaded tattooed lady standing out there going, "The cops are after me. You gotta let me in." And I'm like,
that's hilarious.
Oh, ma'am.
I'd have let her in.
I had 2 children in the room with me, so I was like,
I would have been tempted to let her in.
Yeah, me too.
If it had just been me or just me and my wife, we might have let her in just to see what the hell was going on, because we were bored as hell.
You should have bought some crack.
Yeah, we totally could have bought some crack and had a hooker, apparently.
Right. God sent you a solution and you turned it down.
You blew God's gift. So look, somebody, this is how fucked up my neighborhood is. A friend that we know, and it's a female, drops it. I immediately say, "Hey, Nippy, you dropped this," and handed it to her. Soon as she walk away, all the guys on the corner, oh, you fucked up, Joe. That was your blessing right there, Joe. You fucked up. They were mad at me for giving her money, bro.
It's what we've been raised with. People are raised to be selfish. And the selfishness creates selfishness and distrust. Those two things go together.
So what I was saying earlier, tell us the story about the guy that you had to live with you. Tell us that story about trust.
This is my life, man. You cannot fucking make this story up. Lucifer. I invited Lucifer to stay with me. It was this couple. They were both drug addicts. Lucky and Jennifer. Lucky and Jennifer together.
You mean to tell me that this didn't work out for the best?
Yes.
No.
Okay.
When this man tells me I need to trust more, my instinct is to say no, I don't.
Right.
What Sasquatch was pointing out. You've come to a conclusion based on past events, and so you listen through this filter of distrust. Okay, so it's a protection mechanism that's holding you back.
Well, it's a prediction model. It's a prediction model.
From letting crack addicts move in. That's what it's gotten up to. But go ahead.
Does that change the lessons?
A bit.
You're potentially.
Wait,
Jack, I don't want to dismiss because you're right. When you're right, you're right.
Yes. That was the whole idea, is to learn that you let a motherfucker in your crib who you have some trust for, and not a thief, because I assume most motherfuckers who out there that bad, that's part of the hustle. A lot of selling shit and stealing shit. I've learned through being around, let motherfuckers stay at my house and stealing shit. And now,
dude, you just reminded me some sick, low down, dirty, scum sucking, no name, no nut motivator stole my plunger. I was so mad. Why would you steal a plunger? Who steals a freaking
petty?
Sorry.
No, that's petty, Joe. That's like some movie dudes say she took the ice trays. Still, the nigga plunges fucks up, bro.
Hey, here, I'll jump back to the story with the drug addicts and the homeless.
Okay, wait, let me ask you a question.
My credibility.
You knew they were drug addicts and you still let them stay. Okay.
Yeah, I was warned of their behavior and their tendencies, and I still allowed them to stay. And
because you're special.
I offered to hire.
Yes, it will work this time.
Right. That is what I was trusting and believing, is that I could communicate that these guys might actually become like a real benefit in my life to helping me.
It was ego.
I offered to hire them. No, this is logic, dude. Not ego. This is logic.
Doesn't sound logical so far, but go ahead.
I actually met these people through the cleaning woman I hired. It was her daughter, and
where did you find the cleaning woman?
Online with one of those apps.
Was she advertising actually as a cleaning woman?
Yeah. No, she was she was a damn good hard worker, but she did the job hard. She made her job more hard than she had to. And I watched her do it. I should have saw the signs. Here, let me jump to the point.
Yeah, you met her and she told you about these people. In what capacity were you interested in them? Had you met them in a friendship capacity first, or was the initial meeting for hire?
The kid, if I remember right, they showed up as mom was there cleaning the kitchen.
Okay.
And
your mom or their mom?
Their mom. Okay. Their mom was cleaning the kitchen. And so I was talking with them, the daughter, I believe. And they mentioned they were going through tough times and they were living in their vehicle and they didn't know where they were going to park.
Why did they come over?
Something to do with mom.
Mom texted him. She's like, "Hey."
Could have been no, because mom was warning me. Mom was warning me, don't trust him, don't do this, don't do that. And I thought I was better than the advice I was getting. And I did. I saw red flags. I saw signs, but I didn't take them seriously.
Yeah.
And I put myself in danger. It resulted in me getting assaulted and pepper
I was just
sprayed
hoping for
in my
something got
house.
stolen. I didn't dare dream that it could be a
Oh, that-
pepper spray. And
that happened
the
too.
story.
That
Who
happened
sprayed
too.
you, police or them?
Why did he pepper spray you? He got angry at me because allegedly his reason was because I called his wife a bitch.
He said allegedly.
Did you call her bitch?
Yes, I called her a bitch. She was a bitch. And she was a fat slob. I was polite in calling her a bitch.
Oh, this is great.
I'm telling you, you can't imagine. You cannot write this fucking story I'm
Yes,
living.
you could. If you told, if you had said, "Hey, I let 2 homeless people stay at my house," even after the cleaning lady said no, I could write that.
I at least had the stereo leaping out the house and some precious items.
No,
at least that happened.
It was just all my kids' RC cars and.
Whoa. Yeah, let's get more here. Now I got questions. When you guys actually fell out, it was for them nicking shit from around the crib?
No.
That was my assumption. I'm an idiot. What was it?
They weren't communicating with me.
Whoa! So you bothersome nigga? What that mean?
Well, they moved into my house, and I was being very gracious, very generous, very kind, and I felt I was receiving no respect.
No. You said communicating now. If you said respect,
They were avoiding having conversations with me because
they didn't know they covered contracted for friendship, did they?
They did not know that. But I was honest about offering my friendship.
No, this is horrible. Oh fuck.
Holy shit. See, you call things out very well. You are gifted and you do use what you've learned. But there's many people. You work on you first. And then you'll see all the others, man. Holy cows.
Oh, that's so fucking funny. I'm spoiled. I want to see video now. I'm so spoiled. Now I want to see, video of nigga getting pepper sprayed. Fuck you, you fat bitch. Psh.
Of what? Of him getting pepper sprayed? We all want to see that.
I want to see the hotel above.
I would love to see that. Actually, no offense, but like that would be really funny.
I got photos.
I've been pepper sprayed. Did they get you directly in the eye?
Fuck
That's great.
See, I've never been hit right in the eye.
Yeah, you can't show Jack. I don't know if you're this silly or not, but you couldn't show that. Even if you wanted to show us, you couldn't just put the shit on the internet. You're not, you seem to be just totally oblivious to what motherfuckers can do when you give them a little shit. It's like that clip with Direct D talking about sticking shit up his ass. You see how many people are playing that clip now because he left that hanging out.
Oh, are they? Is that clip going around?
Oh man, I see it everywhere. Not yours. Everyone has their version. Not yours. Everyone has a version of him saying that shit though. I mean, it blew up. It blew up before I ever even saw it over here. I'd seen it 6 times.
Here, we kind of got diverted though regarding judging.
Yeah, I think the story,
the credibility.
I think, yeah. Go ahead.
Well,
if not, continue. But yeah.
I can assure you, I learned many lessons from those mistakes.
Not to just trust niggas, to be more like Flo.
No, to be wise, but to still be trusting.
Does that mean less trusting?
I gained more trust in myself as I looked at the lessons.
And more in yourself, less in other people.
No. Well, the two go together. The two go together.
I know they do.
Your distrust of others is because of a distrust in you.
No.
Yes.
No, it was the exact opposite. You learn to trust yourself and your judgment more, and it's not so distrusting. No, now when I don't let one of my best friends, he is thief and steal from every motherfucker. I was running to the store one day at the end of the block, and I made him wait outside and locked him outside my house. He thought I was being really mean by doing that shit. I'm like, nigga, you steal from everybody else. I'm not special, and I that's what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Fuck that. That's, I don't know. That doesn't make me a distrusting. You did wrong. You should have left him in the house, Joe, or else you don't trust people. Fuck that. That don't make no sense.
Joe, if you grow faith in God, what is the reason of distrust?
So you don't get robbed.
Or pepper sprayed.
Pepper sprayed.
God gave you a brain, right?
You think you can prevent?
Yes.
I prevented it that day by not letting him in my house while I was not present.
All right.
That's just logical. I'm not saying no heavy shit, right?
What is the other side though is what is being denied when we exercise distrust? What is being missed? I start to wonder, what am I missing by pushing people away?
I'm trying to think. Wait. See, that's not you're pushing shit into there. I told you he was one of my best friends. I didn't push him away. I didn't trust him that he wouldn't steal from my house that I shared with my family. So, but we were best friends. I ran the street with him every day. You know how I know? Because I did crime with that nigga every day. I know he was a thief.
It does. Look, if you
Joe, you're saying you are saying the most true thing on earth. You are not saying you trust a man. You are saying you trust a man to be himself.
Yes, I like it. Yeah.
All right.
I trust that. I got all that trust.
People can. I'm not saying you specifically, because you do have a level of awareness to you that I've been noticing. It's different. It stands out than others.
Can I cut you off?
Please.
Flo, I know you didn't. You probably, I don't know. If you saw a debate over Sarah's today, it was about should women be in the modern society or some bullshit, modern women roles or something. But you would have absolutely crushed them. Their arguments were just fucking. It was like 3-4. Oh man, I was just missing you, man. You should have been over there, hopped over there and crushed them motherfuckers, man. And
who was crushing?
I wish nobody. I was like, you would crush these motherfuckers before breakfast, before, this is, oh my God. The arguments are so fucking horrible. They're talking about women in the military, and it was felt like basic shit to me. And I wish you was over there. I guess I didn't mean to interrupt and say that.
Yeah, I did not. I only caught a little bit of it, but I had to.
Yeah, it was like
I woke up at the crack of 3:30 this afternoon. I had to, just right at the time when I had other things going.
Yeah, let me rephrase what I said. Now I think I know how to say it better. Okay. I think at that moment I felt like I'd been taking you for granted and your skills and shit like that. I think I was coming to a realization. Oh man, I've been taking dude for granted. He's got skills or something. It was one along those lines.
That's a symptom I've seen in you too, brother. Your distrust. It causes you to underestimate people.
Talk to me.
You underestimated me.
Keep going. Keep going. That was funny as fuck.
I would be lying if I said I hadn't seen it coming. The second that question came up,
I walked right into that one.
I'm telling you.
Go ahead, though. Go ahead. You meant something specific. Go ahead.
Well,
I missed out on something because I didn't trust you. Go ahead. Or something along those lines is where I think you're going.
Yeah, it is.
I'm listening.
Well, I've been learning these observations on distrust and how people push people away through my own direct experience. People have found a lot of reasons to distrust me.
I understand.
And it's because they underestimated.
I'd leave you in my house, Jack, but I wouldn't let you direct the group of 7 men with the battle plan. You know, one way I trust you, but I don't totally distrust you, motherfucker.
You haven't seen my wins in battle. I have.
But I know they exist, so you could not be arrogant without a host of fucking victories at some point in the past.
No, yes, you can. You still can, but I don't think he is in that way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. What I just recognized, though, something for you to pay attention to. You're right 98% of the time. So what? Okay. When we're wrong, we're wrong. Mm-hmm. And if we don't allow ourselves the possibility of being wrong, we establish these habits.
I'm actually okay with being wrong. Like, I don't, it doesn't bother me. It's breakage, right?
Yeah. It's growing up.
I'm actually really forgiving of myself.
Being wrong.
Trust.
Being wrong is the second step to learning. The first step is to actually be aware of the subject in the first place. The second step is to jump to a conclusion that is incorrect and then be corrected by facts and evidence.
That's beautiful.
That actually is kind of how I operate. Like, and that's a learning process, right? Just choosing a thing, and then if I'm wrong, I'll learn it that way.
Yeah.
Okay. So here, I'm gonna put Jack in the spotlight again, and it's to target as well. I get this. Regarding the underestimating, and the missed opportunities, the use of time. Literally, I don't know how to make it happen. I don't know how it will succeed, but I feel in my heart we have a chance to end wars. And
well, I don't think anyone would disagree with that. There's a chance to do it. We'd agree. I don't think that Jack is the guy, though, who's going to pull it off by whispering in some evil fuck's ear. I just don't have no confidence.
He misunderstood you and underestimated you.
Yes, obviously. I have no confidence in those dudes, man. I don't give a fuck what magic words you speak. I think these are the most evil niggas on the planet, and I don't think there are magic words that exist. It ain't just you. I couldn't say nothing in their ear. I don't believe you could either.
What if God brought you to them?
Then I do whatever the fuck he said, but I don't think that's the case with you.
Why?
Because you haven't said so. And if you do, I'm going to fucking call you a megalomaniac.
Well, I know how it sounds, but I can explain these conclusions.
And when say the words out loud, make my night.
When I get to Washington, D.C., I can clearly and confidently state God has brought me there.
My ass. Has he done it now? Has he sent you right now?
God is love. Love is bringing me to Washington, D.C.
Love. You're not going to say it. You ain't crazy, motherfucker. I was talking about, because you said, what if God told me to do a thing? If you told me it was for loving woo-woo shit.
I said, what if God brought you to that opportunity?
Well, I'd have to know
what for us to know that, right? If you believe in God, then you know that he did. And if you don't believe in God, then it doesn't matter, right? It's just all in your perception, how you choose to see it.
What we believe doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Unless it's wrong.
What? Explain it to me. Help me. This is great.
You're up.
We live in this realm, this paradox of life, not life. It is not real.
Let me talk to Rocco.
Yeah, I like it, Jack. I see.
Undocumented criminality. I left a comment on one of your videos. Shoot me an email. My email is on the About tab of the channel. Okay, that's all.
Yeah. Sweet. See?
What?
You gotta tell it, man.
Hey, Jack.
No, your mind. You're paying attention to a lot of different aspects. I'm paying attention to you, and you're paying attention to a lot of things.
I think you say it's only important when you're wrong. You might have said you're only right when you're wrong or whatever, but I do see a line down there in that when you're wrong is when you learn a lot of shit. So in a way, it still makes it right. If that's one way of hanging out there.
And I think that's the greater picture. We live in this infinite realm where all things can be right, all things can be true, and yet all things can be false.
You guys are giving me brain rot. Thank you, Sasquatch, for the raid, and welcome to my channel. I don't know what do you call them, Sasquatchian?
Holics, sir. Squatchaholics.
Squatchaholics.
Right.
There's a $20 interest fee. We've gotten all your credit card information on your way over here in the door, and there's a $20 fee that will be deducted to be over here at Flow States. It's mandatory when you push that button.
So I have, let's see, I also sent the link. Lindsay's the other person I sent the link to, who I thought would have some criticisms. She's done it before.
Yes, that would have been great.
I know, and I texted it to both of you. And she responded. She said, "I can't click it unless you email." So I emailed it.
No.
Mr. Pie was crying and bitching for it. He's not here. Uncle Fatty was messaging me for it. He's not here.
Lynn's still here. I found a way around that shit. I've been in Lindsay's place.
Oh, I sent an email anyway, so it don't matter. Anyways, the point of this is to say that I've also posted the link. Okay, here's Fatty. I just started bitching. Here's Fatty. I also posted the link to my club owner tier members on YouTube or on Ko-fi. And I'll probably do it public shortly, but not guaranteed. Fatty, I think, has some thoughts. Welcome, Fatty. Responses, criticisms.
Feel free, Fatty, as many as you can come up with, because we've been slow.
Anyway, because it turns out that I'm basically perfect. I don't trust people, but look, me not trusting is not my flaw. It's you guys' flaw. If you guys didn't suck so much, I would trust you more.
Thanks, Paul.
It means that you can get the link for sure if you become a club owner to your member, and also for sure you cannot get the link right now, but you might be able to get it later.
I know Fatty just got here, but let me please, because we don't want to inflate his ego. Joe, you've missed kind of the point for a lot of the stream, man.
All right.
It happens.
I don't know how to critique dude. Flo is like a big brother to me, even though he's younger, right? I need stoic motherfuckers. That's probably why I gravitate to dude, man. I don't have a lot of criticisms with this dude.
I want to let Fatty.
Now, Fatty, on the other hand, I got a lot of criticisms. Criticisms.
How's my mom doing tonight? She need anything? I need to bring home some milk later? Or?
That's the first criticism. Right there. Cannot believe she raised such a bad kid.
I'm telling you.
All right, Fatty. I didn't really read your whole message. I just saw that it was there. So take it away. Who are you criticizing? Me, him?
No criticisms. Just observations.
Okay.
You know, but I mean, main thing. Really, like a question of like, you know, how do you guys as creators, as platform operators, deal with the different dynamics of the different people that come and go and the different roles that those people play? You know,
we can say that they both deal with them very differently, for sure, right?
Sure. I mean, I very carefully would be the answer.
No, yeah, differently.
You know, but you have to be in a certain
headspace.
It's like you guys have both said this. When you click the live button, there's something that happens. It's a totally different. You're in a different world. You're in a different paradigm. Whatever it is.
Yeah.
You got, people like me, people like you. Some folks come and go, some folks do. Some you care about, some you don't. But you still kind of have to maintain an open.
That's just different from going over my man's house. It's always like 20 niggas over there sleeping on the couch. How is this different?
It's fairly similar, but if you don't trust anybody, then it's pretty easy because you got a standard way to operate.
Yeah, I mean, I don't sit at the home and say you got to get up for it, Joe, to go over your man's house because you're going to meet all these different people. I'm not sure what you're saying is a thing right now, Fatty. I'm sorry.
how do you
I get what Joe's saying.
how do you you've got to label folks and kind of categorize folks in different things, but as a panelist, I'm playing a role, right? What role am I playing of the 100 roles that can be played?
Is that true?
As the creator, do you define that as somebody that could really give a fuck less? Like you asked the question, Jack, earlier, how to deal with people that really don't want to hear what you have to say.
That was dope.
And it was kind of brought back to you that maybe they just don't agree with you, but really they don't want to hear what you have to say. They just want to be the contradictory, the
contrarian,
the thorn in your side. The person that obsesses about a guy like Jack and spends their whole life, literally their whole life, like worrying about what Jack does and all their content, their whole life revolves around this man.
Right.
And that's a very toxic parasocial relationship. But it's not parasocial really, because there is a dynamic. You are feeding the troll. And you have to feed the troll. Just acknowledging the troll sometimes is all they want. So how do you
90% of the time? Badly. One of them balances it badly. One of them balances it well.
Very delicately, but there's a
question in there. Was there a question in there?
I think it was
how do you not want to just do your like?
I like interacting with people.
How do you keep going? I know there's certain gratification in like watching Tommy explode because you guys are together, and he's so jealous that he can't handle that you guys are shooken hands in physical form.
You met Tommy too?
Yeah.
Recently or in the past?
I mean, even just this evening, he's been flipping out for 2 hours.
Wait,
just
recently, Jack.
No, in person, no, I've not.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm the first one to do the IRL Talcott content. I'm not the first.
Yep.
That's funny.
That's right. There were others. Holy crap, man.
But there's a fine line between putting yourself out there to be kicked in the nuts nonstop and realizing that you're doing it. So it's.
Hey, let me try and answer your question, because you answered it, and you're right. You've got some pretty simple rules that you apply.
Well, I'm not even sure if I get the question entirely, so maybe you answer it. Like, how do you do it? I don't know. I don't know.
What's the expectation? Right. How do you manage it? Is what's your expectation? Because I think Flo is really good at communicating those expectations without saying this is the expectation. Sometimes on Jack's platform, at least in the past, there's been tendency for no clear defined expectation or guardrail or boundary until people cross said boundary, and then it's like a thing.
Yeah, I don't have any issue making clear, direct claims or standards or telling people what to do. I understand, and I don't think Jack likes to do that. A lot of people don't like to be like, hey, I need you to come up, like the post I put with the link for the club members says, come up here with a specific criticism. Campers will be dealt with, right? That's direct. It's to the point. It feels rude to a lot of people to say that shit, but it's easier on both sides because I've communicated clearly and the message has been received clearly, so people aren't coming up here confused, right?
Right.
Great example of a defined expectation without saying this is the expectation. That's what communication is. Everything we do.
He's probably said it a bunch of times too, right? He'll single a motherfucker out, tell him what he expects, and punish him. He does both. Communicates with them verbally and sets a standard. You know what's going to happen if you do this.
I don't bother to communicate a standard or an expectation or a demand unless I have recourse.
And defining the boundary and the consequence.
Jack, you can learn that lesson, right? If you understood what he just said.
This is where I've been hoping to jump in. It's one of the benefits I've been learning. You've got a way of being direct, having the direct conversations. And speaking of, Lindsay does that as well. She's very good about having those uncomfortable conversations and the direct questions. So
yeah, I thought you had I saw your comments on NPC's stream, and I thought that they were good criticisms and well stated. By the way,
Thank you.
not you.
Which one of us?
You.
It was
You, and that was it. You, Lindsay.
Yeah.
Oh,
Welcome.
cool. Hi, everybody. I was having some technical difficulties. Sorry I didn't come on here sooner, but I will listen and chime in.
All right.
Wonderful.
We're keep in mind that we're coming up with criticisms of flow. We're doing a little life coaching tonight, so throw that around the back.
They're having trouble figuring out criticisms of me.
That's not entirely true. We're just being we're being very kind and polite, and maybe Lindsay will help us. Lindsay and Fatty will help us be more direct.
And thank you, Billy Wayne
Yes.
Norwood, for the super sticker.
And I want to point out too, the target is on Flow, but for just a small cost, you know, a donation, you can flip the script, and we'll turn everybody to interrogate me.
Yeah,
or
if you look at the ticker, see, I thought that there would be more shots being fired at me over here.
Well, don't give up hope yet. My hope lays with Lindsay. You got
maybe Joe won't get attacked. I'll be safe.
Joe, you missed the point.
Unlike
dude.
Joe,
can't find anything wrong with me either.
That's the problem.
The point is, I was grifting.
Sasquatch had he was trying to grift. Look, if you have a criticism and you're not up here, if you have a criticism that you want us, the panel, to address, and me or Jack, really anybody, honestly, send it in with $20. See right down there in the ticker, and you can basically forget the reverse part because it's just sort of all over the place.
Yes, I know that's Billy the Kid Norwood. Yes, I know Billy and Flo. That nigga will bomb you in a heartbeat. I am not suggesting anything in particular.
No matter what, you can pay. Worth his time.
It is. It is.
Here, even if it's free.
Conflict resolution is something that I've been thinking about this past hour, just listening. That by managing those expectations, by putting those, having those uncomfortable conversations, right? That is what resolves a conflict. Sometimes there's not. Sometimes there's a bias from the one receiving criticism to just completely just blow off anybody else's ideas and just justify and rationalize our situations and our actions. You talk a lot about projection.
He's being kind. He is still trying to be kind.
Are you I don't know. You're gonna have to just ask the question point blank or say the thing. I can't have you talking like him.
He's right.
I think there's situations where conflict could be managed better by.
Are you talking to Flo or Jack? Because
both.
I'm not sure.
Both.
No, because both don't apply for both. Please stop it.
Can I bring us back to
one?
No, hold on. We're trying to get this out of Fatty. Fatty, extract the question and tell it to us like you're being mean or like we're dumb.
Be direct.
I don't think Jack likes the mean method, though. Right? Are we doing Joe and Flo? Are we doing Jack and Flo?
Very good point.
Well, so originally the idea was that he was going to life coach me.
Right.
But I don't know what issues I need to have life coached out of me, and nobody else does. So I think Fatty is trying to offer me something that could be but the kid gloves are just making it hard to see the ball.
Yes. He's acting like it applies to anybody.
It's difficult to see past what we want to see and what we want to get out of a situation when we're in that criticism phase, right? When somebody's pushing us, we go straight to denial and rationalize and justify fight or flight. That cycle just isn't. It's just a natural everyday cycle, right? How do you get past your own bias of what you want to find in something?
Do you agree, Lindsay, that Flo immediately goes to denial?
And Flo in particular, probably more so. I mean, I wasn't steadily thinking about it, so just having you ask me, I would say more so than not, but not as much from men as from women.
Oh, I knew I could count on you, Joe.
For some reason, Well, I don't want to interrupt Fatty and his flow.
Oh no, you're doing well. Fuck that.
You asked
Go
me a
ahead.
question, and maybe I'll
Continue.
get back to it and let Fatty continue.
No. You are on a roll there. Something about flow being harder on women. That's the criticism we found.
He's easier on women in some ways and harder on them in other ways. If he has this kind of, I don't know what it is, like alpha male type of thing or something, maybe, where he sees men on some things more as an equal. Therefore, he'll say, "Oh, I'll get your point." Yeah, at a criticism or something, he'll say, "I see where you're coming from."
Oh, he doesn't accept criticism from women.
If it comes from me or another woman, he'll kind of make it.
See, I could have never noticed that being
and at least entertain the situation.
I'm
and,
sure
and not
6
just
more
take it as
women will hop up here and say that too. Would hop up here and agree with you. I could certainly see Cynthia hopping her ass up here saying that.
He'll be more likely to say, and here's why.
Let's see what he thinks.
I think that she's probably kind of right.
Yeah.
I don't know that I do always like every criticism is filtered through conflict of interest. And I think it's more to the individual. It could be by sex, but I suspect that it's really more to the individual. And I'm weeding out criticisms that look like they have conflict of interest. Like when you criticize somebody about not understanding you, I can weed that criticism straight out because obviously it's in your best interest. That's a self-serving criticism, right?
You go into the logical thing, what you're doing right now, which is good. It's good to analyze it and consider the source. And what Fatty was kind of saying is, how much do we know it comes from the person and the person's experience, and how much do we know is really honest, good feedback? And you and I have history, Flo. I mean, we've had a lot of contention in the past, and I've done things that disappointed you and vice versa. So you may be less likely to trust me, but
and quicker to not believe something you say, even if
Right.
it's good advice.
Right.
She's got a line of logic that's absolutely working.
She does have a line of logic.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I also can't help but recognize that there's a self-serving component to it.
You were right too.
All right, conflict of interest. You brought that up. You're viewing it through a standard that you've learned and identified. And I don't have that picture.
Okay, do you know a conflict of interest arises when somebody has two conflicting interests? So for instance, Lindsay says what an issue with Flo is that he doesn't trust women. But
that's not what I said.
That's definitely the short version.
It's
But
a paraphrase.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to use. Yeah, that's not what you said. I'm just trying to use.
No,
it.
when there's okay, well, it's going to drive me crazy if I can't make myself clear.
Go ahead, make your correction.
Okay, I don't think it's necessarily that you don't trust women. It's that you are more willing to acquiesce to a man's criticism, whereas a woman you'll give a little pushback because I don't know if you realize it or not, but you kind of do the thumbs down thing a little bit, like where no, that's not true, and here's why. Whereas with a man, maybe it's because you see them more on an equal level intellectually. I don't know why it is, but you're more likely to have contention with what they say or fight back a little bit. Like, well, no, I don't agree because I such and such and such. But I watched you the other day. Who was it? Okay, it was NPC. He's not here, so I got to tread lightly. But I noticed a difference in the way you spoke with him and the respect level and how you automatically accepted and did not fight against his accusations versus maybe somebody like myself. I would have to speak on my own behalf because I can't speak for Snow or any other females that might be here. I can't see them right now, so I don't know. But I just noticed that you seem.
Have you noticed places besides NPC? Because I handle him softer because honestly I don't know him that well. And he does seem touchy.
I mean, he also
yeah, or however, like he doesn't like that
you
shit.
would put it.
Either way.
I've pushed him.
Right?
I don't know
Like
if touchy is a good word. I've pushed him and
anyway.
But you perceive me as touchy too, or sensitive, right?
Well, you are touchy.
You're familiar, sort of touchy though. I'm familiar with you more than I am with him.
Wait, before I leave.
Let me finish the conflict of interest point. Okay, so if you tell me that that a flaw is that I've misjudged you, the conflict is, are you giving me critical advice or are you self-serving? Because either way, even if what you tell me could be entirely untrue, but it still serves your interest if I believe it.
Okay, but your filter is still based on your imagination.
Do you think that are you more likely to look at the situation if I say something to you that's feedback-ish versus maybe Jack or any other guy on this panel?
I'm most likely to receive criticism if there's not if it's not accompanied with some sort of self-service, right?
Okay, so you obviously think that. See, then it's making it about me. You obviously think I have a self-interest, self-service interest, whatever that is.
I think you made that clear.
Yeah, if I take your what you just said and then correct it, and now I'm more accepting of what women say, that directly benefits you. So I'm not writing it off. I'm just saying, like.
Are you thinking that I'm trying to lead you some certain way? Like, so I can go nail you.
I haven't thought about it even that far ahead. All I do is recognize that there's a self-serving component here, and it's noted. Right?
Do you think Linz is biased? I think that'd have been a better question for her to ask. Do you think she's biased?
Yeah, I clearly see that. Yeah.
I get it.
Everyone's biased.
Yes, everyone is biased. The idea of the gender, I actually haven't picked that up, to be honest. Okay, but Lindsay clearly has a different experience. And
Fatty, you're a woman. What do you see?
I think he's more likely to take a little criticism from a lady than he is a guy, especially. And there's more of a not a bias, but there's always a trying to figure out the intent, right? Why is somebody saying what they're saying? What is their ultimate gain, right? What is their, when that assumption of, my assumption of what somebody says to me and the way I take things that people will say to me, 90% of the time, typically, is going to be taken out of context. It's because my assumptions are going to get the better of me. And,
right, I understand.
Clear communication takes a lot of fucking words, right? It takes a lot of explanations and nuance and whatever the fuck it is. But just, even if when I make a random blanket statement in chat, especially when you can't tell the tone of voice, you can't tell the point of view, whatever it is, that, yeah, I'm a fence sitter. I like to just try to remain neutral on the emotional side of things and look at the breakdown of the tactics and the mechanisms that are being used and the overall paradigm of the relationship dynamic, not just how I feel about it. So when I say something like, whatever the fuck it was the other day about the parasocial thing, that sometimes I think, Jack, you have more of a tendency to be neutral on that, where Flo has the kind of, why the fuck is this person saying this
Holy
on
cow,
every.
He named names I didn't think was going to happen tonight. Holy cow, we know who he's talking to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know.
I have no agenda.
It took a long time to get there. Okay, I jumped to conclusions about people's intentions.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is what Sasquatch said also.
And there's another.
It's Lindsay's.
Fatty's saying that, Linz is saying it in so many words.
There's another aspect to the gender difference that this thought came to my mind, and I wonder if it's generically with men. We don't want women to be in a leading role in our relationship because that's our place. We are the leader. And if I'm receiving criticism from someone who's not a leader of me, it's real easy to dismiss.
I don't think I'm guilty of that in the slightest. In fact, I seek women just as hard. I try to put them together just as hard. I don't think I'd be looking at criticisms.
Yeah. Major pause.
Major pause. I don't know.
Flo, but
Huh?
one quickie question. Why would you invite me on this panel if you think I'm completely biased and have a self-interest?
I don't. I mean, everybody has that in their advice, right? If Fatty had said you are too nice to women, I would have done the same thing, right?
Devalue.
Right.
If-
So it's not you specifically. Everybody's biased. It's just what specific bias.
If I had said
I'm not even writing off your criticism at all either. I'm just saying like that is a metric I filter it through.
if I said the same black
You were
people,
wrong.
I'm wrong.
You were wrong. I absolutely did not come in here with a bias. Well, excuse me. Okay, I see your point that everybody has a bias,
Everyone
whether
has
they
it.
want to or not. But I
Yes.
absolutely did not come in here with an agenda. Like, oh, this is going to be my opportunity to.
No, he didn't say all that.
Yeah, and I don't
Jack.
even think it honestly doesn't even have to be intentional.
No,
It doesn't even have to be intentional. But
I
people notice the
understand.
things that affect them more than things that don't affect them.
I
Yes.
understand. Flo.
Yes.
Yeah, the bias. I
And
understand.
Lindsay,
Yes.
I think you were invited because of your ability to communicate. Because of your ability, because
I
maybe it was a sign of
actually
respect.
trust your ability to be unbiased more than most people's.
Yeah.
Agreed.
That's
You're
cool.
known for that shit. Yes, you don't hold back.
For sure.
It was a sign of respect, in my opinion. And
Well, thank you.
it kind of counters your perhaps your past impression, right? Because I think you're right. Fatty pointed it out too, that maybe you do receive, regardless of gender, you receive the advice, but how much weight you give it is, it's dependent on who it is.
You think it's dependent upon sex, Jack? How much weight Flo gives it? Is it dependent upon sex?
Well, you mean you, as in all of us, right? And how we receive advice, we're going to receive it differently when it comes from a woman than from a man, and based on your whole past history, your trust, your experiences, everything. The fact that you may think men are wiser than women.
I think they are in general. Yeah.
I had to face a lot of my mommy issues, which was resentment towards women. I carried resentment and distrust. I used those two things as my excuse. But I've been blessed. I've been part of my influence. Some amazing women have truly inspired and influenced me in my education and my personal development.
I think I trust women more than men, actually. It may not be obvious, but I think I do.
That was the other thing. It might just be the appearance of how you're receiving it. Sorry, Fatty, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Men just have a natural thing that when we're criticized by men, it's an attack. When we're criticized by women, it's advice.
It does seem to be something there.
I don't know, man.
Women immediately go to, oh, you're like that with all women.
If you're, each one of you, question, if you're asking for a relationship advice, are you go to a man or a woman?
I think
I don't know. Was that me?
if I'm going, I think I'm going to go to a woman. I think I know what a man would say. I think Flo would say the same thoughts I have about this shit. It wouldn't be beneficial going to him. I think I go to a woman, not because I believe you and trust what's going to come out of your mouth by no sake. It'd be because I think I could learn something about it.
I'm looking for information I don't have.
Yeah.
So I go to a woman. Honestly, I probably wouldn't go to anyone at all because
this is true, right? It's just don't talk about relationship to
That is
nobody.
true, huh?
For real, yeah.
What about you, Jack?
I'd go to somebody who's educated in it.
Which is
Doesn't matter the gender. You have a preference?
yeah. Is that
Somebody,
the bartender?
I mean, I spent 4.5 hours earlier tonight doing marriage counseling for a couple that I'm going to marry on the 4th of July weekend.
Oh, congrats, you're getting married.
Are they dogs?
No, this was a male couple. We're doing 3 weddings on the same day. It's all a group of folks, and it's going to be fucking amazing. But we were going over the sound relationship house theory in the Gottman Institute. Letting your partner influence you, finding solvable problems and and recognizing solvable problems compared to perpetual conflicts, and being able to communicate with your partner on the level of conflict resolution, on defining what the expectation is.
Good advice, Fatty.
You know, so this plays into all of life, that we always feel attacked. Even when we're getting constructive criticism, it's easy to feel attacked, right? And setting that time aside in a relationship and saying, hey, look, if I come to you, realize that I'm coming to you not to attack you. I know you're going to feel that way, but having that dynamic built within a transactional relationship is, it's all about communication. And I think both of you guys are great communicators on your own individual platforms.
We're talking about, okay, these two now, Jack.
Definitely have a tendency to take criticism from a man, especially, as an attack, and from a woman, maybe from a softer point of view or a softer way of receiving the information that actually kind of hits home. And
actually, I think that, yes, Fatty, you got good criticisms. If you could just get to them finally.
And say who they against. I thought he was talking about Lindsay.
I think it's me, right? Was it me?
That's exactly right. See, I was trying to be very vague because everybody's going to receive the information in their own way, right? So it doesn't matter who I'm talking about.
So you're saying you're just throwing out rune sticks and you're letting us pick our own shit out of it?
Right.
Okay, so Flo wants us to be mean, but the thing is, you have to allow people to be themselves too. And Fatty delivers diplomacy. That's his natural thing,
Okay, valid point.
I don't mind pushing them to be direct. I don't mind. Somebody's got to
sit on a tall fence and carry a fucking long broom.
Okay, criticism. I'm trying to think because I know you want. I know it's like, right. Have you ever written a paper or you've accomplished or composed something or had done a piece of art and someone just says, "Oh, that's good," and then you just feel kind of unsatisfied because they won't give you any specifics. Like, why is it good or why does it suck? Just go ahead and hurt my feelings because I want.
Wait. I'm sorry, but I've felt like, oh wow, I wish they'd have gave me more, and it leaves you unsatisfied. But yeah, I wouldn't cross the line to you're being disrespectful. Why don't you just go ahead and hurt my feelings? Now I'm being sensitive.
Okay, well, let me be more specific. If you have a problem with that in writing groups, that's what you're there for. They're brutal. You get 4 or 5 people. You've written something. You put your heart into it, and it's just missing something. You don't know what it is, and they point out everything you're missing, and you got to start almost write the whole thing over again or whatever it is. Or they'll say, "Hey, your metaphor right here sucks. It's too trite."
And you're thinking that's a negative, yeah?
Well, it's good feedback because it's detailed, but it may hurt your feelings because you disagree or you poured your heart into the paper or essay or whatever it was.
Okay.
But they're actually doing you a favor by telling you something really sucked and they don't want to hear it. My life is like a rose because I want to have these petals that are beautiful, but the thorns are hurting so bad and they're bleeding. Come on, we've all heard that metaphor. It sucks. Someone needs to tell you, right?
Life is a bed of roses. Got to watch out for the pricks.
Yeah. Okay, so your poll was.
Oh yeah, my poll. I forgot about it.
Can you refresh my memory on what the question was? Because I had specific feedback for you on that poll. Because I thought about it.
It said, is Jack right about Dusty spending too much energy pursuing money?
Yeah, I was going to go off of that unless you wanted to go over the poll results first.
Oh, it's 69% said yes, and the rest said no. But I can't help but notice when I put up that poll, y'all motherfuckers stopped donating.
That makes perfect sense.
I can't believe I did that. I was so stupid.
Just get to the money part, all right? Just get the money part done.
Give me money. Money me. Money now. Me a money needing a lot now.
Okay. Good reminder. Right, at first I thought no, because I was thinking this kumbaya kind of thing, like Now, don't jump to conclusions. Don't, everybody has different priorities. There's that Myers-Briggs personality type test where the offset is, hey, everybody has these different priorities, and that's why person A would be good for this job and person B would not at all.
All right.
And so I was thinking flow is flow, and it's not right to have one, or wrong to have a priority over another, even if it is something I deem to be selfish, like money, to have that as a priority. That's my own, projecting my own values onto someone else. And that was my first reaction.
Right.
And then I thought, okay, wait, I want to think about this harder. Not so easy, because what is the thing when he's asking about money that bugs me? What is it really? It's not necessarily about ethics overall, or that I disagree, or that my priority is being as genuine as you can. What it was I thought that he put money over friends. Okay. And then he will, if you say something like that, he'll say, well, we're not friends. We're just internet, internet acquaintances or whatever. And so that's kind of cope, like it will kind of allow him to say, hey, I did you kind of dirty because I got $50 out of it. It doesn't mean anything, shrug it off, whatever. And I can, but maybe somebody else would get pissed off and get hurt. But
sounds like you got hurt a little bit.
Me?
Yeah, it sounds like maybe
at one time.
Sounds like Flo might be right with your bias and your take here.
Well, I could give him the sincere answer, or I could give him the one he wants.
Well, and no one's interested in you just praising him.
I mean, we could praise me. We could turn this into a praise service.
Sure, we could. There's a lot of good stuff about you. We could. You asked me to hurt you.
I know. It was just. I didn't say hurt me. I said, this is my life coach here, and he can't figure out the problem with it. He needs help.
I told you, you're not listening to me.
That could be a criticism.
Need to borrow my horse bridle?
What?
Hey, no horse bridle. I wanted to point something out. I think it was Lindsay. There was feedback offered, and you consider it, or it went the other way. I've witnessed you have the tendency to be very reasonable, and that's admirable. You as well, Lindsay. So many of us do. So why the hell do we spend so much time with arguments?
They're fun.
God, they're not as much fun as you think.
I don't think there's much argument as you think. You think that.
Oh, wow.
You think the back and forth in general is arguing.
Okay.
Other motherfuckers might think you're just talking and hashing shit out. So the big category I would take out of arguing. I don't even think it's arguing most of the time. We don't spend a lot of time arguing. I'm aware of when people are doing that, they're probably talking over each other and calling each other's names. That's not the majority of what we're doing. We're not arguing. You agree? You understand? I mean, we're not.
I agree with you. Yeah. You and me, Joe, operate with the same combative speaking style, right? That's how my whole family was.
That's why you enable each other. You're codependent.
Jack, you think this is an argument?
I like it, Jack.
You think we're arguing?
It's funny.
Oh, that's.
I'm gonna smoke a cigarette. I'm listening.
That's a huge thing with this online thing. Is you've got debate, you've got conversation, you've got heated arguments, you've got light heated. There's such a dynamic of different types of conversation happening, and everyone coming into a room or into a platform with a different goal within that conversation. A lot of people only come online just to debate, period. Mm-hmm. Some people come on for insight. Some people come on to be part of or to just receive, so there's no defined expectation there.
So I think contention is natural. What's not natural is we have to learn how to fight with each other. And when I say fight, I'm using it in loose terms. We have to learn to disagree. You can
Yes.
respectfully, or you can call someone an asshole and this and that. We get so passionate about stuff that we often do that, and then it becomes unfun because there's
I
ad
think
homs and personal attacks.
I think, Lens, we have to be, and to be more particular, we have to get used to people having an opinion about us, one that we don't agree with. That is the most what a serious contention comes with. Like if I tell you, you know, I think you're a whore, and God knows I don't think no shit like that. But if I tell you that, you have to be content and allow me my opinion. You can bounce back, and I disagree with you, Joe, and all of that shit. But at the end of the day, you have to be. Well, that guy's have his own opinion. I'm okay with that. It is not a personal attack on me. I don't have to make videos about him and call him out and shit. He has an opinion about
Yeah,
me.
and I could even see how you could think so too. That would just humor me. It wouldn't.
If I thought you were slutty, you talking about? Nothing has ever would have ever given me that indicate. No group of guys is running around talking about I bang Lens or something. Nothing would ever lead me to think that.
Well, I hear new rumors online that not only is Joe Cool dating my mom, but also Joshua Jones's sister.
That's why I say Joe Cool is the whore, not Lindsay.
I mean, come on, man, whore.
That's right.
Yeah. Hey, I want to swing it back to the conversation that Fatty was bringing up. Generically, how do you deal with the different people and all the different views and all the different behaviors? Well, what I've learned is we deal with each other differently. And Flow State clearly deals with the panel and the guests and the topics differently than I do. And you kind of pointed some of that out, Fatty. I've been learning.
Look at the roles, Jack. Like, you know, the critic. You know, the critic is definitely a role that everyone plays as a panelist, as a chatter,
yeah,
as a host, even. But like the fan, the hater, the algorithmist, the collaborator, the industry insider, the gatekeeper, the shadow follower, the opportunist, the archivist who doesn't even fucking interact with the information. He just archives it and puts it out there for other people to consume, right? But in a biased way.
Of course.
You know,
I
like
thought about this.
There's so many different ways of like the trendsetter, right? The loyalist, the copycat,
the shadow follower,
the nostalgic, right? I mean, there's so many different roles that are being played, and this is what parasocial, bisocial relationship is about, recognizing roles, you know, and when we go through life trying to classify each other as a certain type of person, or trying to always identify what that role is, we're kind of going in with a jaded outlook. Right. And we're going to see everything through that jaded lens and receive it as only those are critics.
Yes.
You know, compared to just kind of letting all that shit go. Like, I think, Jack, you have a really fucking good way of just saying, like, let all that shit go and just let shit be, and it will be good. And there is so much fucking good in this life.
Or it will be bad, and that's okay.
You know, it's brain chemicals too. You know, we're controlled by shit that we're not in control of. Jack, I know you could recognize this. It's the barrel of Tootsie Rolls outside of the candy shop that's there for one reason:
to steal.
For people to it's
to become stale.
Purposely so that we can go to that barrel and get our little dopamine hit and little oxytocin hit. Right? Love and hate are the same drug. Okay, love and hate or oxytocin. Okay, that's the bonding. We are peer bonding and trauma bonding through all of these conversations. We're creating the trauma and bonding over it.
You're right.
And that Tootsie
We're talking
Roll
about different brain chemistry and different, brain chemicals. Like positive things give you a high, but it's not cortisol. Cortisol is released when there's negative feelings and stress and anxiety and bad things, and that's actually proven to shorten your life. That's a different drug.
That's why hate is so much easier to buy into, is because the cortisol comes so much easier. You have to work for love. and you don't get the reward from love until after you conquer whatever it is that you're working through. And hate is just an instant shot of dopamine, right? Guy can show up online and instantly start tearing into Jack's ass, and the whole panel derails, and now everybody's.
I think what makes it easier is that you stop wanting people's love, not everybody's, or acceptance. Sure. You stop expecting it. You don't need it from everybody. You just want it from certain individuals. The rest, maybe you learn not to care.
This is where I think I've been learning from the example of flow state is I mentioned it earlier. He treats everyone pretty much the same, especially outside of his inner family, his inner circle. Right. Everyone else is treated pretty much the same because he's closed his heart.
Wait. I was thinking when you said everyone is treated pretty much the same, he treats them all well. He's very kind and sweet to every motherfucker. That's his gimmick, and that's why everybody keep coming to his show. It's because he lets everybody shine. He understands everybody. Even when I'm sitting over here thinking that crazy motherfucker keep repeating the same shit, flows content and letting the nigga be himself. That's his good point.
Yeah.
It is, but it's self-serving.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn.
Look, there's a negative side to everything.
Maybe
it's
that's negative to everything.
You know, right? We have to engage and change what we know we can, but only with the wisdom to know the difference. I think there's a definite, bit of serenity there that flow state has. That kind of whatever, not blasé, but that whatever attitude of true serenity.
Is it whatever, or is it a little bit of sociopathy?
It's just really just knowing what you can change and what you can't, and not engaging with what you can't. Realizing
that was an honest question I just asked you. I really wanted to know your answer. If he claims he doesn't have much empathy at all, and he can be mean, he can be nice too, but he can be cold and pretty cruel to some people sometimes. Do you think?
Listen up.
That part of him is sociopathic, because we know he's not pathological. Anything's like he's not some psycho. Well, we don't know, but I'm assuming not. But he does have some sociopathic qualities. Yes or no?
Yeah.
You can name them when you think
narcissistic as well. There's there's traits that the art of self-promotion is not without all of that.
But we all do that.
But
what differentiates?
Being aware of it, I think, is the difference of when you know you're in it and you're trying to manage it from a cognitive point of view and not just being reactionary to the things that come into your platform or life, that you're at least trying to dictate your own actions and not just be a spurg and not just.
Speaking of self-promotion, the only dono that we've gotten in the past, since I put up that poll an hour and a half ago, is $1 from Billy, who wants the link.
I think the price is too expensive and you should have a sale. Like, what if you perhaps said for $5 you can ask a question, or have two people ask each other questions, or have, say, Flo analyze Fatty's weaknesses, etc., that kind of thing, instead of saying $20 for just one thing? It's kind of steep.
It's a little steep. I was ambitious. Yeah, I'm open to whatever. Just send in super chats.
Money now.
I mean, your super chats get read, and if you want to steer the conversation, it's got to be a $5.
And that way, the audience wouldn't be as bored because they could be part of the conversation, sort of. Are we boring the audience? I'm not looking.
I don't think so.
I'm not concerned.
100. Well, there was 100 people. And then you asked that, and several did.
Don't make me take off my shirt.
You might have to. Billy, I'm not linking you.
Y'all need
You're
more
not getting up.
donos. Hit that like, y'all.
Yeah.
See, wouldn't that be
Billy,
fun?
I'm not giving you a link. Even if you bought a membership, I'm not letting you up.
Are you talking Billy? Because I gotta get.
I'm talking to Billy. Yeah, he's not coming up.
I like I said, I've known him forever, and he's a friend. However,
I don't dislike Billy, but he's panel cancer.
I gotta tell you, he's pouring bombs a lot, motherfuckers. Oh, if he's been up here and hasn't pouring bombs, you maybe you're okay, but he's pouring bomb motherfuckers.
He's never poured bomb me, but he is. He does get drunk, and then he just wants to come talk to Lindsay. I saw him making that comment earlier.
He's be really drunk too. Yeah, that's usually when he starts taking his clothes down and showing you his balls. He gets really weird when he gets.
Oh, he shows his balls.
Oh yeah, his sack hangs to his knees. We've been joking at him for fucking years over that shit. Yeah,
Working on his fourth leather patch on the bottom of his throat down there. It's just been
So Flo, he's a spaz. They're right. He does have ADD.
I just opened the window more. It's because he keeps this room hot.
All right.
So while you were gone, just so that I'm not speaking behind your back. I mean, there'll be time for that later, but right now, I was asking the panel, do you think Flo is sociopathic, or because he says he lacks empathy? And I gave the solid example of sometimes we all agree that you can be really cool to everybody and equally as nice and very patient. But on the other side, there's this cruel side of you that can be very cruel and nasty and cold.
Before that, y'all agreed that even though he could be nice and all of that thing, y'all was saying it was more of he was doing it to his advantage, not because it's his nature, because he was cunning. I think you and Jack said something like that.
Okay.
So I was just
I heard.
Okay. So I was asking, and I wanted to ask you the same question, because supposedly nobody knows you better than you. Do you think you actually have sociopathic tendencies, or do you think you actually that it's something else? Your tendency to snap and do something really cold, or could that be?
Again? Give me the question again. I glitched. The internet here is weak.
Could it be blood sugar drop? Could it be something else? Could it be anything else? Or is there really sociopathic tendencies that you get? Because you snap and you're cold in 1 minute, and the next day you're totally cool.
I think that it could be any of those things. It just depends on who I'm talking to and whether I've had cereal or not.
I think your blood sugar drops. I really do. I mean, everyone's does, but when you get with hypoglycemia, you can get like extra crabby and just have no.
Somebody said, "No, he's just a man." Simple.
Yeah, it is possible. I think my mom is, and I tried to tell them when I was in jail that I needed a doctor, so I could get an extra meal in the middle of the night, and they said, "Fuck, you can."
Yeah, right.
But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. The answer. So yeah, like, I mean, you asked too many questions in that question. Narrow it down to one. You gave a lot of options. Like, are you asking me if I'm?
There's the self that you see, and there's the self that others see, and there's always a gap between the two, and that's often why criticism is hard to take. It's literally not what you see. It's not what you see when you look in the mirror. It's not what you feel like when you're talking. It's to hear some criticism from other people, usually or often at least, feels foreign and wrong.
Yeah, I get it.
And then sometimes you go, yeah, you know what? They're right. They're right. It does come off that way. Does anybody have any stories about that or anything? Like where at first they went, no, I'm not stubborn, or I'm not narcissistic, or I'm not a jerk to people I just meet or whatever. And then you sit there and you go, wait a minute.
I've seen Jack do it at least 24 times. At
yeah,
least.
Jack does it visibly and in real time.
Usually the next day. Usually the next day during his opening monologue, when something flies off on a panel or something, the next morning, I think he's always willing to recognize that that what was being said was maybe possibly true. And that
But
there
he
is
is not going to change. He'll do the same shit the same night later on when he goes live.
Sure.
Right after saying, you're right, I was wrong, he'll make the same mistake during that stream.
I
So, Joe, what's yours then?
normal response.
OxyCat sent in $10 for bomb. Thank you, OxyCat. Let's blog talk Claudia. Once I find this clip, you're fucking getting it.
Oh yeah, all men and women have the right.
Oh my God, is that it?
Now, use that drop down menu over there and go to fan funding. My StreamYard isn't auto highlighting donos like it normally does, and so I just want to make sure that I got everyone. Okay, NPC the game sent him 30 NTs.
Nice.
Says good looking Jack Talcott. Happy Easter.
Looking good.
Oh, looking good. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a big difference.
That makes a world of difference.
Isn't it, guys?
It does make a difference.
Thank you to all, sincerely.
Lance, I think you were saying something about I don't know how you just phrased that
When it
shit.
comes to
Have
the
we
social
ever?
thing you were talking about, though,
Yeah.
there's not a sense of deception. There's not a sense of underhandedness or you know, impulsivity that either one of these guys have that other creators have. That sense that, you know, they're plotting and scheming against you. They're trying to manipulate you for money. I don't think there's anything.
You don't think we're doing that?
But
I'm not trying to manipulate. I'm pretty straightforward about it. You got some money from Snow?
From Snow as well. Blessings. Thank you for the Cash App.
Was it enough to block the fire?
You know what? It's close enough.
I don't know what that means. It's either yes or no.
Oh.
And there's no grandiosity,
Yes.
right? There's no
Blow it up,
playing
man.
the role. There's
Blow
no.
it up. Talcadia.
Their defense is so broken that the only.
Oh yeah, all men and women have the right.
Oh my God, is that it?
Jack, are you mad that your head got blown up in that?
Not at all, man.
He's a pretty good sport.
K2, how can I push you over the edge all the way to sending in a super chat? That's what I need to know. How can I best serve you to serve me?
Absolutely. That's the question. This is the world we're dealt with. Fatty noticed there's different ways in handling people, and thank you. I try to just kind of go with it and just stay with the good. But we live in a world where distrust and fear has proven to be profitable.
Yes.
So, okay, be specific.
Well, it brings us to the logical conclusion to be afraid, to be distrusting. But if we unite together.
This is exactly what somebody who you shouldn't trust would say.
Says someone dealing with distrust issues.
Yep.
Is you think it's smart to
insecurities,
let
man.
crack addicts
It's
in
our own
the crib.
insecurities that drive our projective ways, that drive our
In some
manifested
ways,
ways,
all
right?
of our insecurities. Yeah.
The shit we tell ourselves all day long in our own head.
Yes.
It
A
isn't
lot of
fucking
people.
true.
I don't trust anyone. Aren't there a lot of people that don't trust anyone? I mean, kind of
Well-
at least trust but verify.
Yeah.
I'm of that vein. Yeah.
Okay, but yes and no. Because the trust and verify, what I've seen and I've done I'm probably guilty of it myself, I'm sure. But we'll set little traps for people to test them, right? And we don't always need to be tested by each other. Shit, life naturally, well, I guess life naturally brings us a lot of tests.
Jack, can I ask you to be specific about one of those tests? Because I'm wondering if one of those tests could be a person trying to get you to drill down on you about something you said. You know, you tell me, what do you say? People set these traps for you in order to test.
The cases in my mind, I deal with what's in my memory is relationships, testing fidelity, right? People setting people up to test. Is he going to be faithful? Is she going to be faithful?
Yeah, that's bad. That's square. I'd dump a nigga over that shit. That sucks. That ain't.
I used to do that with people when I first met them. Like I'd bring them in the house and I'd leave them. I'd find a reason to leave them alone in the basement, and I'd leave something out like a chunk or a 20, something that's small enough that I wouldn't notice it gone, but big enough it's worth sneaking out.
Yeah.
The problem with that is.
But with your girlfriend, would you set your wife up with a guy off the internet to see if she'd bite? That seems like a little overboard.
At some point, you pass the test.
Well, people find these stupid reasons to distrust and to set traps. The police do this shit. They set traps for people and
I'm
enable.
more interested in how, when you say people set traps, you were talking about us and everyday people. I want an example. If you don't have one, I guess I had to live with it. But I thought you had some specific in mind.
For me, it was the relationship things. I was always being accused of. I've been accused of fucking everything.
You did say that. You did say that, and then she set you up and tried to.
But if you're direct and you say, let's say you say, Flo, I love you, and he's thinking in his mind, if he said, he says,
I love you too.
I meant Jack's telling you that.
Right.
So if he says, come on, no, you don't. See, instead of he's doing something nice and he accepts it, thus validating you and your sincerity when you say I love you in that certain kind of way. But when you tell somebody, you call them on something that you think they're insincere about, because people are often insincere, and you say, you don't love me, come on, then you're really invalidating the person who tried to give you a compliment. It's kind of a double-edged sword.
Okay, I hear if a person says, I love you, and you say, you don't love me. That's
yeah.
what you're saying.
Or just like a lot of times, I think people tell people that they look good. That's a classic example. And they don't really think so. They're just trying to be nice, or they're wearing something that stands out. So they're like, wow, I really like your shirt. That's cool. But it's like Bizarro, and there's monkeys on it, monkeys' butts, and monkeys hanging from trees. And it's, it's a hideous shirt, but they're like,
Yes, saying motherfuckers give fake compliments. Damn, yeah, that's being insidious.
a lot of people do that. Would you not agree?
Women do it more than men, and they do it with they're competing with women because.
But it's our ability to accept that good. We're so bombarded with bad and negative that being able to take a compliment and say thank you and really say thank you and.
Sometimes you just want to say, shut up. You got to be kidding. But that is so rude.
We're talking about fake compliments.
People say thank you to us. How often do we actually say, you're welcome? Compared to, okay, yeah, sounds good. Gotcha, bro. No worries. And we shrug off the positive reinforcement, right?
What are you talking about?
And is it true?
Isn't that like they're all your welcomes?
That would be me if motherfuckers say, if I open the door for a motherfucker and he say thank you. Or I say, my man, that's all. You're welcome.
Right.
If you rewind a little bit, we were talking about different times where people have been pointed out. we've been pointed out by other people criticisms and we don't believe them until we catch ourselves actually doing them, or we think more deeply and we realize, oh yeah, I do that. That was one of mine when they said, you can't take a compliment, can you? And then I just said, yeah, I can. Of course, just defensively. There's defensive expression on my face and I'm getting all and they said, you know what that does to the person that you do that to? And I said, no, I didn't think of it. And they said, right, it's rude and you're invalidating them and you're not giving them the opportunity to be sincere with you.
Yeah, I dig it.
So,
But that's not if a person's giving you a fake compliment, which is where we started. If a person's
you never
giving you
know.
a real compliment.
Sure.
Sometimes they're hard to tell the difference.
I thought your whole perception of the whole
This is why you
set
need
up.
to figure out what somebody's conflict of interest or self-service is in that shit. What you want, Finger?
It comes down to us. We're going to decide what we're going to choose. Whether the compliment is genuine or not, whether the opinion is accurate or not, it's information. And it's up to us to consider, give to how much weight we give it, right? How much value and credibility. But it's really up to each of us. And so the key that I've been learning for myself is basically kind of be dead, right?
So you might as well believe it.
Right.
If you're never going to know for sure.
Is that what you said?
Be dead inside. I was pointing at you.
Oh, okay. I thought you said.
Be dead
Ouch.
inside.
Let go of the
Wait,
empathy,
you
man.
said-
Let go of the empathy.
You
Thank
said
you.
closed heart was closed. What did you mean by that?
In my experience, okay, he's a very lovable man, genuinely. I mean, there's no denying that. He's dad and all these other roles. So my experience has been what it has. I've learned that there's a benefit to being dead inside. You can have more fun with the chaos.
You make dead inside sound like a bad thing, by the way. I think it's a good thing when you learn not to be triggered by people and let other people pull you off your square. Dead inside, as you call it. I take it as a positive. That's how you survive on the internet. Could respond to every troll comment. And, I can't believe he said that about me.
Forego the denial, fight or flight impulse. That typically, almost any information we are receiving, we're going to have a denial, fight or flight impulse to it. It's going to be that quick. We're not even going to realize that we're responding to something before we do.
Right.
Denial is flight.
Yeah.
Unless you have a habit of dismissing.
Or freeze.
Or rationalizing. Just.
I mean, I think that I
don't know.
I think I put things in their proper place, right? Like Red 40's been raging this whole stream.
Right.
I could not give a shit less,
right?
Because what is Red 40 to me?
It's always raging.
That's a good point.
Yeah. But not everything deserves a whole bunch of whatever. And hold on. I see you back there too. 1 second. K2 says Oxycat told me to do it, and she was right, and I thank you for doing it. More people should do it. And Kieran did it as well. Lindsay, Mrs. Markin says you have a nice voice. How do you feel about that?
Thank you. I want to, you know what I want to say.
That's the only correct response.
That's nice. Thank you.
Thank you. And I totally believe it, Miss Markham. I totally believe what you're saying.
Welcome, Mr.
How's it going? Thanks for having me on panel. What's going on?
Absolutely. I hear you've got some criticisms.
Oh yeah, well for you, I don't like the circle jerk narratives and stuff like that. But it's not that I'm saying you do that, but
It's a circle.
as far as your content, I think you should do some more economic stuff because that's what you're good at. That video that you had about I was dying laughing. Elon Paulson, remember that?
Oh yeah.
Oh God, it was so good. Yeah, that was brilliant. Yeah. Well, I think you're a good entertainer and stuff like that, and you do a lot of different things. But more, if I could offer one critique, it would be more economic content. As someone who's just that would be great.
I have a lot of people give me that feedback. The thing is if I do an economic content stream, I'd have to get a job.
Because
like that sort of content, I hear you, and I don't even disagree with you. Yeah. I'm just saying there's a pragmatic-ish obstacle here, which is that sort of shit does not turn any sort of money at all.
I don't think I'd be over here every day if it was all about economic content.
Yeah, I can see how that could be a lot of work, definitely. With the sorry, Joe.
No, I was just agreeing. I don't know what the fuck I was saying.
To confirm what you said, though, a criticism is better use of your time, more value being shared. And maybe it's not the economic part. Maybe it's the mental aspect. Yeah. Right. But will people donate and support that?
Right. So I think that both of you are pointing out sort of similar things, which is that I have knowledge I'm not utilizing on my channel.
Yeah.
That is correct. Mm-hmm. However, if I were to implement that, it wouldn't be a good ROI for me. It would be a bad ROI.
Potential.
That's because money's your number one priority.
I went to ballet.
Well, at some point, first and foremost, it's a prerequisite because I have to. I've got responsibilities before I have time to just play online. So, yeah.
I would do a couple hours with you on inflation. So I know that's something that you're pretty firm on. The the money being printed is pretty much the only cause when there are other root causes.
If you did some on tariffs and inflation, it might be time.
The tariff stream got nothing.
Oh, you did do one on that.
Yeah, I did a short stream on tariffs, and I brought out a graph and showed the economics of how tariffs.
Yeah.
And it was
sounds boring already. Yeah,
right. Exactly. So there's a handful of people who like that shit and want more of it. There's a few more people that respect it and don't want any of it, and most people are just not interested in it.
Yeah.
I don't think people come to the Flow State program or the Powder Dusty program for politics.
Right. So when motherfuckers are telling him to put, not for politics, I don't know. When motherfuckers are telling him to put his degree to use, it's like him saying he's a great swimmer, and they're saying put it to use on YouTube. It's not what he's doing right now.
Yeah, but there's just different opportunities there, right? The opportunity for economic content is just not there.
Yeah, you had to figure out a way to, it'd be a lot of work figuring out a way to make it profitable. I'm sure some people can do it, but it sounds like a lot of work.
There is so many ways to be profitable. Using the knowledge because I've studied how people make money as life coaches. Dude, there's a calling out there.
I think that honestly, as far as revenue goes, I think that the psychological stuff has more potential for YouTube revenue.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's simple business is find a need, fill a need.
Yeah.
Don't just put shit out there and hope people buy it. And you kind of found
maybe it was. I could be wrong. Maybe it was just because I found it was really funny. Maybe it's just that I was laughing so hard from it that I looked at it.
Yeah, it's a different way of engaging in that.
But you understand that the example you gave had nothing to do with economics at all.
All right. Well,
you said do more economic content, and then you referenced a short that was just pure. That was me making fun of Elon Musk's boobs. It was funny.
His body actually fits. This had nothing to do with anything except for Elon Musk. His body literally changed after he's done so many drugs. The way he carries himself, he used to just nothing remarkable. You would look at him and not really think anything. Now he's kind of like his body is just moving kind of weird and unnatural. He's kind of got this claw-like thing going on with his arms. Watch it next time.
Yeah,
he moves funny.
Tweakers.
It's like he
he's
wants
tweaking.
it's like his energy is really high and up there, and he's always trying to hold it back, and it slips out from time to time.
I wonder how he remembers all the names of his 12 kids when they're like XV11 and
What makes
Henry
you think he got
2.
time for that shit?
2.8 X255 Honda. You know, it's like license plate names.
Not everybody knows what you're.
Oh God, this is hilarious. Oh my God.
What is that?
Oh, I did see this.
Sorry, slow internet over here.
Yeah, I know. I got a
He's
diabetic.
standing just like that.
Yeah.
What is that? It's like a pterodactyl pose.
He's freaking tweaking.
It was
You nailed it. You had that perfect picture.
Damn it.
Yeah, nobody.
And that was you tweaking.
Get the jaw moving and get the.
Yeah, no, right.
Oh, that Brexing stuff is weird.
Or it's just like,
we have people that range from,
You know what this makes me
not
think
gonna
of?
happen.
The scene from Fight Club.
Bob. We have people that range from,
You know what this makes me think of? The scene from Fight Club.
Bob. Bob had bitch tits.
All right. Yeah, totally financial piece right there. Hard hitting.
And thank you, Bill Hicks, for the $2. They made him do it.
He can ask half a question for that, right?
Huh?
For that $2, you can ask half a question.
Half a question, yep.
What would you look at it? That's it.
Oh shit. And with $20, the Raging Tomato says, "Oh my God, you look so gay together. Good night, gentlemen and Lindsay." And for $20, you are correct.
That's right. We agreeable tonight, Sarah.
Long bombs for 20.
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. Take cover at once, but there's no need to rush. If you take things quietly, you will prevent panic in others. You must not stand staring up at the sky. That's the most dangerous thing to do. If you're within 5 minutes of your home, go home, but keep away from the window. Get off the main road, leave it clear for the defense zone. For the same reason, park as near to the curb as possible. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down, preferably in a ditch. Never forget to carry your gas mask. Always remember to see that your blackout is as black as soot.
To Slow State, who's one of the most evil, wicked, deviant, deceptive, power-hungry, power gaming slaves I've met in a while.
Wow.
That guy's a little over the top. Jeez.
There's some criticism for you.
There's some criticism. See, and I dismiss all his criticism.
You were right.
I take that shit as a compliment because I don't want somebody to like me who I'm not trying to help have a good time.
There's a downfall.
What is that, Guru?
You don't know
Right,
what,
that statement right there confirms that you're not a narcissist.
Oh, thank you.
well,
I'm not sure how, but I agree.
no,
You know,
I
you may have
did.
traits, but that's the core of it.
Paul has a gift similar to you.
What's
His insight, his ability to read people.
Oh no, he can't do that at all.
He's not always accurate.
He can't do it at all. He just projects himself.
Not he projects himself. He actually no, it's not always projection. He's often right.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't even think it's often. Sometimes he's not projecting.
Okay.
Frequently,
Sometimes he's not projecting. You're right.
And sometimes he just accuses because he's trying to get a rise out of people, and
Yes.
he doesn't even believe it.
Yeah, correct.
He spends a lot of time deflecting.
More reflective than projective. He's finding in others what are his own insecurities.
That's
And he's also trying to dodge his own and not talk about his own insecurities while talking about other people's shortcomings. He spends a lot of time doing that.
Maybe I'm hearing ignore versus
It makes him feel
miss.
better.
Yeah.
Paul holds struggle sessions. That's why
Yeah.
every new person, and it's a ritual, and it's a great way of weeding out people who will not bend to your will.
Yeah.
The very first thing you do is establish that they have no boundaries by stomping all over them.
It doesn't mean he's wrong, though.
It means that he should be dismissed out of pocket, though.
It means that what he offers should be
dismissed,
weighed with consideration.
And if
right,
well,
You're
if
right,
what
Jack.
he's saying
You're
is right, then it'll come from a source that's more trustworthy. But you can't. You know that Paul's feedback is never coming from anything but a selfish place.
Right.
Well, he's
So-
like, even a broken clock's right twice.
It's going to show up if you don't watch it.
I don't care if he shows up. I'll give him a link.
That'd be cool.
He will.
I'd be very surprised.
Right.
No,
But no, if you know that somebody's acting from a place of malice, you don't need to give their criticisms any thought, because all that'll do is gaslight yourself. It's like trying to search through a shit pile for your Twinkie you dropped.
How did you connect self-service and malice? Because I don't believe he is
Okay.
moving with malice.
Oh, you don't?
No.
You don't?
Not in. He's just ignorant to his behavior. He's not moving with cruel intentions. It's just a role and a character he's owned.
Should we go back and watch some videos from when I first met you?
I'd say there's both there.
Boy, are you hoodwinked.
Okay. All right. I can understand how you can perceive the actions as malicious.
I can't understand how you can't.
He's hurt.
Stockholm.
How about this? Hurt people hurt people.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I agree with
I
that.
see the hurt.
But he's aware he's
I got a
being a
bone to
hurtful
pick with
fuck.
you.
It's not an accident. He's aware.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I didn't say that there wasn't a reason for him to be operating with malice. I just said that he's malicious.
Yeah, I think Jack is saying he is not malicious.
I'm overlooking it. I'm overlooking the aspects that are clearly of.
You're justifying
malicious.
things that you understand reasons for. I understand the
Okay.
reasons. I'm not denying that there are reasons he's malicious.
Right.
Like I've seen his dad. His dad's a fucking snake too.
Oh, you haven't found a reason to forgive him.
I'm not mad at him. I'm just aware of what he is. I'm not mad at Paul at all.
I believe that. I'm trying
You've
to
realized
find
that you can't change the situation and are just going to disengage. There's no reason engaging in something you can't.
I mean, I'll engage with it because I believe in transmutation, right? Like I can transmute him into fantastic clips. But at no point am I mistaken that he's not malicious. He's absolutely malicious. You can see it. It's just he is the most consistently malicious person on the internet that I know that we interact with.
It's just a character. He's
Yeah, but that's a rationalization, Jack. That's a justification, if nothing else.
It's the fact.
If you behave maliciously,
It is the fact, but it is.
No. If you behave maliciously towards people for content, are you malicious?
You're selfish.
I think your judgment is cloudy. This is going to be another opinion thing that it's not necessarily true, but I think your opinion is cloudy because you because you have a big heart, Jack, you go for the underdog. The underdog can whip you and punch you in the nose and flip you over its back, and you'll still say it's okay because you want to be seen or want to act as the Jesus-like. So I understand that, but it's sometimes to your own detriment, but definitely to the detriment of the other people in your audience. And that is one of my criticisms of you. And if you have one with me or 2 or 5 or whatever, I'm all ears.
Lanza,
I actually like constructive criticism because it helps me improve. But I think that's true about you, and it can be seen as a strength or it can be seen as a weakness. And when I said I had a bone to pick with you, it was about the special needs person that comes to your room. I don't want to have to name names, but I think we all know who I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
Him or me?
Yeah.
She was in your room today, and she was
Right
picking
here.
fights. She was picking fights and continuing the narrative of insults with another panelist who is also kind of controversial and says what she thinks. And no, she's not.
Who was it?
Okay, this person was picking on Daisy, and Daisy was fighting back.
No, you had a Noel Daisy fight?
In the chat.
Yeah, okay, what's your criticism?
Basically, the message here is that she was interrupting. Nobody could focus on what you were saying, and nobody could focus on anything anybody was saying because these two were fighting back and forth. And I was a mod, and I was supposed to side with somebody. So I'm trying not to be a jerk, and I'm trying to use my logic. And who's continuing the fight but the special needs person? Do I excuse that and say she doesn't know what she's doing? I used to do that. But I've seen that she is very aware of what she's doing. And she will be very rude and swear, and like she called me ugly, and she's all STFU and stuff like that, which doesn't hurt. It's kind of funny, but she gets ugly herself. Now she gets rewarded for that because when she goes on panel and doesn't talk, she did during this time. You said, "Hi, welcome, person," not naming names. Feel free to. I love you. Feel free to speak anytime on here. Get on here. You can say any words you want. She ignored you and just stayed up there and was quiet. And she's picking fights again and picking on Daisy, and was like. Then she started picking on me because I picked on her and said, "Leave Daisy alone." And it's like, at what point do you draw the line and say this person is not innocent? They know what they're doing.
I never give her any special consideration. She knows exactly.
But Jack does. So as a moderator in that room, I'm not overly. It's not the job of the century. It's not like.
Let me help here. I used to be a mod at Jack's, and then he took. You should just mod however the fuck you want to at Jack's, and then just whenever he takes your wrench away, he takes it away.
Yeah, he took mine half a dozen times.
There's no consistency in direction from Jack, and so yeah, just do And then if you want it back, you can get it back again. People go through ups and downs. I haven't tried to get it back because he's fickle. But
so you don't care, Jack? It's my call.
I see you shaking your head, Jack, like you don't give her special consideration. But I think not giving anybody any special consideration is giving everybody special consideration.
I thought it was Jungian reinforcement, where it's somewhat like a kid in mentality and somewhat like an adult. And when she wants to act like a kid because it's convenient, she does. Mm-hmm. And I've seen her act like an adult and behave herself. She does. Yeah. So that's what tells me there's manipulation going on there. But you're reinforcing it. Why?
I'm being blamed for reinforcing it.
And you're shugging it straight the fuck up.
That's the art of the codependent relationship.
Hey, guys, I'm finna get out of here, man. I'm falling out, man. It was nice, man.
Have a good night, Joe.
Thanks.
Say good night to Mom for me.
Will do.
Good night.
Let me do these super chats. Kieran with $10 says economics or interesting interviews or drama farming, maybe a bit of each. Just pay me, bitch. Correct. This is a man that gets it. Thank you, Kieran. There's another. Oxycat, which sends in $20, which I'll point out is a cent more than than Sarah sent in.
Right.
She says 2 bros chill in a room 5 feet apart because they're not gay. Correct. I mean, at least one of us isn't. And that's all you need.
Pretty freaking secure in the manhood, dog.
I think we're caught up.
One is enough.
Do you have any comment on that, Jack?
Which part? I'm sorry. Comment on.
The stuff about the special needs person. That.
Oh yes, please. Yes. Well, my initial thought is defensive, calling out that I'm being blamed for what's happening, and I understand. I have a responsibility, but I disagree that I'm treating that I'm making excuses for her behavior. For what I see, I call out. I didn't recognize that Daisy was fighting.
Reinforce it and not make excuses for it.
Okay, how am I reinforcing it?
By rewarding it after she does all that stuff and says all that stuff. You're like, oh, I love you. Jump on cam. You can talk anytime you want.
Okay, but in your memory,
she did all
which
this.
came first? Did I welcome her, or did she, after she was publicly engaged in chat nonsense?
Yeah,
did I welcome her before or after?
After she was.
Oh, okay. But since I didn't see it, I'm reinforcing her behavior. Okay, perhaps inadvertently.
Okay.
Inadvertently, and it's I said codependence, but it's more about enabler than it is codependence. And we can be enablers without even knowing that we're being that.
Right. And this is what I'm literally trying to communicate 7 days a week. Well, not anymore, but the fact of stop enabling excuses, stop enabling blame. This is why we have so much distrust in our world. This is why we have such high crime rate, because people enable stupidity.
People aren't trustworthy.
So they say.
They're not though.
Right. But
some are.
Right, some are. But people at large are not.
Will be the large who is. Okay.
What the
Should we trust Donald Trump?
Trust Donald Trump, yeah, right.
No, you trust the facts. And that man is a liar. So you take what he says.
That was his opinion. You just follow up a fact with an opinion.
There's plenty of
I
facts.
share the opinion, but
come on.
There's plenty of facts that support the claim that the man is suffering from severe egoic delusions. Delusions of grandeur are delusions. King Trump and friggin' His Highness
How come you're going to DC to end all wars? Are you fucking kidding me?
I know. This is what
his mom was multiple personality
You
schizophrenic.
can't deal with a special needs person. How are you going to deal with Trump?
she's practiced, and this is the point. This is the point. We each day.
I missed it. I was just a hair too slow.
Practicing shitty things only makes you good at being shitty, right? Perfect practice.
Look, you're trying. I didn't know anything about what she's talking about until just now, but it sounds exactly like what you do with snafu. You enable the shit out of snafu.
Yeah, I have, and I'm guilty of not solving my problem on my own. Snafu has been a problem in my life that I've been trying to face. Noel,
you know who doesn't have a snafu problem?
This
retard.
The other individual.
Is Elon here?
Has been a problem.
What?
Elon's not here, right?
Not anymore.
Well,
not mentally.
Here's the thing I've noticed in these live streams. By whatever way it's happening, we're all here learning how to be ourselves with and through each other. People get triggered, right? People's paths cross for a reason. I am convinced of that. Now, what is the reason? That we're not sure of. So, Lindsay, I did hear you from the position of a mod. I saw disagreements in the chat between Daisy, and I didn't make the connection of Noel that should have been clear to me, but I didn't see it. And I didn't really consider the lack of guidance and the lack of clarity that I've presented to the mods. Kind of does put you in a tough spot. What do you do? And this is an area I'll own. I can improve in this, learning from, right, conversations like this and examples. I think all of us can do a better job of communicating our hopes and our expectations with each other. And I think we'll do that if we don't assume the worst with each other.
Okay, the people in the chat are confused. It is not an open panel. I've sent out a few links, but it is posted for club owner, which is the name of the tier, the highest tier. It's posted for the highest tier membership.
You're all about the owning class. Don't you see it?
Well, so actually, a big reason I started a YouTube channel in the first place is because I was trying to figure out some sort of income producing asset. Somebody with no income, no assets, sleeping on an air mattress in the ghetto could create, and this is about what I came up with.
I'd say you're doing pretty damn good, man.
Thank you. But yeah, if anybody wants the link, I'm probably not going to post it publicly tonight because it's already kind of late. And but club owner like tiers do have access to it. It's in the there's a post on the post tab of Powder Dusty's channel that is there. It's only visible to the club owner level tiers. Welcome, Chuck. Oh, and the way that I thought about club owner is because Jim Bob had said something about like I it's like a bar, like my channel's like a bar. And
it is
club owner, yeah. So
all right.
So
okay.
that was the thought there.
All right.
Hey, Jack, I wanted to give you an opportunity to give me any constructive criticism, too, because I just gave that to you. I'd asked for, but I guess that's what this panel is about, right?
Tell her she's wearing too much clothes.
That's the old Jack. That's what the old Jack would have said.
But that's a good example of a conflict of interest right there. It's a perfect example.
Yes, it is.
You can be mean to me because it can be honest. I mean,
it doesn't have to be mean to be honest now.
Well, it was kind of like Flo was saying. People were being too diplomatic and too nice because they didn't want to hurt his feelings. So what I'm just saying is you can be direct and tell me something to improve on. If you want, if you don't want, hey, I escaped free.
You're prepared and you're seeking the ugly truth. You've prepared for it, and I see the strength in that willingness and the vulnerability. Right? You expose yourself by doing that. That's a strength, and it's a strong example. So you prepared yourself for the ugly truth, but that's not my style. And I actually think what you really are looking for, you're looking for those reminders of how amazing who you are, as you are, what you're growing into.
I have to be quiet.
No, you don't. No, it is. It's along with what she mentioned earlier, the willingness and the willingness to allow other people's love, to allow other people's beingness to come through, right? When we grow up in dangerous places where we don't feel safe, it's real easy to get used to that. And then we feel stronger. Every one of us is complicated and we're all different. But I'm grateful sincerely to all who are with this experience together. This human life. It's a
Lindsay, what feedback do you have?
You just interrupted him. I understand what he's saying. It surprised me because he said the same thing about you. So apparently I come off kind of like you do, Flo, where I'm not willing to accept people's love.
You come across a little dead inside. That's my word, and maybe an ugly description. It may not be accurate, but
Do you mean is another synonym maybe hardened? Like
that might be better. Hardened.
But not jaded.
You're hardened. Well, there's a quality of jade. There's a quality of edge to the hardness.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'd encourage people to consider is the value of just the feminine strength is in acceptance. That's something men we got to learn the hard way.
Well, that's not feminine. Acceptance, is it?
Okay, Chuck.
I knew it. I knew it.
Kind of, though, it is, yeah. I mean, it's... Do we create situations to where we want people to give us positive affirmation? We're all seeking positive affirmation, but, you know...
Right.
How far out of our way do we go to try to create that situation for somebody to be able to tell us that we're...
I don't know, but this is a weirdly speculative and uninteresting question to me. No offense.
You're honest.
Well, I mean, it's just like, I don't know. Sometimes
no
people
door, no window.
You know, when people do this thing, it's like, and it's not what it sort of is, but like, what if we all had lasers on our fingers, right? Right. And then
vulnerability, though.
That's what Patty said. Like, but what if? But how much? Like, it's just like, what is this going? Is it attached to reality?
It's exposing our vulnerabilities.
Well, then you would ask such a question, knowing that even if you are vulnerable at all, whoever you are, you really are strong enough to take it. Either way.
Take it. You all can take it. Mr. Jump in. What else you got?
I don't know if I should add anything because people don't like it when I talk about the ugly truth of things.
Well, spit it out.
Yeah, well, I think information is key, and you know, people want to distort the truth of information.
Sure.
Definitions of words.
Oh, you're saying that you've got information. Yeah, I agree.
All information is biased. Yeah.
And you know, the ugly truth. I'm not on screen.
The floor is yours, Mister.
Oh, okay. Well, you know, this to Jack's point. To Jack's point, when I was on his panel earlier today, we were talking about it, and you know, he kind of hits it home with the his subject matter with the objective truth, and a lot of people don't want to look at it, dead in the face. They just want to everything's anecdotal these days.
Can you start over again? We glitched out pretty hard over here. We got the internet thing going on.
I was saying that these truth claims that people want to ignore. I'm not saying everything is objectively true, but as the everything becomes more and more anecdotal, things get worse and worse. So that's as best I could put it without really starting to put some nails in people's ideologies, because I don't think people are bad. I think ideologies are bad, and that's the way I'll leave it.
I can accept that. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Maybe. But if you without being more specific, I don't actually know what you're talking about. You said the more anecdotal things get, the worse they get.
A little more clarification, maybe.
Right. Well, political viewpoints, people's, I look at a lot of times with these debates and everything like that, and I'm like, you know, I don't want to say anything negative, but I'm like, what's the point? I mean, if you just go back in your corner, you learn nothing, and you're just like, you know, there's no progress made.
Correct. I think that it's sort of a mistake to think that most people are coming to these conversations for progress.
Right.
Or
Yeah.
that most. I know that a lot of viewers say that, you know, that, you know, and especially a lot of content creators are like, I'm here for X reason or whatever. At the end of the day, YouTube is first and foremost, it's entertainment. And we're first and foremost entertainers. Now we can wrap that up in as much code as we want, but that is the fact of the matter.
I disagree.
I know you do, because you're one of them.
It's a tool for, it's an opportunity. It can be for entertainment, but I find education very entertaining. That's how I love spending my time, is educating myself, learning different things. And I thought that's what I'd connect with, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not.
I just think that if people think that they know.
What was that, Chuck?
I said you cut out a little bit. I didn't get all the last of it.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Go ahead and throw your microphone around a little bit.
Oh, I don't know what. Anyway,
Chuck, what were you saying?
where were we at?
I got sidetracked.
His microphone, and then he must have thrown it too far
because they stopped there for a minute or two, so I was trying to catch up to what kind of blipped. Their signal did, so I forgot where I'm at now.
I thought you were going to say something.
You're saying you didn't learn anything useful.
I think that is what he was saying, Chuck. Is that what you were saying? That I haven't been learning anything useful?
Well, yeah.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, if you're just learning to be learning without being productive, it's kind of a like being on a motorcycle with up on the double kickstand. You're just spinning the wheels.
Okay, Chuck. So you say a lot of things, and I don't actually find the relevance. What is your point? What are you trying? What are you trying to say that you're not actually saying?
I said it. I said you're learning. You're learning things. Okay, that's great. But what are you doing with the things you're learning? What's becoming productive out of it?
Right, Chuck. What do you want to know? Because you've already made the statement, and you've made the assumption that I'm like a motorcycle on two kickstands. I'm spending my time learning, but I'm not learning anything of value. That's what I heard you say a few minutes ago.
Yes.
And I challenge you on that assumption, Chuck. Chuck, you don't know what I've learned. You haven't investigated me or my knowledge or what I have learned. We've been facing a lot of doubts from you, a lot of comments.
Yeah.
I encourage you, Chuck, reevaluate your statement and your claim that Jack has learned nothing of value. You're wrong.
I thought you said he hadn't acted on the things that he's learned.
That's what I said. There's nothing being produced from the learning. Initially, it was.
So, Chuck, what would you like to see me produce based on what I have learned? Based on my education, what would you like to see me?
Is it on my end or is it their end?
No, keep skipping. Something's
okay.
A little goofy.
The louder you get in the mic, it tends to cut out.
Oh, that might be it too.
Chuck
Right.
wants to know what
It's
actions
because-
you've taken based on what you've learned. What solid, concrete
Okay.
actions have you taken?
I heard that.
And because of the fact that your platform has kind of turned into a loop, you know,
I've
that
taken many steps. Okay. Now, why people don't see the steps I've taken? What I'm actually challenging here is Chuck's claim that I heard him say, Jack has learned nothing of value. You're wasting your time if all you do is spend your time learning for entertainment. Those were the foolish statements that Chuck wants to narrate this conversation with. And I'm telling you, you are wrong. So I heard the question, and let's come back to Chuck's question. But to help me answer your question, Chuck, what would you like to see from me based on my education so that you don't think I'm wasting my time?
All you had to do was answer the question. What is being produced from all this hours and hours of absorbing information?
I am who I am. You don't accept who I am, Chuck.
Well, I went over and listened to the tapes from your friends, and
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you did. You listened to gossip and secondhand rumors to hear what they had to say. But Chuck, I allege from the beginning, you've not taken the time to understand what I have been saying for a long time. And here, to be more specific, I've been trying to communicate with you, Chuck, about your opinions of me.
well, you went about it a rather shitty way today with King
Has
Stephen
anyone?
to communicate that, because you were communicating exactly the opposite. So I just left. I wasn't going to listen to Queen Stephen pump you full of shit like that.
Okay, Chuck. Congratulations. Again.
Am I wrong, Lindsay? Were you there today, Lindsay?
Yeah, I was there, but I wasn't at the beginning. I was there for the last.
I don't know what time it was but I didn't stay long because
That's kind of what we were talking about before, that he takes these people who have been
Turn the camera off.
questionable at best to him, and he forgives them, and because he wants to be like Jesus. And that was kind of the contention that I had with him too, about a different user. And he kind of just said the same thing, that I am who I am, and that's what I do. And maybe I could do better, but I don't think that's going to change. I mean, if you want him to say that he's going to make any changes about that, I don't think.
no, I'm not expecting that. It's too late.
So would you recognize them if they actually did happen? And when they do happen, because they have.
Changes? Yes.
I
Really?
can see the analogy of the motorcycle on the kickstand, because
Yeah, you follow what I was trying to say, Fatty.
it's definitely there's a loop there, right? That there's good content and there's good things happening and there's evolution, but it's hard to see in the overall aspect of the fact that every single panel turns out just to be a spurg fest at the end.
What I heard was Chuck asking for actionable measures that prove that what he's learning is helpful, and I didn't hear a direct answer.
No, it was more questions back to me on what I wanted to see, and that wasn't the question.
Oh, God, you're such a victim, Chuck. I know I can't do anything that
Jesus
just pleases.
Christ. Get this
Let me
man a
try.
tampon.
Chuck,
Hey,
wouldn't an
can you
answer be,
shut up,
I'm making...
please?
Me?
Holy
Okay.
shit. No, please continue. I was talking to Chuck, but please
Well,
continue.
wouldn't an actionable measure be he's making his way to Congress? He's actually traveling there, or that he's helping people through counseling. I mean, wouldn't those be actionable measures where you're using what you've learned and studied and made something from it. Would you not
So
count that?
how could I put this? He can't convince 9 people on a panel, and you're going to go convince 455 people or whatever the number is.
God, Chuck.
But you've got eight contrarians on the panel too, so you've got
right.
There's that what are the roles that are being played by those panelists?
Thank you.
Most of the roles that are coming up to kick you in the nuts, Jack. That's the only reason they're coming up. Straight up. Kick you in the nuts. The last thing I asked you on your platform, person to person, man to man, was how long are you going to stand there and let people kick you in the nuts?
This was a panel about, fallibilities and things that each of us do as well as good things. But we were going to be real honest about all the fallibilities. Now that we are, it's no surprise that people sometimes are getting offended or in denying things.
I really fucking relate with you, Jack. I really do. I really think the first 15, 20 minutes of your program are fucking awesome. I think you take into effect, what happened 3 days ago and make that a subject topic and dive into those things that are being pushed. But
I think there's always going to be someone telling you your dream sucks, your goal sucks, you're not going to make it. Period. Whoever you are.
I find that people don't listen. The problem I've encountered is people don't listen. Okay,
Like
so Chuck wants to blame me because people come to the panel and they don't want to listen to me. Yep, I'm to blame. I fail. I don't know what. Thank you. I think I understand what happened.
I don't know what's going on.
I think Flo jumped in to bring some order. Thank you. There's been so many things said. This is what's been so frustrating about me, Jack. Okay, and we're back to you, Lindsay. Being honest with each other. My patience has been tested. As Fatty described, he's witnessed me day after day conceptually being kicked in the balls. I've been trying to find some mercy. I've been trying to find my way out of this craziness. The advice I get is push people away, Jack. Push people away so that you can be alone on your journey. That's an option, yes. Sometimes it is better to push people away who aren't helpful. I've been facing my self-serving. I can't be self-serving. I have to be giving. I can't make mistakes. I can't be emotional. I can't get frustrated because God knows the reputation is already, well, Jack likes this. And so I wanted to swing back to what Fatty said too with Chuck. Chuck, I can guarantee you do not listen to the first openings, my monologues. You do not tune in to see what I'm actually doing. You and many others tune in to watch me fail because that's what you want to find. And I think you need to look at yourself. But Lindsay, here's where I'm calling out many of us. We watch it happen. I've watched it happen to myself and to others where people are just being piled on, just negative and negative. And people are people. We're not just characters on a screen. I mean, we are, but we're not.
You call them challenges. Sometimes I call it, it's like a special kind of masochism. Because if you're here, you got to get it, but you show up again. So it's kind of like a drug, and it's kind of like a masochistic endeavor. So we are partly responsible for being here because we know what's coming. We know that there's at least a 50% chance we're going to be insulted and, maybe our day ruined, maybe not, whatever. So we do have a certain amount of control over it. We're not victims. And here we are coming back to the same place again and again. There's that factor. And then there's, let me tell you something I think you're doing right. You've moved on. You're out of your house, whether you had the choice or not. You're actually surviving and experiencing life, which is something that we're all trying to do in different ways. You're reaching outward, you're progressing, you're not in a room most of the day, being chased by neighbors or being a nuisance. So you are, in my opinion, taking actionable measures towards your overall goal. It may not be as fast as other people want it. It may not be the way other people want it, but it's not gonna be. And if you criticize Flo on the same thing, he's gonna say the same thing. I'm doing it my way. Thank you for your advice. I'll take some of it. I'll take what's useful. Thank you for your feedback, and I'll leave the rest because it doesn't fit who I am. So if you want to be with those people who maybe are adversaries, you get to do it your way. But you have to understand that there's people seeing the train coming, and they want to say, "Hey, Jack, check it out. Watch out." And you can't. We can't do that with other people. It's yours. It's your situation to handle. So Chuck actually has the best intentions for you. It's because he cares about you. That's why he's so contentious with you, and it's like, you need to do this and you need to do that. I think he really does want you to succeed, although there is a little bit of entertainment factor in your room when people make jokes and stuff. Not going to lie, because it does get kind of funny sometimes.
It's hilarious. I missed who you were referring to, but regarding their intentions. But I get what you were saying. It's
Have you set expectations for yourself?
It's part of this growth. And what you said, well, I know that people who care about me, they've been hurt by what they see me doing. Because, you know, maybe it is my ego,
Did you hear my train?
That's what I was laughing at. Because you just talk about watching a train wreck and the train whistle started.
Yeah.
You didn't even care.
Sorry, I had to remark on that. The train horn honked.
It was funny.
Thank you, Chuck. I thought it was too.
It's perfect.
It was right.
My life. Here, I'm sorry if I'm speaking over. We're still having connection. Maybe I should do the cam thing, but crap. I'm sorry. I lost it. I lost where we were.
Well, you were talking about, and sort of I was too, about doing things your own way and in your own time, and that you do actually have actionable measures that show that you're taking what you're learning and applying it. And that there are some things you're not going to change because they are part of you. And people have the right and the concern to criticize you, but you're going to deal with your trains and your dragons and your devils or whatever comes along, what you call challenges, in your own way. Just like when we ask Fatty to be critical about something, he'll start off with, "Well, you're a really nice person. You handle things great in this facet, but I've got to say that," and he'll go into the diplomacy first because he's chill, he's mellow, he doesn't want to come off as being a bombastic asshole, So you got to let people be who they are inside. Even if you got to close your eyes, the train horn is honking. You only get to live your own life.
Right. We can warn each other, and I believe that we should warn each other about dangers we see and things, but it all comes down to an individual responsibility. And the idea of the train wreck, that's where where my mind lost track was.
That was so funny. You have no idea. You need to play the clip.
I'm sure. I know that people who care about me, have felt hurt by what they've seen, and that includes many of the people who view the viewers, right? Because there's levels of care. Many people there's different levels of care, and even many of the people never met me. They've just found an attachment and a care through the live streams. They've been disappointed by seeing me continue to face the same looping bitterness and anger each day. So we all have ways to relate to each other. We can find disappointment or we can find encouragement. We live in a pretty negative world. And if you're honest about these live stream panels, golly geez, man, there is a lot of negativity.
Mm-hmm.
It's our focus. It's
Well, maybe
part of
it's
the
like what we were talking about before. I can kind of tie it together because we were talking about how insulting it is and invalidating to somebody who's giving you a compliment and you say, shut up, or what are you talking about? Or you invalidate what they're saying by doing that. Maybe the same kind of thing is going on when somebody like Chuck expresses however he's going to do it because he is him, criticism, and you sort of tell him to shut up in a way and think you're going to do
automatically. As soon as I spoke, he escalated.
He did, because you guys are seeing each other as adversaries now. And he's not.
If you want the world to ascend, you got to bring the world to God. The best way to bring the world to God is to bring people to their knees in the dark.
I want to finish my point. I know you think it's hilarious, but I'm just going to finish the analogy. So, like, I would invalidate somebody by not taking the compliment. You would invalidate Chuck by telling him to be quiet and to leave you alone. Somewhat. It's not an exact parallel, but what if you didn't bother getting mad at him because you know his heart is good or where he's coming from, and you treat him just like you treat anybody else? Like, you know who you are. You know what your goal is. You know when you're going to get there in your own time. And you say, thanks, Chuck. You know, I'm glad you care about me, but beyond this, we have nothing to talk about. Instead of, Chuck, you asshole, shut up, and I'm going to kick you out of the room.
And that's why I was trying to figure out the right words to say earlier, hoping that it wouldn't trigger the response, but it doesn't matter here anymore. It doesn't matter what I say. The sound of my voice automatically...
It does. Triggers him. It does. What is it? Because you're used to it.
I'm going to call out Chuck because you know that. Chuck knows that.
Fuck yeah, you know.
But I wasn't being mean.
Intentionally. And this is what I've been trying to get him to see. Chuck, please stop. Okay, and here's another thing, Lindsay. Thank you. You want to bring this as though Jack just immediately instigated. Chuck did nothing wrong. It's just Jack. Jack getting triggered. Bullshit. Stop enabling this nonsense. Okay?
I mean, wow. No, the first thing was you, but at this point, Chuck knows exactly what he's doing. So you're not innocent either.
Takes two to tango, right?
Okay, but I'm not to be blamed when I have been subjected to this since the first time we've met. He has no role in my life other than coming around, trying to be a naysayer. And Lindsay, back to what you said, a lesson I've learned. You're absolutely right.
Tommy, so does the zebra guy. What's the difference between, how come you can say no to them? But
Lindsay,
yeah,
I say no to all of them.
You let him back up over and over again. But Chuck's the bad guy. So what is the difference?
I allow Chuck up every time too. I see the pattern.
I'm trying to make a point, but I can't.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
when they come and say hello, welcome. When Chuck comes up, you're automatically, your body posture changes. You get a little harder, and it becomes pretty obvious that
I prepare myself. Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah, I prepare myself.
My question to you was non-judgmental question. It was, what about Chuck triggers you in particular compared to the other people who also you feel antagonize you?
Okay, I'd love to answer what I wanted to answer, but let me come back to this question. Okay, if I'm honest, what I truly believe it is about Chuck is I don't have any respect for him. Okay, some of the other people I've met online, while they've disrespected me, I found things about them that I truly admire. I can appreciate the different qualities of some of these antagonists that have been in my face, but Chuck, fuck no, not with Chuck.
So what redeeming quality do you find about Snafu, out of curiosity?
I was wondering the same damn thing.
He is, as he said, he is the only one who has actually taken steps to reach out to people from my past.
Maliciously.
Now, yes, he's doing it for show. He's doing it for show, but he's at least done the work. No one else has done it. No one else has. And so I have to give him credit that, yes, he's standing out.
What you're saying.
And I know for a fact from firsthand experience.
No sense.
Okay, Chuck. Jesus Christ.
I'm sorry, that made no sense.
Which part?
You asked him to reach out, and even though he's reaching out in the wrong way, you're more than happy that he reached out.
What does not make sense to you, Chuck?
Lindsay, help me explain
The
this.
idea that it wouldn't matter what reason. If he reached out and punched him.
No. Okay. It's coming together. You guys aren't.
Snafu cares. You said a steel man. You said that Snafu cares more than other people like Chuck because he's actually maliciously done the work to get you in trouble. That's what I'm having a problem with here. I've reworded that sentence, but that's basically what you're saying.
Yep.
If he reached out to Keeter, do you feel the same way? You want to go have a smoke?
I probably should, because I've been waiting for a chance.
I'll mute myself.
I'm getting frustrated because a lot of narratives about me are brought up. I'm asked questions, claims are made about me, and I never get to fucking talk. Every time I try and talk, it's getting interrupted. Now, some of it may be the signal, right? I'm doing that to other people too. So I'm going to go have a smoke.
Okay, be right back. Yep.
Oh, especially that phone. Please don't take me.
This is all your fault, Chuck.
I know. I know.
How do we have a conversation if they don't understand each other's sides? Chuck asked me to help him out.
I said that.
Well, I thought it'd come better from you, Lindsay, if it was in your voice as opposed to mine. But
I mean, he's getting voice.
What's that?
And that it fucks it up, right?
Can I point out? My complaint is that I feel unheard from Chuck. I've spent a lot of time listening to his narratives, his complaints. He has denied my explanations. This is a pattern, guys, that I've been facing. I've been wrongfully accused. My explanations have been ignored. People won't even consider what it is I'm saying.
God, you smell like a bag of peanuts.
I know. Let me get out of here.
But I mean, it's both of you have the right to ignore, to reject the other one's whatever. He can reject your criticism. You can reject his response.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of, I'm not taking sides on this or anything, but I tried to interact today with Jack, and I meant no offense by anything I said, but when I was on the panel, I kind of pointed out that part of his aim is progressive in nature, and then I just got a lot of shit for it, and I'm not going, hey, you're wrong or you're a bad person or anything like that. But I just didn't understand how you would get there without some form of authoritarianism in some way,
Yeah,
shape,
you
or
can.
form.
You can. And I've gotten in the same fight with him over politics. His politics are atrocious. He knows I think that, and he does not take criticism well. Now, Chuck knows that. Yeah, Chuck is playing all innocent. Absolutely,
No,
for 100%. You're not.
No, I'm not. But I did
Because
not
every
come
time
up.
you come up and know that you're going to antagonize him, then every time you're like, "What are you doing?"
Well,
Yeah,
I thought this was a question stream.
It is.
Except for Chuck. Okay, I got it.
No, Chuck can ask questions or level criticisms for sure. Chuck can take them too.
Yeah.
Maybe I misinterpreted the nature of what you're doing, but
You're used to me being the asshole. I understand that. And
when
you're
you come up and act like you're trying to offer some benevolent criticism, maybe you were. I mean, I have no doubt you were. At this point,
yeah,
I don't.
Well, tonight I was being
when I say
sincere.
you were, I mean like a year ago you were. At this point, I don't think that you are.
Well, that's why I came up so late on purpose, just maybe hoping not to. But yeah, I'm stupid too.
Like
I'll
I
admit
get
it.
it. I do the same exact thing. Somebody tells me to go away, and I do the opposite. That's why I started restreaming.
You do.
Well, I hadn't been to Jackson Eon.
Okay, I think this is another way to put what Flo is talking about. In every relationship, I'm just talking two people, not three, not a whole room of people. Two people. This is just how I look at it. There's a specific dynamic. There's a way a couple dances, a way any two people dance together. The dance just means the way you deal with each other specifically. And sometimes it goes in a loop and it goes around and around, and neither person can figure out why they always end up in this same fight or how to make it end. It's because each person has a role in this intricate dance they do. And if it keeps looping, it becomes kind of toxic, right? And just frustrating and annoying. So one of the ways you can figure out how to, solve this looping issue, this unhealthy dynamic between the two of you, it's not satisfying. I don't know what you want to call it. You fight a lot. Is to figure out what your part is in it. What is your part? What dance are you doing?
I didn't mean for him to turn ugly on you, Lindsay. I wasn't trying to drag you in on it.
I've seen both sides of them, so I'm like, eh.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I was gonna say it's okay. I don't really love it, but I'm not affected.
I forgot you were back there, Fatty. I dropped you when I was out smoking because you were starting to babble off into Fatty land and interrupt and barge in with the babble. So, I mean,
can you answer that? What's your part in the dance?
My part right now, I kind of gave up quite a while back, but the biggest thing I have is how can you be that far out of touch with reality on every line of thought process?
That's not answering the question. That's the problem.
Rephrase it.
You and Jack go around in loops and not making any progress.
Right. Oh,
so
okay. V is for vendetta. Yeah.
And he has a role. And something that you're both doing again and again and again is creating this constant tension.
Yeah.
So what is your part in? What are you doing? What can you improve?
I'll have to
make better.
I know Flo was working with me on that for a while when it came to Jack. And I was trying to put some of it to task. But apparently
I just think that you're meddling because I don't mind it. Like I said, I do the same thing, But if you're going to be an antagonist, then be an antagonist all the way.
Great advice.
Here's another part. What Lindsay said, Chuck, I encourage you, if you would, please. Oops. I guess we're there. Hey, Chuck, if you would, please, I would ask you, like Lindsay offered with these loops and these repeating patterns, look and ask yourself honestly where you might have been able to behave different. Because as I'm saying this, these are words I will practice myself, and I do. I have. And admittedly, as I'm thinking these, are we back?
The audio, yeah,
As
the audio
I'm
going
thinking-
in and out.
Okay. How about that?
Close that window.
First time I hopped on your panel, Jack, you were talking about taking accountability for stuff. And
I'll
I
be
made
right
a
back. I
comment
gotta
about
go grab a drink.
something about, cognitive awareness is trying to be in the state of action and not in the state of reaction. That when we can recognize triggers, right, then we can keep ourselves in a way of preventing the trigger from overcoming us when we know it's going to happen. Like pulling Chuck up on your stage. You guys are each other's trigger, right? But we have to, I think Lindsay's asking, like, what's the role? It doesn't matter what the role you're playing is, because it's being assumed as he's the contrarian. And you guys are both in the spot of
Okay.
that, right? So please.
I'd really love to finish a point that I know I'm long-winded in
Here, we're gonna do
the
this.
connection.
I'll bring everyone back up. Go ahead.
well, now I'm trying to remember what the point was. Oh, it was a comment Lindsay made long ago, or I heard it maybe when I was out. It was a question about me. I have been learning, and the example, what Lindsay was pointing out, why haven't you just let what Chuck says go? Why are you doing that? And I don't remember specifically how she worded it, but it was accurate. And it's what I've been working on. It's what I was trying to get across to Joe Cool is my time online has allowed me to improve. Allowing things to be is the practice that I've been finding for myself. And truly, we have no control over others. And if it was accurate that I got clearly triggered when Chuck showed up today, well, shame on me, because I shouldn't have done that. But golly geez, man, these habits of fighting with each other, preparing yourself to be attacked, preparing yourself to attack, these things wear you out. That's what I was trying to get across, is I do think I have improved. And I think if you look, you can see it. Letting things go, that's my goal. Not just for Chuck, but for all the characters.
Done?
Done. Thank you.
All right. And Gary Baxter sent you an email.
To accept the things we cannot change, having the courage to change what we can, and the wisdom to know the difference.
Yep. One drink is never enough.
No, and it plays into all of life, man. It's the philosophy that Jack's it's the Zen that Zach is seeking, that he is finding, that I've found, that I fucking embrace wholeheartedly. The living of the life, the fucking positivity, the high fives, man. Not the fucking negative bullshit. Yeah, batch fatigue is hard when you're fighting in the trenches all day with the fucking scumbags. I can see how you feel, Jack. For real. I think the best thing that's happened is change. Change is always good. Sometimes it has to be forced. Sometimes we have to allow change.
I remember now why I dropped you. Swear to God, the Babel.
Yep, and that's it's who he is, and it's a test of patience. And I was admiring you earlier. That's another thing I admire, a strength of yours. You do have patience. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know where your mind is at or what you're doing. I know you're doing a lot of things, but it comes through as patience.
It is patience. I am actually fairly. I don't know. Am I patient, Lindsay? Did we freeze again?
I don't know.
You are up until you get hangry. And you don't even realize it. That's why I kind of agree with Lindsay. You know, it's a blood sugar thing or something. But right after you do the food intake, you're back down.
Yeah. But no, I just, especially when I warn somebody, hey, I dropped you down because you're babbling, and then he goes into babbling. It's I don't know if it's or a lack of self-control, whatever it is. I don't know. All right, it is 4:30. I'd like to get home before rush hour. Here's the deal.
It is that late.
I'm gonna say, unless you get me out, 12 minutes. If we get in $20 in 12 minutes, I'll carry the stream while I drive home. It's a 40-minute drive, and I'll open the panel.
Wow.
I'll cover it. Cover it. I'll drop down. Yeah, I'll drop down and then send the Cash App.
You can send. You don't have to drop down right now. Send it immediately. If you want to wait, you're good. If you
Okay.
Yeah, I have the same problem, Mister. I usually have to wait till the end to give.
Yeah. All right. There's the link.
I see. I got some lovers in chat too, so that's good.
Let me pin that, and I'll end this poll so that people can see it clearly. Hopefully. Okay. All right. Billy. I'm not bringing you up though. Yeah, you're not coming.
What was the poll result?
I'm still trying to figure out.
Yes.
I'm still trying to figure out who these people are. Like I don't think I've seen Snafu character or
Snafu. I don't allow Snafu on. So Snafu strikes channels, and I think he's the only person. I have a hard, absolutely zero. I mean, there's a few others, but he's been around for a long time. But Jack enables him.
You were more strict with Snafu.
Yeah.
You've.
I don't have any Snafu issues anymore either.
Yeah, I bet. Well, he's found new targets. Praise God.
Is Flo asking for donations to keep the stream alive? Is that what's happening?
He got it already.
But if you can encourage people to send in more, then sure.
Yeah, more donations are always welcome.
I was gonna ask if we could play a video because I think it's related. And we don't do either.
How long is it?
It's a poem, so it's not going to be too short, but it's not going to be forever.
Why don't you share screen? Yeah, if you want to share screen, is it copyrighted?
Can I just link you in the back chat? I don't know.
Well, I'm trying to change devices. I'm trying to close my computer. We'll
do it later. It's too much trouble.
Okay.
What's up, Double O?
Here, Billy's still sitting backstage. All right, I'm switching devices real quick.
I think this video is about that I want to play later. It's about the existential struggle that we all have and the need to be free while at the same time being held down because the price of being free is too much. It's losing friends. It's being homeless. It's being sort of enslaved, as he was talking about earlier. Jack was talking about. And this video is a poem put to music by Bukowski, and it is exactly about that struggle that we all have, and the longing to do that, and the meaning of it, how important it is, and the cost, and how necessary it is. And I think that's everyone's different journey. And I think it's exactly what Jack is trying to do. So I was really interested in playing that for you guys when I can.
So I missed most of the stream. I only woke up about 30 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'm on. Are we talking to a room? Am I talking just to you guys?
Yeah, you're. I think we're still in chat. I just want to clarify something really quick. My position from stream earlier. I didn't mean any offense by it. It's just when it comes to my perspective on those things, I just don't see the. I don't think it's a good thing to trade, a set of shackles for another. That was my only point, and that's just my perspective on it. Because if you're gonna force change on people, you're doing harm to somebody. It's unavoidable.
What in reference are you talking about specifically? Forcing change on people? You mean you thought that Chuck was doing that to Jack, or are you referencing someone else?
No, I was trying to understand the perspective on the panel that I was on earlier today about, getting to this state of, this perfect peacetime and utopia that people push for. And that's the only point I was trying to make. I didn't mean offense by it or anything, but I just don't see how you get there without using some kind of force or strong arm.
I don't think there's any way you can possibly get there. I don't think it exists.
No, it doesn't. Because of
CJ, go in front of the camera. Okay, there you are.
Hey, sorry, making coffee. I might be back and forth. What up, Jack? How are you?
Dreams and blessings.
Hello.
It's never going to exist because of free will and because of individuality. So.
Well, it's an ideal, right? Ideals don't exist.
No. It's a beautiful idea, but. I think it's like eating spaghetti bolognese every day. Doesn't matter even if you love it. After a while, you're going to get sick and tired of it. If everything was just blissful utopia all the time, somebody is going to get bored of that in the end.
I elect to get bored.
Utopia is crazy. Yeah.
Well, the idea is that, like I said, I don't mean offense by it or anything. It's just I don't really see, unless it's heaven, how there could be some perfect system, because that entails that everyone is in perfect agreement.
For me, it's not about making a system. And I seem to clash with the system people all the time because I'm aware that the way I do things is not a way to create a system, but I still want to be me at the same time. You know what I mean? And does that make any sense?
I just want the truth to be
the way the system wants me to, like to the T, but it works for me. You know what I mean? And thought this was America, all that. And but apparently the way it seems online, at least, is if you don't do the things the other boys are doing, then you're just labeled all the words. I don't know.
I think you have to find your own way. You have to find your own way. You can't, there's instance in.
How am I ever going to find my own way with everybody telling me a man doesn't do that, a man does this, a man doesn't do that?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Jack, I got to hear your response. I'm sorry. What were you going to say, Jack?
I appreciate that. I kind of lost a few different thoughts. I was trying to remember your feedback.
if I remember right, it wasn't so much. Oh, the thought on utopia. This is what I wanted to get out. What Lindsay said. The utopia doesn't exist, or it exists. It exists in the mind of the uncorrupted, but we live in the world of the corrupted. And we don't have to believe in failure, and we can learn from the past, and we can believe that there's better ways. Yes, what has happened, the left and the right, the economic supremacy, all this nonsense, it's worked. And other systems have failed. And there is something special about this America, the land that, I raised my hand to serve.
The trouble is for America to exist the way it has been existing, it has made probably millions of other nations, other people in other nations, extremely unhappy, and that they don't have it. America's doing the same as everywhere else, just raping the land for its minerals, and the people themselves aren't benefiting from it. So, yeah.
What I'm suggesting, I know it's in the direction of utopia, but it shouldn't be dismissed. All I'm suggesting is that somehow, some way, America, we have everything we need except the willingness and ideas. We get the willingness and ideas together and the right people. We're going to solve the world's problems together. That's what I believe is what we're created to do, is to unite, to build a worldwide community together where we love one another, where we can travel where we want. There's no more fucking borders, no more papers, no more debts and oppressors, no more owners, where we work together to nurture life here on Earth. Does everyone have to agree? Does it have to be perfect? No, certainly not. But I suggest it can be good enough. It can be better than what we've got, because we're watching the destruction of it right now. The whole systems. It's Rome crumbling. The patterns are there. History is repeating itself right in front of us and around us and with us.
So
do you think
that sounds like the Tower of Babel thing from the Bible to me? So if it's gonna already be built, maybe we build it in a good way. I don't know.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I'm not the guy that's going to create the thing.
So
I have no idea.
So your suggestion is if we're going to build something, we should build it good?
Yeah, and I know
what the fuck was the point of talking?
I'm trying to work through something here.
Do you think, Jack? Do you think because I forget who it is that said it, but those who forget their history are deemed to repeat it. And that seems to be what happens all the time here. And do you think that's because we are never actually taught our real history? Do you think if the people actually knew what the fuck was going on and what's happened in the past, then perhaps we wouldn't make the same mistakes? But the trouble is, the people that are making the mistakes or like deliberately doing these things are then scrubbing the history books afterwards to make sure nobody knows what the fuck they did. So we're stuck in this loop.
Why would that matter?
Mistakes.
Because people believe history.
So.
Well, if we're making mistakes,
history is doesn't determine how we move forward. You don't need to know history to know what is a productive move to make.
I agree with that.
Right, but you do need to know history, or you should know history, if the move that you're going to make is not a good one, and it's been made before by who knows, God knows how many other people. They have all made the same move, and it's always ended up in the same way.
I mean, but I could tell you that and right now, right, a better way forward to make progress on things is to have an internal locus of control, and you know that, and I know that. And yet you opt to not have an internal locus of control. So I don't think that it has anything to do with what we know. It's what we were willing to do.
Can you define that for me?
That's weird because
Yes.
I didn't realize that was you speaking then.
Yeah.
Flo. You sound-
Internal locus of control means I determine what happens in my life. An external locus of control means we can't do anything because they changed history.
Okay, I got you.
No, yeah, no.
I'm not.
You get
I don't
what
think
I'm
I'm
saying.
fully.
I'm not saying we can't do anything, but I'm saying it might explain why the same things keep happening.
Yeah,
This is
I'm kind of
what-
with you on that.
My life experience, my mind has been blown several times by how little I knew about the facts of American history. Facts that other people knew, right? But none of us has the whole pieces put together. What 007 was pointing at, yes, history has been told and written by the victors. That's a lesson from the past that we need to take into account for as we're making considerations and plans for the future. History is not what it seems. This world is not what it seems. Most of us are not what we seem. It's the illusion of life. It's a perfect story that's coming together. Oh,
Yeah, that's where I differ because I believe life is real, not an illusion.
what's the difference? How do you know?
Life is real, but the life that most people are living is an absolute illusion.
Thank you.
They're striving for things that aren't realistic to them, you know. I mean,
I used to obey the rules of other people who I didn't know, people who I just heard rumors. There's these rules you're supposed to follow. There's these things you're supposed to do as a man. No one told me how to do these things as a man, how to be a man, but I knew there was things I was supposed to do. There was rules, but we're each on our own unique life paths. This is what I learned for myself. And it's up to each of us. When do we learn? When do we learn and recognize that we are the cause and the result of what we're experiencing? There's no real separation between anything. It's kind of a real illusion.
I think it would be really interesting if everybody in the West was taught the same as what they're taught in the East.
Yes.
Because the two, like the histories and everything, is completely different what they're taught. If you talk to Angry Casper about what they learned about, you know, the Second World War and the Russian Revolution and everything, they're taught something completely different to us.
That is interesting. Angry Casper, if you're listening, we might have to do a video or a stream or something where you do some talking.
Somebody said that somebody's in the back. I don't know.
Bill Hicks.
I don't know.
With Flo on the road, I don't know if he can do anything or not.
But what you just said, Jack, about life being unique, it's your unique journey. And that's what I've been saying for a while now, is that life for each one of us is a completely unique subjective experience. It might be a subjective experience of an objective reality, but nobody else is going to ever experience life exactly the same way that you are experiencing it right now. And when you try to communicate your experience to anybody else, they're filtering that through their own perception of that's been built by their own experience. So it's it's an impossible thing to be able to get somebody else to see life exactly as you see it.
Holy, I gotta respond to this because that is so.
And I kicked Billy from backstage. So Bill Hicks, if you're trying to join, or whoever was trying to join, try again. Sorry, go ahead, Jack.
Hey, no worries. Shoot, I'm so easily distracted.
Billy, hold on. Billy, if you rejoin again, I'm gonna ban your ass. Fuck off.
Billy doesn't get it.
Like, I feel like the system has beat me down to the bottom. I'm aware I'm going to get thrown the personal responsibility shit is going to come at me first. But beat me down to the bottom here and is pointing at me going, you bad, change, be a man, whatever else, whatever. And I really do have this thing in my head where it's like, I feel like the winners wrote the history and they want me to be the opposite of what I am because they're scared of having this fight again. I really do have that thing in my head. I know that probably sounds crazy.
It's true. I'll confirm it. I'll confirm it. It's true, and it makes sense, though, right?
I don't want to change. I'm not a bad guy. I don't
change. Why are you? Then who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
Your problem solved.
It's the world.
The world. Fuck the world. Who cares? You got it.
If you're fighting against the world, you either quit fighting them or you change it so that the fight drops.
And who is it?
So I guess they look at my not changing as a fight. Is that what I'm hearing?
I didn't hear you.
I don't know. I'm theorizing at this point. I'm just trying to have something productive to say. So give me a minute, please.
Sure.
I want to swing back to what 007 had talked about us being on our own individual life paths, and this is something that I had to learn, I guess, the hard way. It took me a long time to realize it. No, it was kind of, you concluded with something else. My faith in the unbelievable has come through the unbelievable being experienced. We're on our own individual life path. And that means each of us is carrying around different meanings, different definitions, different filters that we're perceiving what we're hearing and experiencing together. It took me a long time to understand that. Not only did I have to understand, and it makes sense once you see it, there's different levels of understanding. Each of us are starting with a different level of wisdom, and that's built on truth or lies. So each of us intellectually and emotionally is at a different level or a different dimension. But when we pause and we're with intentions, the lesson I learned is compassion. It's true and obvious. We're all in this life on our own. It's a world full of lies, and we know we got to figure out what's real. We got to figure out what's true. So we're in it together. If we can have compassion for each other, I think that's going to change this world. And that's what the spiritual mystics have been saying for generations and eons.
I think that the trouble is a lot of people are walking around with perceptions that have been given to them by someone else. They've not experienced it themselves, but they've looked into it or whatever. They've been taught something, and they've taken on other people's perceptions and not their own personal experience. So, and that's what the system that tries to control us has counted on. Right? They give us all these perceptions to have when we leave school, what's supposed to be our education, but all we're doing is walking out with a bunch of preconceived ideas that actually turn out to be mostly bullshit.
It's indoctrination is what it is. We're taught to fit in. Well, it's good to fit in. We need to learn how to fit in with wherever we end up so that we can, adapt and survive. But the world teaches conformity and obedience. I suggest that's backwards. We're created to be creative leaders. We're here to be creative problem solvers. And the world has a lot of problems, man. I think it's up to us to figure out.
I don't think we are all created for that, though. I think that.
Okay, you're right. Yeah.
I think there are, because there are people out there that are just. They're simple. They're simple-minded, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way.
Right.
They
Exactly.
just want to get up, enjoy some breakfast, go to work, come back, have a family, and just do the really normal, simple things of what we just living life, basically. No major thrills or excitement or anything. They just want to live life and get through it. And there's people that absolutely don't want to be and can't be leaders. They are followers, and that's all they're going to be, is a follower. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
There's a place for everything.
There's a place for chaos. Chaos is the natural state. And if it's part of the natural state, might it be part of the ecosystem? Maybe in the interim, before we make things better, our job is to use the chaos that we have, the pain, the misfortune, whatever it is for incentive to be inventive. I don't know. Then you have the people who say Industrial Revolution and onward has done nothing but hurt us, which I completely disagree with, but is technology maybe an answer? Is it less of a greedy stance and more of a, I don't know, individualist versus collectivist? Do we need to go more on the collectivist side? And do we really need to have experienced everything that everybody else has experienced to be able to know what it's like and to have any sort of sympathy or empathy?
Collectivism doesn't normally, like Mr. Mr. said, it's only really a result of a lack of empathy.
I see it as dynamic. I see that everyone can benefit. But there's something to be said for being an individual, too, and having an individualist society. Of course, we have more freedoms, but, let's look at the other side, too. You get old, you're no longer needed, you die alone. It's all for one.
Yeah, you die. I mean, you're not going to it's not like under a collectivist system, you're going to die with friends and family. You're probably just going to die from starvation instead of.
Well, look at collectivist society like China. The grandparents often live and are taken care of by the families that they have.
Right. That's poverty mostly. Right.
Okay, so you're switching the goalpost every time I try to say positive or.
I think that I do actually think that there are positives that come from having less material wealth. Now, I'm not suggesting it, but I do think that they're there. Family units are tighter, for instance. However,
we have less division, correct or not? If you're an individualist, you're for you.
Yeah, I think that division can also be good and bad. I think that they don't have enough division. That's why they have no creativity, because it's so homogenous.
But look, we have plenty of division here.
Yeah.
We have, even to the point where we have forced equality, forced inclusion, and that doesn't work either. It backfires. So I guess we discussed this problem over and over again, but we don't really come up with any solutions. So I wanted to say, hey, maybe if we were more collectivist, a little less individualist society, and we had a goal towards betterment, more of us and less individualism, set aside, that we could actually make some improvements. Maybe it's a whole handful of things. Maybe it's another revolution, industrial revolution. Maybe it's taking the empty buildings we have that the homeless and crackheads are in and actually fit them with employees and machines, and give people more jobs, make people feel included. Don't force it.
The issue is that people don't want the same thing. So the only way to have a collectivist direction
is to subject everybody else to somebody's determination of what it is. Right.
By force. Yep.
Right. So like crackheads with the machines and shit, right? I've known a lot of crackheads. Crackheads want to smoke crack. They don't want to run it. They don't want a job. We want them to have jobs, but they don't want that for themselves. So that would involve, of course, subjecting them to our will against theirs. And Jack Talcott said it best.
If you want the world to ascend, you got to bring the world to God. The best way to bring the world to God is to bring people to their knees in the darkness.
The best way to solve a problem, I would argue, is not to go to God. It's to create a plan. Define the problem, create a plan, and solve it yourself. Because there's no guarantee that anybody else, even in the sky or not, is
I
going
don't
to help
have that
you.
option. I go to God.
Well,
Okay.
If I explain
I'm
my
just-
words,
this is
maybe-
how I live my life. I'm not.
If
I
you
don't.
I think that was one of those, well,
Speaking
this
of
is
the
how I do it, and this is how my way is better. And I do.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over you.
What were you going to say, Jack?
If you take the concept of God as love, if you go to love first, it will lead to the answers. It'll lead to the truth. It's not always the truth we want, but love leads to the answers. And in my mind, truth and love, they go together. Truth and love are evidence of God. So when I say go to God for that, that's what I'm saying. Go to love.
So Jack, this is one of the things that fits really into the perception thing, the subjective experience. What I've been saying for a long time is everybody's experience with God is a 100% subjective experience. And God is, at the end of the day, what you make him in your mind, how you choose to perceive what God is. And that's a choice. Some people don't think it is, because we're indoctrinated. But the reality is, it is a choice. And if God is real, then that means you should be able to go to God and have your own subjective experience. But there's too many people running around trying to tell everybody else what God is.
Then you have to define it. Then you have to justify it. Then you have to, and I can't do any of that.
They did a study. There's always a yeah, but, and it's not that I'm not listening. I am listening to what you are saying here. And I do pray, although I am agnostic, because I'm hoping there is something, and sometimes I feel there is. But I'm very science-based, probably to a fault. So what I'm trying to say is it doesn't work for everybody. No. Maybe incorporate it in the things that you do, but I really can't see just sitting here and praying for world peace or a better world as a really constructive.
Nobody made that's a straw man argument. And
I would say an actionable thing would put you there.
Right.
And what's wrong with praying or hoping that there is a God that's helping this cause? I don't know. And then we go to the same old argument. Why did God help this person but not that person? Why did God, allow the grape of this little kid, and then this person prayed to win the lottery and he won a $50,000 lottery? And then why do people automatically attribute it to God? It makes no sense. It's complete. You know what I'm getting at.
God gives praise for all the good things, and we blame ourselves for all the bad things. Right?
I think we can either find a reason to or to not attribute things to God.
And the thing is, nobody actually knows what the fuck God's done. It's just everybody's making claims. That was God. That was God did that. Or God didn't do anything then. God let this happen, and God made this happen. But at the end of the day, nobody knows what actually happened. We've been. I'll say it again about compulsive and pathological liars. You cannot believe a single fucking word that comes out of their mouths, and the institutes that feed us these biblical narratives and religious narratives are proven to be compulsive, pathological liars.
It's
Every
just another
lie
form of
contains
history,
truth.
right?
Say that again, Vince.
Excuse me. Go ahead, Jack.
Sorry to speak over. Every lie contains truth. It ties back to the earlier conversation about the darkness, and it makes sense. Everything comes from the darkness. It's through the light that discoveries are made, and the light of who we are, the true light, the true spiritual essence of who we are intelligence and care. We're love.
Zach, these words, the words you just said, actually don't contain a drop of meaning. Like what? I don't have any idea what you're trying to communicate with that.
It can be confusing to when we're looking for scientific evidence and solid logical reasoning.
I'm just looking for grammatic. I just want a sentence to communicate something, and I didn't hear that. Maybe I'm hungry. Did anybody understand what he was saying?
No, I don't.
I was gonna say this is why I appreciate you, Flo. Is what I was gonna say.
I do as well. So let me simplify and we'll start there. At the essence of who we are, the spirit of our personality, our character, what is real about us is our intelligence and our care. Intelligent care is love. It's like everything comes together when you bring God into the equation. And what 007 was saying earlier is it's revealed to us individually.
Donate $20 or you're a broke bum. Go ahead, hit that cash app. You know, there's a bunch of you in the chat right now. You're not donating. You're just running your traps. You know, I don't know if you guys flip burgers at McDonald's or something. I don't know if that's why you guys are that broke, but you come to the show, you love this show, hit the dono. All right, quit being broke.
Praise God.
Why is it, you know, damn you and heaven forbid if you're skeptical about these things and you wonder exactly who wrote the Bible and some say they were illiterate scribes. Why is it a sin and why are you a heathen if you question these things? If you dare to have a thought that goes outside of the box, why are you suddenly going to hell?
That's how you know that the people that are telling you that are full of shit. Because they're just trying to make you afraid of questioning. They don't want you to question it. They want you to just accept it. Don't fucking question.
I agree with 007.
I've come to the point where I hear anything attached to fear, I just turn my ears off, kind of, unless I'm directly interested in it, like rap music or something.
Since when did you ever have to scare someone into beauty?
Well, our entire economy is kind of based on fear.
That's not beauty.
Well, I didn't answer your question. You're
Based
right.
off scarcity.
Heaven and God are supposed to be beautiful.
You're right. I did not answer your question.
Well, here, what you're both saying is true, and it ties back to forcing people. There's another option of converting the crack addict into a productive member of society. Rather than forcing, we invite. And the best way to invite is to lead. And the best way to lead is to offer, to serve. And the best thing to serve is education.
The crackheads just need to go to school.
They need love and education. I'm sorry.
They get offered all those things.
Okay.
And yet you see that the outcome is still basically the same. Like Flo's saying.
I helped illiterate crackheads write letters to their girlfriend from jail. They don't care about the education will not help them. They want to get back on the street and smoke crack.
Whoa, please.
So you have to ask.
People don't like the truth. You're right.
You're basing the education of the past. I'm talking about proper education and true support,
You don't think that learning how to read and write is proper education?
Not if it's not given the right way. Not if it's not offered in ways that people can receive it.
Okay, so what way would properly help rehabilitate a crackhead?
Find out why they're a crackhead.
Amen. There's trauma that needs to be healed. There's a poverty within, a lacking that's being fulfilled by a numbing. So you find out, or crack. Maybe it's
never
not.
cares about that. They already know. They just need to go cold turkey. You know what I mean? Nobody ever cares.
I mean, he's right. There is an underlying trauma below addiction, generally, always. That said, it's not on everyone else's. It's not everyone else's responsibility to go rummage around and find this trauma and like force to fix it or something.
No.
Unfortunately, a crackhead, anybody with a serious addiction, the only time they ever break free of that addiction is once they've hit absolute rock bottom. And then the only
I
way
don't know that. No, I don't think that's true. That's something they like to say in rehabs and jails, but it's not true.
I think it is true personally, but like the bottoms are always going to look different.
Yeah,
It's
the
not-
bottom is different for different people, isn't it? The bottom is different for different people.
I do use a lot of their shit. I might not be one of the cultists.
I mean,
do believe
I
that.
quit Oxycontin out of spite because I was pissed off the prices rose enough. Like straight up, there was no rock bottom involved at all. It was just a random ass day. I realized how much money I was spending not to get high, and it pissed me off. So I quit doing it. I didn't even have another craving. It was weird.
But that's your experience.
Yeah, you're a unique individual.
Okay, but I mean, so not everybody has to hit rock bottom, is what I'm saying. The issue with saying that everybody has to hit rock bottom is that it enables people to keep going, right?
Well, it's also sometimes not true. Some people choose to die and die an addict.
Right. Some people never quit. Some people have to hit rock bottom. Some people don't have to hit rock bottom.
They don't care that their organs are failing or they're losing family members. They're just...
Yeah. So that whole statement, like they have to hit rock bottom, is just like straight up not true.
That's fair. That's fair, I guess.
Well, it's a bottom of some sort. Like in your case, the bottom was economic.
Right.
That wasn't about like it was. I had money then. I had enough money to do it. It was just an annoyance or an irritant.
I mean, I
there,
think
there was no bottom there at all. Nothing bad happened. I just got fed up.
The thing is, you were somewhat of a functional crackhead, though, weren't you?
Money was your rock bottom.
I wouldn't say I was entirely. Well, I was doing them both. The meth stayed cheaper.
See, it's all about money.
I would agree. Some people don't have a bottom. I mean, sometimes the situation is so bad that nothing will affect you in the sense of trying to numb it, you know. So.
And it's all about the individuals, isn't it? I hit rock bottom, and ended up on the streets, but it wasn't because of crack cocaine. It wasn't because of drugs. I was taking drugs, but actually, when I hit the street, I stopped taking drugs because I thought, "Fuck this shit, man! I'm not gonna start clucking for something while I'm stuck on the fucking street and I'm begging for money." So.
Let's see.
Speaking of money.
All right, hey Billy, you're banned.
Almighty Billy.
Donate.
He never learns.
Yeah. Billy, you got put on the inmate roster. Your bond is $20. $20 and you'll get unblocked from StreamYard. Uncle Fatty, I meant to add you up to the stage to give you another shot, and I kicked you out on accident. If you want to rejoin, do so. But Billy, you don't even bother until you send me $20.
I'll tell you what
the roster when I get home.
I tell you what it took to get through to me is that the last time I went to rehab, I thought I was coming home, and I was on the last day. I was all ready to go home and everything. My dad came and dropped me off a fucking tent. Like he literally dropped me off a tent and drove away. It took something that serious. You know, they eventually let me back or whatever. It's been a long time since then, but it took something that drastic to get through.
It was his way of telling you he was tired of the shit.
Yeah. Well, it's the best thing ever happened to me. I hated it for years, you know. But
the bridge wasn't burned; it was just closed.
Yeah.
It was under repair.
Yeah. But I was saying that to get the point out that it's like that was what it took. You know what I'm saying? Like they wouldn't even.
Oh, it gets deep. It gets so deep.
Sponsored by Snow.
We can all sit here wishing, you know, really wishing the best for somebody because we care about them. We see they're a, you know, they're a crackhead or a meth head or whatever, and they're destroying themselves, and because we love them, we want them to recover, to get better. But sometimes I think you just have to let somebody destroy themselves because it's their right to do that. They have, it's their life, you know. Like we can help, but you can only
It's a
help
slow
so much.
suicide. Oops, you're not allowed to say
Yeah,
that.
you can't force feed. You're right, Double O. You can't force feed it on nobody.
Sorry, Flo.
What happened?
Nothing.
I said the deletion word.
Nothing.
Nothing happens.
This AA shit.
I want to hop out, but my name's in the stream. Powder Dusty, sincerely. This has been so much fun. I truly appreciated the opportunity, the conversations, the engagement. For those tuning in now or later, hit the donation stuff, man. There's a grift stream growing here too. So support the cause, and I'm bowing out. Have a blessed night.
Plus, you know, pussy costs $45 an hour street value right now.
Something tells me he likes.
Like, I don't line up with
hot
his
dogs.
one world government shit or whatever, but I'm happy he's doing his own thing. You know?
What's he? Well,
I don't know.
depends what your own thing, what your
I agree,
definition of own thing is.
Jim's just laughing.
What are you laughing at, Jim?
Jim, are you drinking tonight?
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I was just changing my hand.
I didn't need that image in my head.
All right, just listening.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me. All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
I concur. Could I sort of think outside the box? Look, as you know, my wife does all the crime with legal aid. She's a government lawyer. But look.
We get a hand check from you really quickly.
Yeah, I've got I've got blisters on my hand, so I've got a Band-Aid on one, and I'm getting a Band-Aid on the other. So afterwards, I put the camera on.
Oh, he didn't learn how to switch hands the right way.
Well, you got to be very quick. I'm getting old. I'm an old fart.
You've never used lube.
Well, no, I do. I the good old what's it called, Vaseline or something. One of those lubes.
Vaseline.
That's a lousy lube.
All over you.
Whatever. Yeah, anyway.
Yes.
Look, why are we blaming all of you? I understand, Dusty or.
I blame the lawyers.
No, well, yeah, that's a start, I suppose. But what about thinking outside the box and saying the system fucks? We can only go 50, say, even 80 years back, not 100 years. I won't go that back. There was a thing called a community. Your social security was your extended family. The standard family was husband and wife and half a dozen kids, and uncles and nieces and nephews, etc., etc., etc. in Europe, in Australia, and America. And that whole fucking thing is broken down. Let's face it. After the Second World War,
deliberately broken.
yeah,
down.
yes, I won't go
Deliberately-
into that. So I encounter people with various addictions, etc. Not much. I do sort of probate, commercial law, equity law, and so forth. I do a bit of crime, but I don't like it. Anyway, it's not
Neither
you
does
blaming
Flo.
individuals. We gotta look at the society, and we're all fucking broken because we haven't got no No, we are a social animal. We got no one. We are all in LA, New York, Sydney, all these big cities, 5 million people. We're all fucking alone. We're all lonely. Broken. There's no more marriage. It's called a partner. It sounds like a fucking contract.
You skipped over.
Are we going to get married? No. Oh, she's my partner. He's my
Marriage is literally a contract.
No, it's not. From a theological point of view, it's not a contract. But this is
From a theological point of view, you're married to someone you have sex with.
This is the point I'm trying to make.
It means I'd be married to Jack right now.
Majority, well, we can make fun. Yeah, I can go along and no one believes in God. There's no hierarchical, social, ethical, theological structure. It's all equality. I'm talking
individualism. Yep.
Well, it stems from the French Revolution, equality, fraternity, and all that fucking bullshit. All right.
I mean, imagine a world in which people gained authority by displaying competence instead of some weird church hierarchy.
But it's not church. So look, everybody thinks of Dark Ages. You know what they call it, Dark Ages? I call it the Enlightened Ages, because everything was in order.
Yeah.
Everything was hierarchical. God, man, wife.
You know what else is hierarchical?
Husband, wife, and that's been broken down. I'm sorry.
Yeah, ant farms are also hierarchical.
Yeah, I gotta go
Make jokes. I'm being,
Aren't you Catholic?
I'm not making a joke. I'm pushing back against what I think is kind of an absurd statement. Bye, CJ.
Damn, Flo, don't blow it. I was going to have Jim put you in for popehood since they need a new pope.
Yeah, I meant to bring my hat, but I forgot it.
Oh, shit. He's not my favorite pope. I'm highly critical, but I did say my rosary. Because
while laughing the whole time.
Dead. No, I'm a pious pre-Vatican II Catholic.
Gorglione, or whatever his real name is, was under investigation.
Well, he's a liberation theologian. He's a Marxist.
And he was under investigation for child trafficking when they made him pope. Like, he was on the
by who?
He was being investigated.
By who?
I never heard of that, but anyway.
Which pope you talking about?
It's in Argentina. In Argentina, he was being investigated in Argentina for
the one that just died.
Yeah, Francis. His real name's Gorglione, or Gorglonio, or something.
I'm not gonna lie, that sounds like a BitTube video claim.
Yeah, I don't remember that.
Can I answer that question? It is interesting that. Again, from a legal point of view, if your brother is a murderer, does that make you or your family or extended family culpable as much as your brother, who's a notorious psychopath murderer?
Well, let me call my brother up and I'll let you know.
Well, no, let's not be, sarcastic.
No. I'm saying my brother was involved in a murder once. But that doesn't burn the hole.
Well, that's a good example if that's a fact. Doesn't make you a murderer. You could be a
exactly.
A saint. Exactly. So getting back to the Catholic Church, of course there are
pedophiles. Is this guy just babbling on randomly, or is there like a?
Well, you can't blame the whole religion. Religion, if there's pedophiles, which it is, I'll concede. So how can you say that 1.4 billion Catholics and there are bad seeds?
I can say that
organization. How can you now say, "Oh, look at this XYZ," and therefore every Catholic and the religion?
I got you, Jim. I got you, Jim. You can say that any organization that requires its adult members be celibate is inviting problems.
Why?
Why? Because they're demanding celibacy. The only people that's going to appeal to are weirdos, freaks, or those who think that they're not going to, that their own nature is not going to seep out the edges. The fact of the matter is that all animals have sex drive, right? It's like the core of our being besides food.
Yeah, that's called instinct. We are human
Right.
beings. So
Right.
don't equate animal instinct with human beings.
No.
If we are dealing with
Don't
free
try
will.
to think
How
you're
about
not
free
above
will?
your
Free will,
biology.
mate. How about that? You
Right.
forgot
Free
about
will.
that.
You're right. You can white knuckle it. Fun. But if you try to deny your nature because you're hubristic enough to think that you're better than the biology which you think God created you with, you're fucking
Better
dumb.
than biology.
Didn't God say
Are you
don't
saying
force multiply?
you're choosing celibacy under a gun? Are you?
No,
Freak
you're
is
not under
Or your
gun. That's what
bishop
I'm saying.
$10.
or your brother put a gun to you and said, right,
No, that's why no
you're
sane
becoming
person would choose.
celibate. You're
No sane
becoming
person would
celibate
choose it.
under duress. Is that what your argument is, mate?
You have to be under duress to choose that.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So being celibate is saying for the greater glory of God, and if you genuinely
How is that for the glory of God?
that, because your life being a priest, you're dedicated soul, body to God. That's why
Mind, body,
celibacy.
and soul. Yeah.
That's why
Okay,
I'll tell you
so
why beautiful, and it's been corrupted.
so let me ask you this then: do you think that you can focus more on God if you just engage in life and sex naturally, or if you're constantly fighting against your own biology?
Can I say absolutely? It's not fighting against biology. It's a free choice. It's very difficult.
That's
and hard.
correct. That's
Yes,
correct. We can
doesn't mean
survive.
it's evil. Does not mean it's evil in itself. It's
It
not
actually
innately
does.
evil.
It
So
does.
you're a
It's
oh really? So I want to be a homo. Does that make me? It's my free will.
if you choose to deny, especially if you believe in God, and you choose to deny such a core component of your humanity, of your biology.
That could be interpreted as a sacrifice.
Yeah, see, and
Devotion to
this is the issue with Christianity, is it is deprecating of humans. It's anti-human.
Oh God, anti-human. Oh,
Look around, just look at your main symbol. It's a dead man on a cross.
Oh shit. All right, so it's a dead man on a cross. So what's wrong with that?
Original sin, the concept of original sin condemns all humans from the get-go. It is anti-human and self-deprecating to the max. So the fact that they have celibacy as a requirement for priests is no surprise. It's right in line with the whole theology. However, that said, it is anti-human and destructive.
Well, yeah, because if you think about it, if you're already married, then become a priest, you're allowed to keep your wife. Which I don't understand.
Well,
Why not?
because you're not supposed to deny your spouse sex, are you? You're supposed to.
Well, my point was, if they accept them in like already married, what's wrong with the priest getting married?
Exactly.
So could I say one thing? All these movies I'm talking about, Exorcist, the books, the Conclave, they're not attacking Protestantism or Orthodox Christianity, but only Catholicism.
So that means it's right.
Again, you interject.
It's my
Come
panel.
Yeah, all right. Then I'll fucking shut up. All right.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you're right. People criticize Nazis a lot more too, right? That doesn't mean they're right.
And we did get a $10 super sticker from Mr. DeFree.
Oh yeah, I pulled it up so that I could drop the big bombs, and then Jim caught my attention. I apologize. Thank you to Freak. Big bomb. Oh wait, no, we're bombing Talcadia.
Oh yeah, all men and women have the right.
Oh my God, is that it?
I got to drop. I got to do paperwork. But thanks for having me up, and I'm gonna hit the app. So everyone, be
Good talking
safe.
to you. Yep. Thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
I got to go also soon. And Dusty, I'll drop some money tomorrow or whatever next time I'm on. And I hope I don't know about that debate. I'm still open to that.
Yes, and I'm still I yeah, no, it's I haven't forgot about it.
If it's anything, I just want to make sure that you get some what's the word?
Debate.
Shekels, I suppose. Yeah, that's appropriate.
It's appropriate. All right. Well, and I think that would be fun. I like the idea, and I haven't forgot about it.
Anything. I mean, so I'm open. I'm anyone. Not only me. I'm not claiming papal infallibility. I'm only a human being.
Sure.
All right.
And don't take me attacking your religion as me attacking you.
No, mate.
Mhm.
I pray rosary. I'll convert you to Catholicism sooner or later.
I'll
Don't worry.
convert you out
Don't
of it.
worry. I know. Look, God works in mysterious ways. A day, a year, 10 years, 50 years from now, the penny will drop. But that's all right.
I think you're going to be
Being a
surprised.
Catholic, being a Catholic, you know what it is. It's a burden. Take up your cross. Expect to be frowned upon, laughed upon, spat upon,
Jim,
ridiculed.
I think you're going to
That's
have a nasty shock
beautiful.
when that penny drops, mate, because I don't think it's going to drop where you think it's going to drop.
Well,
It's not going to land on the
it's your
side you think it's
prerogative.
gonna
Everyone's
land.
got as I say, everyone's got a view, and I appreciate your view, which I do not necessarily agree with, which is my prerogative, isn't it?
Well, good luck. You've got an uphill battle.
That's all right. Well, at least
Maybe I'll convince you to stop being engaging in such a self-destructive religion.
well, it's not religion, and so this is what people you don't understand. Look, there are people with sin, priests, bishops, infiltration. That does not make the religion. You cannot equate Christ, if you believe in Christ, with people which are fallible.
Well, I don't believe in Christ either.
Well, exactly. So you obviously you're on a different page.
Yeah. So
That's what I'm praying for.
But if you have an organization entirely that demands celibacy from its male members, male adult members, you're inviting perversion.
Yeah, all right. Point taken. Even if I do not concede, but even if I did concede to that, why? Just answer me the question. Just look at it. Why is the devil everyone against Catholicism, not against Protestantism or Orthodoxy, Catholicism?
Because Catholicism has the best creepy imagery.
Because it's got the history. It must be the true church.
It's got the creepiest imagery.
And it's exactly. And you want to attack something. If you believe in God, you believe in Satan. See, all the Protestants, 36,000 denominations in US of A only, you're already a part of the synagogue. All the movies, all those things, everybody ridicules the Catholic Church. To a certain extent, they point to the rotten people in it. Absolutely. I don't say
Valid
by
criticism.
virtue of becoming. If a priest is rotten, homosexual, pedophile, whatever you want to call him, doesn't make me that or my religion bad. But you can't equate. It's like I'll use the analogy of a family. If your brother or sister is a psychopathic murderer, doesn't make the whole family or yourself.
If Scientology, the institution, is abusive of its members and is a cult, does that mean Scientology isn't real?
Well, Scientology is real. I'm sure there are people who are manipulated in there, but they genuinely believe in that.
Just because they genuinely believe something doesn't.
Well, it's
Scientology is a religion.
Scientology. It's well, yes, because it was given the status by the Supreme Court of US of A as being a religion, and I would oppose that. And there's
But my
headquarters in LA.
criticism was deeper than a few priests, even though I do think it is an institutional flaw, not an incidental one. My criticism is deeper. The religion, Christianity, is anti-human. It's anti-flesh, right? It's anti this world. The best way to get people to do what you want or not to devalue their present life. It devalues human life.
Well, do you realize, Dusty, that whether you love it or not, you are part of Christianity? The university, the astronomy, the theology, the philosophy.
Yes, I understand that it's had a big impact on society. I'm not denying that.
You're a goldfish swimming in Christianity, whether you love it or not, whether you're an atheist, a Satanist, or a Christian, or a Calathumpian.
Correct. It's had a big impact on Western culture.
Now, not a big.
Do you love Western culture? What do you think of Western culture, Jim?
Well, Western culture started with universities. I mean, if you want to talk
what do you think of the universities, Jim?
Well, what do you mean? What I think? Current universities, they're indoctrination institutions. I wouldn't send.
So you don't like our current Western culture and universities, but that's not Christianity's fault, even though
I do not like our current Marxist lefty universities. I would not.
Catholicism is fairly Marxist.
I'm sorry. No, well, no. You're talking about social justice. I know where you're coming from. And Berglione, our Pope who just died, which I do not agree with a lot of things there. But I have not separated. I could have said, fuck this. I'll become a dissident, become a Protestant, join some other church. No, I'm sticking with the church, within the church, although I am the biggest critic of what he's done. And I can point you to various encyclical letters. I'll probably bore the chat to tears, which I won't. It's not interesting. And he's totally deviated, for example, on LGBTQ, homosexuality, against Latin Mass. Now, the language of our magisterium is 2,000 years old, and the language of the church was Latin. Imagine someone coming to your place and you can't speak English. So this house, from now on, you've got to speak and learn, I don't know.
God doesn't understand English?
Chinese or whatever, or any other. I'm not trying to be derogatory towards Chinese. What would you say? Your mum and dad and yourself.
Does God not understand English?
I'm sorry?
Does God not understand English?
Well, it's vernacular language, but the beautiful thing about Catholicism, you could be in Africa, Asia, South America, and you go to Mass and you say the Mass in Latin. And the whole church was not about kumbaya, feeling good. It's like the Protestant churches. It's about your devotion. It's the whole aim of the high altar and the priest elevated is you're worshiping God, not the community. You're there for an hour or so, and the whole purpose is not existential, but it's getting in touch, supernatural or transcendental. The whole purpose of a mass, and today's mass, it faces like the Protestants, the people, and there's guitars and there's drums and there's trumpets. It's a circus. It's like a Broadway show. If you want to be entertained, all those Joel Osteen, Christianities, just pray to God, God will make you a millionaire.
Right.
No, it's
so
not.
So you prefer instead of being entertained, you prefer to be what? What is the benefit you get out of Mass?
Well, the Mass is absolute. What's the meditation of Christ?
It's not a sense of superiority.
Of whom? Me? No. It's humbleness, if anything. When you go to Mass, traditional Mass, I'm talking about.
Eat of my flesh and drink of my blood. You think that's
Transubstantiation, yeah. That's our belief.
But essentially, cannibalism.
It's not cannibalism.
It's eat of my flesh and drink of my blood, and imagine that this fucking polystyrene wafer that we've given you is my flesh, and this wine, this red wine, is my blood.
I mean that shit is probably got more in common
What
with
was said at the Last Supper? It just happened on Friday, Good Friday. What happened in the Last Supper? Tell me. Read the Bible.
What happened?
These are the words. It says you will read, you will drink. Yes, it does.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what he said in the
four
Last
Gospels. Yeah, yes, and it's not being cannibal in any sense of imagination.
When were the four Gospels written, though?
Gospels were written in the first century. It's taken 33 AD. That Jesus died. Approximately, give or take a few years. Of course, we can't say that. But the four Gospels were written within 80 years, within the death of Christ and 80 years after the death of Christ. But the important thing, all the 12 apostles died for their faith. They were crucified and killed. Now, my argument is, if it's bullshit, if it's falsity, and it's all documented, why would you die for some bullshit if you're one of the 12 apostles?
So
that's my question to you. Please explain to me. 12, and they went
now we're going to try to explain the Bible. Okay, good luck with that.
No, I'm not talking about the Bible. I'm talking about the apostles.
So I think that's
part of the Bible,
right?
Yeah, they went and they died all over
Jim,
the current world.
If the story is a load of horse crap, why do you think that the four gospel, these testimonies that are written in an ancient language are truthful? If the story is bullshit, then the narrative that's given to flesh out and bolster the story, then they must be bullshit as well. Then, if the entire story is crap, why would they die? Because if they didn't actually see it, why would you lay down your life for somebody unless you?
Well, who's trying to prove the Bible as true? The Bible it's a parable.
I'm not arguing the Bible
it's
question.
Not
I'm talking
a true
about
story.
I'm not arguing
it's a
about
parable.
Bible question. I'm arguing the existence and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Based on stories in the Bible.
Now, if he did not resurrect, yes, I agree.
Mm-hmm.
The whole
so you're like
of
basically
Christianity,
it's like plugging an extension cord into itself.
The whole of Christianity collapses. Absolutely right. If it's a bullshit story, did not resurrect from the dead, I'm talking through my ass. And
Right.
1.4 million
Well, why
Catholics.
do you think that so many people want Christianity and Catholicism? Why do you think they want it?
Well,
why is it here?
Proof is in the pudding. If it was bullshit, why is
To
it around?
control society, right? To control society.
Well, we can talk about, the great circumcised ones, which we're not allowed to mention. And I don't want to prejudice this channel. How about that?
Yeah.
Let's be contemporary.
Yeah, one. If we're talking about people dying for their religion as a sign of truth,
let's talk
then
about
they win.
being controlled. Wait, let me talk about American foreign policies. And
Why do you keep moving the goalposts?
Well, she said. She said about Catholic Church being controlled. Let's talk about contemporary American foreign policies in vis-a-vis Middle East. Who controls your
I didn't
policy?
necessarily say that it was about being controlled. I said, what is it about? I asked a question.
No, you didn't. You said it's all about control. So the Catholic Church for 2,000 years has been talking. Well, Christianity, I won't call it Catholic Church.
I didn't. Actually, I was raised Catholic. I was Catholic, and I got my first communion. And I chose not to follow in Catholicism.
That's exactly. It's your prerogative.
It's a slow state.
Exactly.
When you hear the sirens or anti-aircraft guns, you must get under cover at once. Take cover at once, but there's no need to rush. If you take things quietly, you will prevent panic in others. You must not stand staring up at the sky. the most dangerous thing to do. If you're within 5 minutes of your home, go home, but keep away from the window. Get off the main road, leave it clear for the defense services. For the same reason, park as near to the curb as possible. If you're in the open with no cover, lie down, preferably in a ditch. Never forget to carry your gas mask. Always remember to see that your blackout is as black as soot.
Thank you, Mr. Mister. Cash App came through with $50. As you can see on the ticker at the bottom, I am going to be closing. You can extend the stream for $1 a minute until 6 a.m. my time. So in 12 minutes, the window to extend the stream will end. Go ahead.
Flo, I thought you were in a hotel. Are you going somewhere?
I came home. I was. That was Jack's hotel.
Okay.
Jack is in town.
Oh, cool.
So.
Nice.
I was really surprised, actually. I woke up, turn on YouTube and put your stream. I was like, oh, fuck. Flo's in the same fucking room.
Yes, sir.
Tommy is losing his shit.
Tommy is losing his shit.
Jesus. Hey, Jim, what's your favorite quote from the former Pope? You know what happened last time we talked about the Pope?
Yeah. Well, look, as I said, he just died. He's, let's not talk ill about.
No, his favorite.
There's no. Unfortunately, you got to understand his position. He's allegedly his parents escaped Mussolini in the 1920s. They came to Argentina, so obviously they were left wing from the beginning. And then South America, as you know, is a liberation. It's run by the Jesuits, and again, they're supposed to be the intellectual branch of the Catholic Church. Saint Ignatius Loyola and all that. But unfortunately, they equate it with Marxism, which I totally.
So you're giving him a
disagree.
pass because of that?
No, I'm not. That's my objection.
It's just recent times that the Catholics have become Marxist. It's just here recently in the past, 5 years?
Well, I would say since Vatican II, 65. So when I say I'm a pre-Vatican II, I mean I'm traditional Catholic, trad Catholic, which is pre-Vatican II, which is from 62 under John Paul.
So my dad raised me as Catholic. My dad was very Catholic as growing up. And my mother is an atheist. She's into science. She's a mathematician. She has a doctorate in math. But my dad, the Catholic, ended up coming out as gay about 15, 20 years ago.
Sounds very familiar.
So that's totally against the Catholic Church, right? Well, now the Catholic Church lets him be an usher as a gay man. He can be a gay man usher now. He can be gay.
Well, that's my
He is
position.
a gay man
That's
usher.
And
it's like, okay.
You got James Martin, as you know, a Jesuit priest who's gay, this is my point, which, what's his name? Our late Pope made him a close friend. And that's the problem with the Catholic Church. It's as they say, fish starts rotting from the
They're
head.
bending their morals for gay people.
And I'm the biggest critic of the Catholic Church.
But isn't it a Christian's job to love all of God's creatures? And
well, that's a cop out.
Yes, remember, I'm not the one that brought this up this time.
A cop out.
That's not a cop out. That's part of the Catholic religion is to love all of God's creatures, no matter what.
Thing behind it.
It's not a cop out.
Enemy.
Well,
Love thy enemy.
see, Catholicism used to be
wash your enemy's feet.
A masculine religion. Have you ever heard of the Battle of Lepanto?
Nope.
Yeah, but we're talking
So
about
it was based on war and murder and killing.
Because they've been invaded. Invaded by whom? Now you Americans are really poor in history, aren't you?
Crusaders.
We're not the ones who think that the Bible proves Jesus actually lived.
Bingo. Let's talk about history, not about religion. All right. DJ, tell us
Tim, those
Enlightenment.
your goalpost moving is absurd.
It's not goalpost moving.
You moved the goalpost so fast.
Goalposts in WrestleMania.
Well, she said.
Enlightenment is not really based on the Catholic religion. It's more based on Buddhism. So
I'm not
if you
sure
wanna
when
talk
to
Buddhism,
freak.
I will definitely talk about it with you.
Freak says, thanks for having Jack talk on. Appreciate it. Thanks for being a good friend to him as well. Love you both, the Freak. Thank you to Freak. I don't know what time he sent that at, but go ahead.
Freak.
Thank you to Freak.
A Christian.
Because enlightenment is not really a Catholic. Oh, go ahead, Fatty.
Oh, well, a Christian who does not protect all creation, who does
What
not
do you
let
call-
it grow, is
What do you
not
call
a Christian.
what do you
who
call
does
the
works
French
for God.
Revolution?
A revolution.
New
Something that we need a whole lot more of.
Is
I don't
it
think
not
we need more of it,
The job of
but-
the church to be on the forefront and the vanguard of protecting all of humanity.
You got to anyway. Yeah, it's getting
All right,
boring.
perfect timing. Then we only got a couple minutes, Flo.
Mm-hmm.
I literally haven't had even a sip of coffee, and I just
Is he
woke up.
breaking up because of me, or is everybody
Hold
else hear
on.
that?
Let me switch devices for fuck's sakes.
Fatty, say that again.
I think every time 10th man rolls out of bed, it's like automatic onto the flow state, brother.
I approve of that, actually. That's devotion right there. The rest you could take a hint.
That's serious.
Listen, when I wake up, if I wake up before 10 a.m., first thing I check is if you're live.
Nice. That I approve of as well.
That was a quote from
This is the
former
only
poet.
panel I ever go on. I don't even bother watching other panels. It's the only place other than to learn shit. It's here. It's the only fucking.
Yeah, why is that?
Absolutely agree. I
Learn shit.
totally agree.
I think it's a. I don't know.
Because I'm smart, funny, cute.
All the above. Yeah, absolutely.
Who said that?
What, do you disagree?
Not really,
Thank you.
but I was just asking. In 007, yeah, I mean, you can support his panel all you want, but just be discernible about what you believe about what people say online. Because you have people up here that have no basis to speak at all. They have nothing to say.
Yeah, so
they say it anyways.
Understand? I've been doing this for 8 years now.
Hold
and
on.
I've been-
You're missing
I've
the
been on
important
YouTube.
thing. We know you're a grown ass man. Go ahead, Electra. Say what you mean and mean what you say.
Longer than me, then. You've been up here longer than me. I've been here 2 years.
Yeah, I've been doing this for 8 years.
So go ahead.
You don't need to tell me.
Let me know when I can fight with Flo.
Okay, in just a second. Electra, do you want to say who who are you referring to?
No, I'm just saying in general, everybody.
That tone of voice was not just a generalized warning, right?
No, it was a generalized warning. Quite honestly, 100% honestly, it was a generalized
Okay.
warning. Just
Interesting.
beware of what you believe about what you hear online, because there's a lot of people that get up here and they speak really well. They act like they know what they're talking about, but they really don't. They have no basis for what they're speaking on.
We're with you,
I
then.
do.
All right, fight me, 10th man. You got 3 minutes to fight me, motherfucker.
I kind of want to fight her instead, just because of her cunty tone. But
want some baby oil?
So, Flo, when I said we need more of things like the French Resolution, you said we don't. Were you just saying that for TOS reasons, or because you mean it? Because you mean it?
I mean it.
Okay. So, how exactly do you believe that the average person in society would be able to ever gain any type of control over their government without something like that to happen? As we all know, the patriotism or whatever needs to be refreshed by the blood of tyrants, right? So you tell me why that's not the case.
Well, the issue with the French Revolution is that it, from my understanding of it, is that it didn't necessarily have a good solution. It just tore down the existing structure and then was replaced by another boss, right? And that's the issue that I have with communism. It's a fantastic way to level existing power structures, but it's completely void of replacements. So,
okay. All right,
so I'm not a fan of fighting, of tearing down a system and not knowing what to do next. In fact, I don't think that you should tear down a system at all. Really, I think ideally the best way to replace the system would be to just start building the new.
Okay. So I thought we were going to fight, but see, because I agree with you about that, but just like 2008, just like right now, I believe that in 2008, if we had seen huge swaths of people be just like they were, I think in the World War II, or like the 20s or something like that, when they carted off everybody into jail for all the fraud they were doing, that's what we need, right? If in 2008 they had taken all the people that were involved in the fake mortgages and stuff, threw them in jail, we wouldn't be in the position we're in now.
The money system
problem is,
anyways.
Instead of
I understand. We need to put more people in jail. We need to leave the parents alone that are rushing their dog to the vet that got run over, and put some white collar criminals in jail.
I think that sounds good, and I'm sure it feels better to say, but it doesn't have anything to do with like the fact that the whole system is a scam, right? It does, like, what? So what? The criminals are fucking up, are doing crime within a crime system.
No, it gives us all the impression that the system is rigged. So then, but if you say things like, "Oh, the whole thing's a scam," okay, everything's a scam. Gold's not really worth anything unless you need gold. Diamonds aren't worth anything unless you want a diamond. Everything's a scam.
No, it's not. The reason that the money system is a scam is because the central bank digital. Yeah. Do you know why?
A little, yeah. Fiat currency.
Why is
blah,
this
blah,
scam?
blah, yeah.
Why is this scam?
Because only one out of every $100, yada yada yada. That's all the documentaries. I know. I get you.
The interest and stuff, so you can never actually get out of debt.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
yeah, I understand.
Okay, so you understand then that's how is that the same as the gold thing?
Because gold's only worth something if you need. Cause I do not have a problem with the fiat currency system.
You know that it steals value out of the inflation, steals value out. Yep. It necessitates and you understand that the central reserve currency is owned by a private group. Yep. And so there's a private group in charge of the money, and by the mechanisms of it, they have to extract wealth out of it, right?
Yeah, and there's a super easy way to fix that whole thing. It's super easy. It's called eminent domain. If they can take a farmer's fields, they can take their central bank.
I agree.
So then, boom, fixed.
Okay. So
there you go.
Okay, so you do have a problem with it, then, right?
I don't have a problem with the system. I have I have a problem with the way it's implemented.
Same.
But is that you don't have a problem with the system because you're managing to play the game and the system's favorable to you at the moment? You don't.
No, because there's no such thing as a system that's better.
Yes, there is.
Show it to me.
The one we have before the central bank. We didn't have a central bank at all until 1913.
Where everything was backed by gold, you mean?
Yes. I think we could go to gold exclusive. We could go back to using gold as currency and it would be better. And people say that you can't do it because gold, it weighs too much to carry on the pocket full of metal. Bullshit. $1 million in cash, $1 million in $100 bills weighs more than $1 million in gold.
Yeah, but did you ever see how much gold there is on Earth?
Flo, what is cash based on now? What is cash based on now?
Promise.
Nothing.
Well, technically nothing, although it's
exactly nothing.
OPEC.
When I asked that question in high school in my econ class, I was like, "Well, what's cash based on?" They were like, "Oh, it's based on the housing market," and I was like, "No,
no,
it's actually they kicked me out of that class."
So the debts that we take out to borrow money into existence from the central bank are backed by future tax revenue. So technically, it's backed by us.
So what is Bitcoin based on then? Bitcoin is based on a very secure lock, right?
No, Bitcoin is absolutely
on a very secure lock.
Bitcoin has no value at all. Bitcoin is absolutely worthless.
A secure lock.
Some people will
assuming that nobody has the key.
Lock.
That's just a cool trick. That's a cool. Somebody has the key for sure.
Obviously.
Right. Yeah. Bitcoin's worse though. It's at least the dollar's backed by a government promise, and it's the government that can print more.
But our government cannot promise to back that dollar because we don't have enough money to back that. What we have enough of is
the government won't ever.
Civilians.
The government won't ever go broke.
So
it can always print more dollars. Why would it not print more dollars?
Based on belief. The dollar is based on belief of that dollar.
Actually, there's some guns behind it.
It's based on belief of the dollar.
You have to stop talking.
If the rest of the world gave up belief.
Am I muted, or do you just?
I'm still talking.
You just keep saying the same thing over and over.
No, I can hear you, bro.
Flo, I'm not done yet. No, I'm not. Flo, I'm not done yet.
Go.
The dollar is based on belief in the dollar.
Just let her finish. It's going to make it worse if you don't.
Yeah, no, Kieran, you're gone. Bye.
I'm done.
Okay.
Still an agreement.
It is backed by belief. It's not an agreement. There is guns behind the belief. There's a good reason to believe the dollar is going to be valuable because we have to pay things in it. We have to pay taxes in it. Or else people with guns come and take your shit. So there's actually force behind the dollar. It's not there for Bitcoin. Billy, you're not ever going to get let up until you pay me $20.
True enough.
Billy,
do you realize?
Billy.
Do you realize that the Chinese are now on that very point challenging American good old dollar? Yeah. And if yuan,
oh my God, I haven't heard of BRICS.
If they convince enough, and the problem is the most populous country is no longer China, it's India. And if they get India, Iran, North Korea, and Russia, that's over half the world. And if all of our transactions, international, is done in yuan, goodbye America and American dollar.
Yeah, the dollar is going to go away. Yeah. I think it'll be replaced by a global thing, but
global. It's not global,
but
it's Chinese.
But not Bitcoin. You don't think it will be Bitcoin?
I promise you, it won't be Bitcoin. Bitcoin, no.
What about Dogecoin?
None of those coins. They'll just make a new Fed coin. It might run on XRP, maybe conceivably, but all the other shit's not a chance. Bitcoin is way too slow.
But what if the leader of our country is so fallible and just such a douche that the rest of the world stops believing in the dollar? Then what happens
That's
to
the
the
point.
dollar?
You're right. Absolutely right.
They quit investing
DJ,
in
you're right.
American
Exactly.
bonds.
Then they'll
You're on the
stop.
point.
So for one, we'd have to lose OPEC because OPEC only does deals in dollars, which means our international guns have stopped being scary to people. Two, we locally would have to stop trying to pay our taxes in dollars, which means local guns stop being effective. Basically, guns have to stop working.
So you're saying the dollar is based on guns, and firepower?
Yeah.
Okay. At least I got an answer out of you.
Saudi oil.
I mean, the official answer is none. There is no backing for it, but the real
Which is
answer
depressing
is
because I wish there would be a backing for the dollar. I really do.
actually. I think that not having a backing, Richard Nixon gets shit on a lot for ending the backing, but he put us on OPEC, which means that there's instead of having a back, you actually have demand. He created demand for the dollar internationally, so we export a lot of our inflation. I think it was a brilliant, actually, economic move, albeit a shifty one.
But it's all kind of based on a lie, right? It's
Oh,
all
it's
based on a
absolutely
lie
based on
that
a lie. Yep,
that's
absolutely.
super rich and we are doing great. We are all fucking
1 second.
rich and as fuck. We have homes
Oh
and
shit.
all that.
You say it's based on a lie, but then that means that the stock market's based on a lie, right?
Terrible.
Yes, it is. I mean, just look at what happened 2 weeks ago when Trump put these tariffs up, and then the stock market just dropped out from under everyone.
He's doing market
And then
manipulation.
he said, "Oh,
Yeah,
of
he
course
is,
he is.
for
He's doing
sure.
it for his own benefit and his friends' benefits." And then all of a sudden he said, "Oh, I'm going to pull the tariffs back. No more tariffs." And then what happened? The stock market went right back up. He just proved to all of us that he can manipulate the stock market, and he's doing it for his own good and for the good of his friends. And
It's
that's
only a
illegal.
90-day
It's
deal,
called
isn't it?
market manipulation, but it is a
Just look-
reality. And that's what happened. Just look at it.
Just look at